His trainers are still by my back door. That image is the one that won't leave me. Not the things I was told later, not the parts of this I had to piece together from other people's accounts and police summaries, and one conversation with a family liaison officer who was kind in a way that made everything worse. Just his trainers, a pair of beaten-up white Nikes with a grass stain on the left toe from when he'd helped me with the garden in September, sitting exactly where he'd left them, because he always took his shoes off at my back door without being asked. Had done it since he was a teenager coming round after school. I haven't moved them. I'm not going to move them. That probably tells you something about where I am with all of this. My name is Karen. I'm 53. I work as a teaching assistant at a secondary school in Wolverhampton. Have done for 11 years, which is longer than I intended when I started, and which I no longer question because the intention stopped mattering somewhere around year 4. I live alone in a semi in Wensfield. Bought it with my ex-husband. Kept it after we divorced, which was the right call financially and the complicated call in every other way, because the house contains 12 years of a life that no longer exists, and I've never quite redecorated it into something different. I have a son, Ryan, who's 26 and lives in Birmingham and rings every Sunday, more or less. I have a sister in Telford. I had a brother. Lee was 48, 4 years younger than me, which meant I'd spent most of my life being his slightly exasperated older sister, and most of the last decade being his closest friend, because that's what happens sometimes when you get old enough that the age gap stops meaning anything. He lived about 15 minutes away, in a flat in Bilston he'd rented for nearly a decade, worked in the warehouse at a distribution centre outside Willenhall, doing something with logistics that I understood in broad strokes and not in detail. He'd been divorced himself, years ago, no kids. He had a group of mates he played five-a-side with on Wednesday evenings, a particular pub he liked in the town centre, a cooking phase he'd been in for about 2 years where he'd ring me to tell me about something he'd made. The pasta phase. That's what I called it internally. He'd ring on a Thursday and tell me about whatever pasta he'd made that week with a level of enthusiasm that was completely out of proportion and which I found absolutely baffling and which I would give a great deal to hear again. Thursday calls, every week, without fail, for as long as I can remember. That was Lee and me. Not anything heavy, not long, 20 minutes usually. Just the ordinary accumulation of a week described to someone who wanted to hear it. He'd tell me about the pasta and about whatever had annoyed him at work and about how Wednesday's five-a-side had gone. I'd tell him about the school and about Ryan and about the garden. Then we'd say goodbye and get on with the rest of our evenings. He missed a Thursday in October, first time in years. I rang him back that evening and he didn't pick up, which happens sometimes, and I left a voicemail and didn't think much about it. Rang again Friday morning on my way to work. Voicemail again. Sent a text that afternoon, the kind I'd send him when I was slightly annoyed but not actually worried. Just checking you're still alive. Ring me when you get a chance. You know how I feel about missed Thursdays. A joke we had. He rang on Saturday morning and was completely fine. Said he'd had a rough week at work, had gone to bed early Thursday, had been generally out of sorts. He sounded slightly flat but not alarming. We talked for about half an hour, which was longer than usual, and he was warm and funny in the way he always was. And by the end of the call, I'd forgotten I'd been slightly annoyed, which is also typical. He missed the following Thursday too, and the one after that. I want to be careful here about what I'm reconstructing versus what I actually knew at the time, because I've gone over this period so many times that the two have started to blur, and I don't want to tell it wrong. At the time, in those weeks, I noticed the missed calls and found them slightly odd, and each time I spoke to him, he was fine, functional, warm. Flat in a way I'd clocked, but attributed to tiredness and the general weight of winter setting in. He was still going to five-a-side. He was still, according to the text, cooking pasta. Nothing that would have made a reasonable person pick up the phone and say something is wrong. I've told myself this many times. It helps less than it should. By December, the Thursday calls had become patchy enough that I'd stopped expecting them and started treating it when they happened as a pleasant surprise, which I now understand as a gradual accommodation to something that shouldn't have been accommodated. People drift. It happens. Brothers and sisters who talk every week for years and then drift into fortnightly, monthly. I told myself it was that. I think part of me knew it wasn't quite that, but knowing something and doing something about it are different things, and I didn't do something about it, and that's a fact I've arranged my life around since. In January, his mate Darren rang me. Darren was one of the five-a-side group, someone I'd met a handful of times over the years at Lee's birthday drinks, and once at a barbecue he'd had years ago. I had his number because Lee had put it in my phone years back, when they were going on a lad's trip to Amsterdam and he'd wanted me to have an emergency contact. I don't think he'd ever rung me before. He rang on a Tuesday evening and said Lee hadn't been to five-a-side in 6 weeks and hadn't been answering messages from the group, and he was ringing me because he didn't know who else to ring, and he wasn't trying to make anything of it. He was sure it was nothing, but he just thought I should know. I drove to Bilston that night, knocked on Lee's door. He answered after a few minutes, and the first thing I noticed was that he looked like he hadn't slept properly in a long time. Not ill exactly. Diminished, like something had been slowly taken out of him over the preceding months. He was surprised to see me, and then he was glad, and we sat in his kitchen, and I made tea, and he told me things were fine, work was fine. He'd just been tired. The kitchen was clean. That's something I noticed. Lee had always been reasonably tidy, but the kitchen had a quality of having been maintained rather than lived in. Nothing out, nothing in progress, no sign of the pasta phase. Just clean surfaces and a kettle and the specific absence of someone's ordinary life. I drove home and I thought about it for a week, and then I rang him and said I thought he should see his GP, and he said he was fine, and I said I knew he thought he was fine, but I still thought he should go, and he went, or said he went. And after that we spoke a bit more regularly through February, and he seemed slightly better, a little more present, though still not quite himself. March he missed 4 Thursdays in a row. I went back to the flat on the last Thursday of March and he didn't answer. Rang his mobile standing on his doorstep and heard it ringing inside. Rang Darren, who hadn't heard from him in weeks, stood on the doorstep for another few minutes and then went home and rang 101 and reported it as a welfare concern and was told someone would follow up. The police went round the following morning. He was in the flat. He was fine, physically. He told them he'd been asleep when I came round. Hadn't heard the door. I rang him that afternoon and he answered. And he was Lee again, completely. Warm and slightly sheepish, and making a joke about me sending the police round. He told me he'd been struggling with his sleep and that he was going to sort it out. He asked about Ryan. He told me he'd made carbonara the previous weekend and it had been, genuinely, a revelation. I laughed. I told him about the garden. We talked for 40 minutes. That was the last proper Thursday call. In April, his landlord rang me. I was Lee's emergency contact on the tenancy. The landlord said Lee had missed a rental payment, which had never happened before in nearly a decade, and had not responded to messages. He asked if I knew anything. I went to the flat that evening with Lee's spare key that I'd had for years and never used. He wasn't there. The flat was empty in a way that felt different from the other times. Not the lived-in emptiness of someone who'd stepped out, but a still, settled emptiness. His phone was on the kitchen counter. His wallet was on the table beside it. His keys were on the hook by the door. I rang 999 that time. What the police found, working through his phone and his laptop over the following weeks, I was told in stages by different people, in the careful language that's designed to protect the recipient and which somehow makes everything worse because the care itself signals the severity of what's being protected from you. Lee had, at some point in the autumn, the investigators believed September or October, which maps onto exactly when the Thursday calls started becoming unreliable, found his way onto a site. A live streaming platform is the phrase that was used to me, which in this context means something specific and terrible that I'll say plainly because I've decided that softening it doesn't serve anyone. The site hosted real-time broadcasts of real people being harmed. The harm was deliberate, organized, paid for by an audience, and the audience discussed what they'd watched in forum threads that the investigators described as extensive. Lee had been watching. That's what the evidence established. Over a period of approximately 6 months, through the autumn and winter, and into the new year, he had been returning to the site. The investigators couldn't tell me, or didn't tell me, how often, or what specifically he'd watched, and I've reached the point of not wanting to know the specifics, even though there's another part of me that can't stop trying to imagine them, which is its own particular kind of damage. What they could tell me, and what I've turned over more times than I can count, was that the site had been designed to do exactly what it did to Lee. This is the part that sits underneath all the other things, the part I can't get past no matter how many times I examine it. The site was not something you stumbled onto by accident and immediately understood. It presented itself in layers. What the investigators described sounded like a funnel. Ordinary looking at the surface, the genuinely disturbing content deeper in, each layer normalizing the next, calibrated by people who understood exactly how to move someone from curiosity to absorption to something that begins to feel like need. Lee was not a predatory person. I want to say that, and I know how it sounds, and I'm saying it anyway, because it's true, and because the truth of it matters to me, even if it doesn't change what he did or what happened to him. He was a man who liked five-a-side and made pasta and rang his sister every Thursday. Whatever the site did to the person who did those things, it did it deliberately, and it did it over time. And by the time any of us had noticed that he was disappearing, there were months of it already inside him that none of us had seen. The investigators believe he was identified, not randomly. The site had systems for this, mechanisms for flagging users who showed particular patterns of engagement, and what those users were subsequently contacted about or offered or exposed to. The investigators were careful not to detail beyond what was necessary for a formal statement. What I understand is that the engagement went beyond watching, that at some point the watching had become something adjacent to participating, in a way that I don't have the language for and don't want to develop the language for, and that whoever was running the site had used that adjacency to do something I'm still not fully clear on, because the investigation is ongoing and my knowledge of it is partial, and I've had to make peace with the partiality. He was found 6 weeks after I reported him missing. I'm not going to say where or in what condition. I'll say he was alive. I'll say that the alive was a complicated thing at first, and then a less complicated thing, and then gradually over the following months, something that I started being simply grateful for rather than relieved about, which took longer than I expected. He doesn't live in the Bilson flat anymore. He's somewhere else now, doing something I don't need to detail. He's getting help. We still speak, though not on Thursdays, which neither of us has mentioned, and which is a specific absence that we've arranged around without discussing. I told you at the start that his trainers are still by my back door, and I want to return to that, not to make a point about grief or healing or any of the things people make points about, but just because it's true, and because the truth of it is the closest I can get to saying what this has actually been like. Every morning I come downstairs and his trainers are there, and I think about the last time he was wearing them, which was in September, which was the month the investigators believe he first found the site, which means the last time he stood in my kitchen in those shoes was also approximately the last time he was fully himself. That could be a coincidence of timing. Probably it isn't. I'm a teaching assistant. I work with young people who are struggling with things they can't always name. And I try to notice when something is wrong and do something about it. And I'm reasonably good at this. It's one of the things I'm told I'm good at. I didn't notice it in my own brother for 6 months. I noticed something, some flatness, some absence, and I named it as tiredness and drift and winter, and I was wrong. And I did the follow-up that a reasonable person would do, and it wasn't enough. And I've had a lot of time to think about whether those are compatible facts, and I've decided they are. Because the alternative is a version of this where I made mistakes that I'm responsible for. And I've examined that version very carefully, and I don't think it's accurate. And I need to not think it's accurate in order to keep getting up in the mornings. The pasta phase. I think about the pasta phase. 2 years of Thursday calls about carbonara and cacio e pepe, and the specific properties of different types of flour, with a level of enthusiasm I found baffling, and which I now understand was just Lee being interested in things, being the kind of person who got genuinely, disproportionately enthusiastic about something he discovered. That quality, that openness to being absorbed by something new. I think that's what the site found in him and used. The same thing that made him good to talk to and warm to be around. They found the opening and they put something in it that wasn't pasta. He's getting help. He's alive. The trainers are by the back door. Some mornings that's enough. Some mornings it isn't. I keep going either way, because that's what you do. That's the only option available. And somewhere in the Tuesday and Wednesday and Friday mornings that aren't Thursday, I keep building back toward the person I was before September, who didn't know what I know now and who would, if I'm being honest, be better off staying not knowing. But you don't get to choose what you know. You only get to choose what you do with it. I'm still working that part out. I kept the old laptop because it felt rude to chuck it in the skip the same day I got it. That's the honest reason. Not curiosity, not nostalgia. Just a small, misplaced guilt at holding a stranger's life in my hands for a moment and deciding it wasn't worth the space. I'd picked it up from a house clearance on a quiet street near Reading. The man running the sale told me it had been left under a bed with a tangle of charging leads. The battery didn't hold, the casing was scuffed, and the keyboard had that shiny patch in the center that tells you someone lived on it. I paid less than I would for a takeaway, took it home, and left it on a shelf where I keep the cables that don't fit anything I own. Weeks passed. I worked. I went for a run on the towpath. I saw the same faces at the corner shop. I cooked the same meals. The laptop sat where I'd put it, collecting a thin film of dust that never looks like dust until you move the thing and see the clean rectangle underneath. One wet Saturday, with rain ticking the window and nothing good on, I plugged it in. The boot took forever. The fan sounded like a small Hoover, and the desktop appeared with that familiar spread of icons drifted across the screen, like birds settled on a wire. It wasn't locked. whoever had owned it hadn't expected anyone else to bother. There were the usual detritus, photos of people I didn't know at places I hadn't been, half-finished spreadsheets, a PDF of an instruction manual for a bread maker. There was a folder with one of those generic names, only numbers, last opened months before. Inside it were plain text files, no fancy titles, just lists with jumbled letters and dots. I clicked one. It was a set of addresses I didn't recognize. The file names didn't say anything helpful. Another text file had a handful of notes in clipped phrases, each one referencing those addresses. I recognized the general shape, though I'd never done more than read about it on the normal web. It was clear enough what they were meant for. Hidden places, not indexed by search engines, accessed by people who preferred a door that didn't open onto the street. I should have closed it there. I've read the stories like everyone else. I've heard the warnings. I'm not an expert and never wanted to be. I tell you this so you understand that when I scrolled through those lists and found a label that simply said cameras, it wasn't bravado. It was the same impulse that makes you prod a bruise to see if it still hurts. I didn't install anything clever. I didn't buy anything. I just used what was already there because whoever had owned the laptop had already done the work. A window opened, black background, thin columns, a set of small rectangles arranged like a contact sheet. Most were dark. Some showed lifeless rooms, as if waiting for actors who had never turned up. I clicked one at random. A kitchen appeared, a narrow room with a cheap blind pulled down halfway, a saucepan left to dry, a notice board with dull pins pressed in a crooked line. It could have been anywhere. I clicked another. A stairwell, no movement, just the faint ripple of compression artifacts when the light shifted. Boredom started to edge out the guilt. Then I clicked a feed that looked like it had been framed by someone who knew what they were doing. A bedroom this time. A man lay on top of the covers, trousers still on, shoes kicked off to one side. The camera seemed to be set high, near the ceiling, angled slightly down. There was a small lag between frames, a jerkiness that made the whole scene feel like a body in shallow water. The man's chest rose and fell. Nothing happened. After a while, my eyes went to the little elements. The folded clothes on a chair, the cheap clock on the bedside table, the pile of posts near the door. Normality layered up until it felt heavy. I clicked away before I could start inventing reasons for the existence of the feed. I told myself it could be a security setup someone hadn't protected properly. I told myself people put all sorts of things online without understanding the risks. I told myself the old owners had bookmarked it out of curiosity too. I closed the window and put the kettle on and thought about making something comforting, and that should have been the end. It wasn't. The next evening, after work, I opened the same folder and clicked again. The grid came back, rearranged slightly, as if someone had nudged it while my back was turned. I went looking for the bedroom. It wasn't there. I found a hallway instead, a skinny corridor with a runner rug and a bent umbrella in a stand. I only looked because I thought I recognized the pattern on the rug, a standard repeating shape you can buy anywhere. I leaned in, squinted a bit, and caught sight of a framed print further down the hall. A seaside scene, chalk cliffs and a small boat. It wasn't the same as mine, but it felt similar enough that my stomach gave that small, pointless twist of recognition. The angle was from one corner of the ceiling again. A steady eye, patient, never blinking. Nothing moved. I slept badly. Rain again. Wind testing the old sash window. The kind of night where you wake because the house creaks like a half-set cake. In the morning, nothing felt different, and I told myself I had imagined the unease. At lunch, while stirring something in a pan, I glanced at my own hallway. I'd always hated the bulb there. It flickered sometimes and needed a firm touch. The runner rug, however, had always been reliable. As I looked, I noticed that it sat a fraction further from the skirting than usual. Not a gap you'd measure, just a change from memory. I couldn't decide if I was inventing that too. I pushed it back with my foot and went back to eating. And that small domestic act felt like a reassurance. The third night, I didn't go looking for the grid. I watched something trivial, answered a message from a friend, read an article about a long case that had finally gone to court. I went to bed early and slept late. When I woke, a thin envelope had been pushed through my letterbox. It had no return address. The paper had that smooth, expensive finish used by people who don't want their fingerprint to hang on. Inside, there was a single sheet. No letterhead, no greeting. Just a short line of instruction, printed from a computer, stating the room where I should place a camera and the corner it should face. I won't write the exact words. I can still see them in my mind, and I think spelling them out would give them weight again. There was also a small plastic packet with a camera no bigger than a shirt button, adhesive on the back, a cable coiled neat as a snake in cold weather. It wasn't the best you can buy, but it didn't need to be. People talk about the moment something in your life scrapes over a concealed edge. They make it sound like a dramatic cut. In my experience, it's quieter. You stand in your hallway in a dressing gown with sleep crust in your eyes and a cheap envelope in your hand, and your mind begins the slow work of two opposing tasks at once, fighting to explain it away and cataloguing the details you will later recall to prove to yourself it was real. I walked into the living room, put the packet on the table, and made tea. The kettle wobbled slightly on its base because I'd never bothered to straighten the counter. My hands didn't shake. I drank the tea, then put the camera in my desk drawer and went out. I took a long route into town along the river, passing dog walkers and joggers and people pushing prams. I watched them move and tried to feel connected to the ordinary momentum of things. In a charity shop, I bought a lamp for the corner of my hall that had always been dim. At a small independent cafe, I paid for a coffee and drank it too hot, burning the tip of my tongue. I felt normal. It lasted just long enough to let me believe I'd done something sensible by stepping outside. When I got back, the envelope I'd left on the table had gone. The camera was still in the drawer. The note had been lifted out and taken. I checked the floor around the table, under the sofa, between the pages of a magazine. Nothing. I walked into the hall. The new lamp sat where I'd left it. The runner rug had shifted again. I didn't call anyone. I had the classic reasons not to. Embarrassment at being tricked by something that might still be a prank. Uncertainty that I could explain the full picture without sounding like I'd created it for myself. The small but not insignificant worry that I had been careless somehow, and this was the correction. I spent the evening in the living room with the TV on, volume a notch higher than usual, watching a program about renovation disasters. When I finally looked at my desk, the drawer was slightly open. The camera was gone. I didn't sleep in the bedroom that night. I lay on the sofa with a blanket and kept the lamp on. Every hour or so, I got up and stood in the hall, listening to the quiet of the building. Old pipes hum in particular ways when someone runs water, even if you don't know who. I heard the small shifts of the fabric of the place and grew fond of them because they weren't footsteps. At some dark half hour, I caught sight of movement on the edges of my vision, not inside the flat, but on the street outside the frosted glass of the door. A shadow passing left to right, another going the other way, slow enough to be purposeful, quick enough to finish before I could pin it to a person. The rational explanation is what I clung to. Foxes, neighbors, the beam of a passing car. I held that like a coin in my fist. Morning came with that tired grayness that makes even clean rooms look dirty. I opened my laptop, not the old one, and started typing an email I had no intention of sending. I described, in plain terms, the sequence of events, giving myself a record that proved I had noticed something wrong. Then I opened the old laptop again. The list of addresses was where I'd left it. One of the text files at the bottom had a new timestamp. I clicked it. There was a line, short, the kind of thing someone would write if they wanted to make a point without saying much. It referenced my hallway. It referenced the lamp I'd bought. It included a time that was close enough to make me swallow hard and sit back in my chair. I clicked the grid. The rectangles pulsed into life. Some remained black. Others showed rooms that could have been anywhere. In the top corner, a feed opened automatically. I saw my hallway, the frame wide enough to include the front door and the runner rug and the new lamp, which was switched on even though it was daylight, because I hadn't got round to plugging it into the switch socket. The camera angle was from high near the ceiling, very similar to the others I had seen, which meant it had been placed to match a house style. The quality was just good enough to remove doubt. Every scuff on the skirting board looked familiar. My shoes sat in a heap, one on its side. The tiny scrape on the door frame where a delivery once took a chip out of the paint showed as a bright slash of lighter wood. I watched myself enter the frame in a recording from earlier that morning. I wore the same clothes I had on. The timestamp in the corner of the feed was in a format I recognized, roughly accurate to real time. I saw myself pause, tilt my head, look down at the rug, then turn out of shot. Nothing else happened. The feed cut to live. Empty hall. A strip of daylight at the base of the door. I shut the laptop and unplugged it without bothering to close anything down. The room felt too small. The window felt too open. I thought about ripping the place apart until I found the camera. But I knew there wasn't one. Not the one I'd had anyway. That had been a test. A measure of compliance or defiance I couldn't tell. Whoever had planned this had planned for both. I took my phone and keys and left for a drive with no destination. I put the radio on and let voices I didn't care about fill the car while I circled the ring road and then cut out into a string of villages where nothing had changed for years. The sort of places where you can park by a green and listen to the wind knocking the last leaves off a line of trees. I came home when I thought enough time had passed to make me feel like I had regained the initiative. The flat smelled faintly of the candle I'd lit the night before. The hallway looked just as it should. I stood with my back against the door and told myself, again, simple things. There had been an intrusion. It had happened without noise or obvious signs. It had been done by someone who didn't need to break anything to get what they wanted. I made a decision I believed was sensible. I packed a small bag and left. I didn't tell the neighbor I was going. I didn't tell anyone, in case later I wanted to pretend none of this had occurred. I booked a room at a cheap hotel near the motorway, the kind of anonymous place only ever halfway clean, and I took the stairs because small lifts make me imagine what I would do if they stopped. That night I didn't sleep well, but I slept. I woke to sunlight finding its way past heavy curtains and a breakfast tray outside the door that I hadn't ordered. There was a folded note on top of it. My name, written in an ordinary pen, with the kind of handwriting you'd never remember. Inside, there was a short line about the dark web and how people often have the wrong idea about who sets the terms. Then there was a link, not the kind you can click. It was the sort of address someone who already knew where to go would recognize. I didn't have my old laptop with me. I left the tray where it was and went for a walk around the vast car park, avoiding looking at the surveillance system on the hotel walls because I would only start imagining how many people ever check those recordings unless they're asked to. By this point, you might think the sensible thing would have been to walk into a police station. I can list the reasons I didn't as a way of confessing more than just fear. I had no direct threat I could point to, only a series of events that would sound like a man working himself into a state. I had a laptop that didn't belong to me, filled with content I had no right to access. I had an envelope with a note I no longer possessed. I had a recording of my own hallway that I could no longer show because I had unplugged the laptop and left it face down on my desk. When people say they didn't act because they thought it would make things worse, they often sound cowardly. I was cowardly. I also believed, perhaps wrongly, that whoever had been inside my flat would only want me to call and would plan for it. The next day, I went home, because life doesn't pause for the things you can't describe neatly. On the way, I stopped at a hardware shop and bought a handful of small items that add up to the appearance of control. New locks, wedges for the windows, tape I could use to mark the position of objects. I fitted the new lock myself with the instruction leaflet propped nearby. The process took longer than it should. The bolt sat stiff. The door didn't close cleanly unless I lifted it a fraction with my foot. None of it made me feel safer. It made me feel like I was re-entering a room where someone had been waiting behind a curtain the whole time, watching me rearrange furniture as if it mattered. I moved through the flat and did the forensic thing everyone does badly. I checked edges, hinges, undersides. I opened the back of pictures and found nothing. I ran my hand under the radiator and felt only dust and a lost bottle cap. In the bedroom, I stood in the center and tried to imagine where I would hide something, if my only instruction had been to keep it looking exactly as it had been. Because people notice big changes and rarely notice small ones. There are places in all homes that the eye glances off. The top of door frames, the space under the lip of furniture, the corner where ceiling meets wall near a light fitting. I stood on a chair and looked at each. I found nothing. I didn't go back to the old laptop. It sat where I'd left it, a blunt shape that had the presence of an animal at rest. I worked, cooked, slept with the bedroom door shut for the first time in years. Days passed without incident. I stopped expecting to see my hallway appear on a screen. I went out with friends and kept my phone face down. I opened the post carefully and made small piles that I then forgot to deal with. Life returned, at least on the surface, to something like normality. The second envelope arrived on a day I had forgotten the first. It was thicker. Inside were still images printed on decent paper, each one a freeze frame from the camera I had never found. The angle was the same. The timing spread over mornings and evenings, all mundane, all devoid of drama. In one, I lean down to tie my shoelace. In another, I carry in a bag of shopping with too many tins. In another, I hold the door open with my foot for longer than needed because I've misjudged the weight of something in my hand. The final image in the stack was of me standing in the hallway, looking up, eyes aimed at the top corner where the wall meets the ceiling. The caption, printed underneath, gave a new link. It mentioned a time, later that same day, for a live event. I could describe the thoughts that collided then. Anger at being played with. Shame at being watched looking so ordinary. A grim small part of me that wanted to see the thing through because curiosity and fear share a border. I waited. I did nothing that would look like preparation if anyone cared to judge me later. At the given time, I opened the old laptop and typed the address as it had been written. The familiar black window opened, the list of rectangles and the pulsing dim frames. The top left tile expanded of its own accord. My hallway appeared, live, with a thin strip of daylight at the base of the door like an artery under skin. A number in a corner counted up to indicate viewers. It rose and then leveled. It never reached anything impressive. I suppose I should be grateful for that. For a long minute, nothing happened. Then the letterbox lifted, casual as a hand testing bathwater. Something slid through. It wasn't an envelope this time or a note. It was a key. My chest went tight because I had changed the locks and I had the only copies. The key lay on the doormat, shiny with fresh edges. I didn't move. The laptop on the table made a fan noise, like breath getting faster. The letterbox lifted again, and another item slipped in. A small roll of tape. Then another. A packet of cable ties. Then a narrow strip of black cloth rolled tight. They landed in untidy order. A hand tapped the letterbox from outside, not knocking, just testing the flex, and withdrew. I don't know how long I sat without moving. Long enough for my legs to complain when I stood. On the screen, nothing shifted. I felt in that moment the exact weight of choice, because there are times when your actions may invite one outcome or another, and you are painfully aware that you are being asked to pick. I chose the simplest thing because I was frightened. I pulled the plug on the old laptop, shut it, and put it back on the shelf where I'd first left it. I left the items on the hall floor. I went into the kitchen and did something I could control. I washed up. I wiped the worktop and hung the towel up neatly and stood facing the sink until I could breathe without hearing my pulse. In the early hours, at the time when sleep weakens enough to let in small noises, I heard a faint scrape at the door. Not the letterbox this time. Then the dull push of weight against wood. Then silence. I lay on my side and counted my breaths until dawn, as if by making it to a certain number I could cross into a place where decisions were easier. The morning light came mean and flat. When I opened the bedroom door, the hall looked exactly the same except for the small stack I'd left untouched. The key lay at the top with the clean confidence of a threat. I moved out that afternoon. I packed badly, left items I liked because I couldn't bear to turn my back on the door long enough to find them, and drove to a storage unit on the edge of town, where the people at the desk are cheerful in a way that makes you want to cry. I rented a unit and dragged in boxes until I could close the shutter and lock it with a padlock that felt sturdy in the hand. I booked another cheap hotel, not the same one, and sat on the bed and stared at the fake art on the wall until my vision went soft. I didn't go back. I arranged for an estate agent to collect the keys and meet prospective tenants. I told myself I had no duty to warn anyone because I had no proof to pass on. I told myself that if I was honest about the door and the lock and the standard of the fittings, I was doing the job I had to do. I moved into a different flat across town, a newer building with a buzzer that buzzed and lights that came on when you walked past. I sat on the floor the first night and listened to the hum of the fridge like it was a friendly voice. I didn't buy a runner rug for the hallway. I picked lamps that came with fixed shades. I lasted a week before I looked again. I'm ashamed to admit that it wasn't even a week of clean abstinence. I thought about it every evening. I imagined the grid of small rectangles and the live counter in the corner and the thin strip of daylight at the base of the door. I wondered if someone else had taken my place. I wondered if not looking was a kind of cruelty, because it meant refusing to witness what might be happening to another person without their consent. On a quiet night, I gave in. I opened the old laptop where I'd tucked it into the back of a cupboard. It took its time waking, like an animal pulled from hibernation. The folder opened to the same set of text files. One had a new timestamp again, and another line, simple as ever, that referenced my new road by name. The grid appeared, a different arrangement this time, a reshuffle that told me rooms are added and removed in a pattern I didn't want to understand. The top left tile opened. I saw a hallway I didn't recognize. Not mine, not the old flat. A different door, a different configuration, a different cheap print on the wall. There was nothing remarkable about it until a man entered the frame, holding a small roll of tape and a strip of black cloth, and bent to place them on the doormat with careful fingers. He looked straight up at the camera. I thought for a second that I knew him, and then I realized I was forcing a connection, because what mattered was the posture, not the face. He had the confidence of someone acting out a set of instructions they had learned by heart. I clicked around the grid, searching for any hint of my own new hallway. I didn't find it. I found a bathroom with a towel folded too neatly to be honest. I found a living room with a TV casting a faint blue light into an empty space. I found a garage with a bike hanging from a hook and a dark stain on the floor that could have been oil or anything else that stains concrete. Then I clicked on a feed that made my throat go tight, in a way I hadn't felt since I was a child and had fallen in a swimming pool. It was a bedroom. The angle was from high near the ceiling, the bed tidy, the duvet smooth. On the bedside table was a book I owned, the same edition with the same small tear near the spine from where I'd packed it badly. The only difference was the lamp. Mine had a different shade. Everything else matched with the kind of casual accuracy that made denial impossible. I closed the laptop and slid it into a bin bag with other things I didn't want to see anymore. I carried it to my car and drove to the tip on the edge of town, where men in fluorescent jackets point you towards the right skips with a wave that never looks bored. I dropped the bag into the container labeled small electricals and listened for the clatter of it landing against other people's discarded machines. It made a duller sound than I expected. I stood for a moment and looked at the mound of anonymous plastic and metal and thought about how many lives hide in such piles, silent until someone knows where to look. Back home, I did the small practical things a person can do. I taped paper over the corners of every room where ceiling met wall. I boxed up the books I had enjoyed and placed them in a cupboard and put different ones out as decoys, as if those invisible eyes cared about what I read. I set the alarm on my phone for odd intervals at night and got up to walk from room to room, putting my hand to the coolness of the glass, listening to the stairwell for the weight of a footfall that didn't belong to me. Nothing happened. Days ran into each other. I pushed the knowledge to the edges, a trick people learn for much heavier secrets than mine. Then, one evening, I opened my front door to an envelope on the mat, thicker than the last. I picked it up and carried it to the kitchen without opening it. My stomach felt leaden. I placed it on the table with care and made tea as if the ritual would armor me. When I finally slit it open with the back of a knife, a set of photographs slid out. A new hallway, not mine. The same style of shots, the same dull fluorescent wash of light. Each one ordered carefully in a sequence that built to a picture of a door opening from the inside. A hand holding the knob without showing the person attached to it. The last image was a still of a living room I recognized from the grid. The caption was a time set for later that night, and a single word, live. I didn't watch. I couldn't. I sat at my table with my phone in my hand and thought about calling a number that would result in me speaking to someone whose job is to take statements. I tried to frame my story in a way that would make sense to a person whose day had already been full. I couldn't find the right order for the pieces. I was ashamed of that too, that I could be so controlled by the fear of sounding ridiculous. When the time on the note passed, I noticed the quiet in a way that made the hum of the fridge sound intrusive. There are nights where the street outside seems to hold its breath, a pause that feels like the city turning its face away. I waited. I slept in the chair. I woke with a stiff neck and a mouth like old coins. The envelope still lay open on the table. I slid the photographs back inside and put them in a drawer. I have made small changes since then. I keep my living space simpler than I used to. I don't buy the kind of art that looks good on a camera. I don't save empty boxes for the day they might be useful. I carry cash more often than I used to and pay in coins at places that still accept them. Not because I think it will protect me from anything, but because the feel of metal in the hand is a small, honest pleasure you can't replicate with a card. I don't go looking for the grid. I don't pretend it has gone away. I hold both truths. Sometimes I stand with my back to the door, eyes on the top corners of the room, and talk silently to the part of myself that went looking in the first place. It doesn't answer. It never needed to. It only ever wanted to look. On some evenings, walking home along streets where yellow light pools in windows and families eat in rooms that look briefly theatrical from the pavement, I think about the person who owned that laptop before me. I imagine them sitting at a similar table, making the same choices, feeling the same small weight of decision that drags on the muscle behind the breastbone. I wonder if the lists on their machine were a resource they curated, a burden they couldn't shake, or a set of instructions handed to them like a tool. I don't dwell on it. I keep moving. I arrive at my building, press the buzzer, listen to the faint answer, and walk up the stairs with my keys ready. At my door, there is usually nothing lying in wait. Some evenings, there is a takeaway menu in a brochure that has never been, isn't, and won't be my style. A thickness that hides nothing but a discount voucher for a place that will close next year when the rent rises. Some evenings, there is a parcel for someone on the wrong floor, and I do the courteous thing and take it up. I have almost convinced myself that the envelope was a blip, an anomaly, a notch in the wood where a careless mover once banged a box against the frame and time smoothed the edge. Then, last week, I came home and saw a thin strip of light at the base of the door that wasn't mine. It should have been darkness because I always switch off the hall light when I leave. I can hear my own steps in the stairwell and don't need to see them. The strip glowed faint and unwavering. It could have been a fault. It could have been the cheap timer switching on early. It could have been anything simple. I opened the door and stood on the threshold for a moment. The hall lamp was on. The runner rug I hadn't bought was missing because I had never bought it. The skirting board scuff was in the wrong place because this was not the same flat, not the same house. The change that mattered was smaller. The ceiling in the top corner had a tiny dimple, the kind you get when filler shrinks back a fraction after someone makes a hole and covers it too quickly. I stepped inside. I put down my keys. I didn't close the door fully. The small sounds of the building folded around me. The lights hummed. The fridge clicked. The city exhaled through the open window in the bedroom. I looked up at the corner, at the dimple no one else would notice, and I felt that quiet shift again. The concealed edge scraped, the floorboard taking weight. I stood under it for a time that would be hard to measure honestly. I was calm. I was matter of fact. I was also, in a very ordinary way, afraid. I haven't checked any grid since. I haven't searched for addresses. I haven't opened laptops that don't belong to me or typed in links printed on thick paper. I still walk along the river. I still buy coffee that burns my tongue. because I never learn. I still go to the corner shop where the same faces nod with the same small politeness that makes English life bearable when you're trying to be invisible. I make dinner and eat it in silence, and sometimes listen to the washing machine hum, while I think about how many ordinary moments make up a life. When I switch off the lights at night, I always start with the hall. I stand in the doorway and look at the line where the ceiling meets the wall. The dimple is still there. It will fade over time, the way small marks do. I tell myself that if I was being watched, there would be signs more obvious than plaster that didn't settle quite right. I tell myself that it's just bad filling by a landlord in a hurry. I tell myself that the dark web thrives on people like me who go looking and then pretend not to see once they've found. All three things might be true. I've learned that truth stacks easily when you're tired. I sleep with the bedroom door open again now, because doors don't stop anything unless a person is the thing being stopped and chooses to stand behind one and hold it shut. I leave a glass of water on the bedside table and a book with its spine up. I keep my phone face down. When I wake at that thin hour before dawn and the building creaks in a way I still love, I look at the corner and see nothing move. I listen to the street outside. I breathe. I wait for the light. I get up and make tea. And that first sip is the same as it's always been, as close to peace as most of us get. I told you I wasn't proud of any of this. I told you it started small. I haven't told you the worst part because it isn't dramatic. It's as ordinary as the people who watch weather forecasts and tidy bedrooms and tape cables along a skirting board. It's the knowledge that somewhere, on a grid I will never open again, there is a small rectangle of my hallway that looks like every other hallway in the country. And sometimes, at degree times I no longer know, it pulses from black to live. It probably doesn't have a huge audience. It probably doesn't draw much attention at all. That's fine by me. I'm done with being seen. I go about my days and nights with my keys ready and my eyes on the corners, and I let the rest of the world get on with its business behind doors I no longer trust. There's a moment when you realize that boredom can be more dangerous than any addiction. It creeps up slowly, day after day, of the same routine, until suddenly you're willing to do almost anything just to feel something different. That's how I ended up in a situation that still keeps me awake at night, checking the locks on my door and wondering if those footsteps in the hallway outside are just my imagination. I was in my second year at Leeds, studying media communications. One of those degrees that sounds impressive but basically prepares you for nothing except disappointment. Living in a grotty flat in Headingley that I could barely afford on my student loan. Spending most evenings alone because my flatmates had either dropped out or transferred to proper universities where they actually learned useful skills. The flat was everything you'd expect from student accommodation that charged £300 a month. Damp patches on the ceiling, heating that worked when it felt like it, and walls so thin you could hear the neighbours arguing about whose turn it was to buy toilet roll. My room was just large enough for a single bed, a desk that wobbled if you looked at it wrong, and a wardrobe that smelled permanently of mildew. Most nights followed the same pattern. Lectures during the day where lecturers who'd never worked in media told us about industries they'd only read about in textbooks. Then back to the flat for microwave meals and whatever passed for entertainment on my ancient laptop. I'd scroll through social media, watch YouTube videos, occasionally attempt to do coursework that felt increasingly pointless with each passing week. That's how I discovered the forums. Not deliberately. I was researching something for an essay about digital communities when I stumbled across discussions that went deeper than anything I'd seen on mainstream platforms. People talking about privacy, digital freedom, the parts of the internet that existed beyond corporate oversight. It seemed more real than anything I was learning in lectures, more honest than the sanitized world of Facebook and Instagram. The transition to exploring these hidden communities happened gradually. Someone would mention a forum that required special access, or reference a discussion happening on platforms I'd never heard of. Gradually, I learned about tools that could hide your digital footprint, networks that existed parallel to the regular internet but invisible to casual users. It wasn't difficult to access once you knew where to look. There were guides, communities dedicated to helping newcomers navigate safely. Within a few weeks, I had access to a whole parallel internet that felt more authentic than anything I'd encountered in my media studies courses. Most of it was surprisingly mundane. Political discussions that would be censored elsewhere, marketplaces for things that existed in legal grey areas, communities of people who simply preferred to communicate without corporate surveillance. It felt like discovering a hidden city that existed alongside the one everyone else knew about. The first few months, I just observed, reading forums about digital rights, privacy advocacy, discussions of philosophy and politics that went deeper than anything happening in university seminars. There was something addictive about being part of these communities, people who seemed more intelligent, more informed, more aware of how the world actually worked than anyone I knew in real life. I started contributing to discussions, sharing thoughts about media manipulation and corporate control of information. My posts were well received, and gradually I began to build a reputation within certain communities. People started recognizing my username, inviting me to private forums with more exclusive content. That's where I first heard about live streaming communities. Not the obvious stuff, gaming streams and social media influencers, but underground networks that broadcast content you couldn't find anywhere else. Documentary footage from conflict zones, investigative reports that mainstream media wouldn't touch, real journalism that existed outside corporate control. The concept appealed to me immediately. As someone studying media, the idea of accessing unfiltered content, seeing events as they actually happened rather than how they were packaged for mass consumption, felt like the logical extension of everything I was learning about information control and narrative manipulation. The invitation came through a private message from someone I'd been discussing media theory with for several weeks. They'd noticed my interest in authentic journalism and wondered if I'd like to observe some live investigative work. A research collective, they called it, documenting social experiments and human behavior studies that universities wouldn't approve, but which provided genuine insights into psychology and social dynamics. They included access details for a private streaming platform and a scheduled time, that Thursday at 10:30. No explanation of what specific research I'd be observing, just an invitation to witness something most people would never see. The academic framing made it feel legitimate, important, like I was being offered access to cutting-edge research that would enhance my understanding of media and human behavior. The streaming platform was simple but professional looking. Clean interface, high-quality video feeds, chat functionality that allowed viewers to discuss what they were observing. When I connected at the appointed time, there were already about 15 people online, and they welcomed me warmly. The conversation was exactly what I'd expected from an academic community. People discussed research methodologies, shared insights about psychological principles, debated the ethics of observational studies. Someone mentioned they were pursuing a PhD in social psychology at Durham. Another person talked about their work in documentary filmmaking. They seemed like exactly the kind of intelligent, engaged people I'd been hoping to find in university, but never had. The research subject that night was social isolation and peer pressure. We were observing how an individual responded to being placed in an unfamiliar environment with limited social contact, measuring their psychological adaptation and decision-making under stress. The academic discussion was fascinating. People analyzed body language, predicted behavioral responses, shared relevant research from established psychology journals. The observation space was a small, clinical-looking room with white walls and professional lighting. A single chair faced multiple cameras, and monitoring equipment lined one wall. It looked exactly like the kind of setup you'd expect from a legitimate research facility, clean and organized, and obviously expensive. The subject was a young man, probably around my age, who'd volunteered for what he believed was a standard psychology experiment. The researchers explained through the chat that he'd been told he was participating in a study about decision-making under stress, which was technically accurate, but didn't reveal the full scope of what was being measured. What followed was subtle psychological manipulation presented as scientific methodology. The subject was asked to make increasingly difficult choices, each decision designed to measure his responses to social pressure and isolation. The academic observers discussed his reactions with clinical detachment, noting signs of stress and predicting how his behavior would change as the experiment progressed. I found myself genuinely engaged with the research. This was the kind of real-world psychology that my university courses only touched on theoretically. Here was an actual experiment, measuring genuine human responses in controlled conditions. The academic discussion was more sophisticated than anything happening in my lectures, and I felt privileged to be observing cutting-edge research as it happened. Over the following weeks, I became a regular participant in these observation sessions. Different subjects, different experimental scenarios, but always the same rigorous academic approach. The research collective was studying various aspects of human psychology: social conformity, authority compliance, stress responses, decision-making under pressure. Each session provided new insights that enhanced my understanding of media manipulation and audience psychology. The other observers were consistently impressive. Postgraduate students, academic researchers, documentary filmmakers interested in authentic human behavior. They shared reading recommendations, discussed theoretical frameworks, debated ethical considerations with the kind of intellectual sophistication I'd been hoping to find in university. These felt like the real education I'd been looking for. My contributions to the discussions were increasingly valued by the group. They seemed impressed by my insights into media theory and audience psychology, often asking for my perspective on how different experimental scenarios might be perceived by mainstream audiences. Gradually, I began to feel like a genuine member of the research community rather than just an observer. That's when they started suggesting I might be interested in contributing more directly to the research. The suggestion came casually, almost as an afterthought, during a particularly engaging discussion about experimental methodology. Someone mentioned that having perspectives from different academic backgrounds would enhance the research, and several people agreed that my media studies knowledge would provide valuable insights into audience psychology and narrative construction. The research coordinator, the person who'd originally invited me, explained that they were always looking for participants who understood the academic value of the work. Someone with my background could contribute both as an observer and as a subject, providing comparative data about how media-literate individuals responded to the same experimental conditions they'd been testing on less educated volunteers. I felt flattered. These people, whose intelligence and academic credentials I respected, were telling me I had something valuable to offer. They weren't just inviting me to observe research, they were asking me to become part of it, to contribute to studies that could advance understanding of human psychology and media manipulation. The logistics were straightforward. They operated several research facilities around the country, including one in Manchester that would be convenient for me to reach from Leeds. Sessions typically lasted a few hours, and participants were compensated for their time. More importantly, I would be contributing to research that had genuine academic value, work that might eventually be published in respected journals. I agreed without hesitation. The opportunity to be part of legitimate psychological research, especially research that aligned with my academic interests, was exactly the kind of experience that would distinguish my degree from the theoretical nonsense most of my classmates were learning. The arrangements were handled through encrypted messaging, which seemed appropriate for sensitive research that hadn't yet been published. They provided an address in Manchester's city centre and a time, the following Saturday at 2 in the afternoon. I was told to bring identification and any questions I might have about the research methodology. The building was exactly what I'd expected from a legitimate research facility. Modern office block in Manchester's business district, professional signage, security desk in the lobby. I gave my name to the receptionist, who confirmed my appointment and directed me to the 7th floor. The research coordinator met me at the lift, an academic-looking woman in her 40s who introduced herself as Dr. Sarah Mitchell. She seemed exactly right for the role, speaking with the kind of measured authority I associated with university lecturers, but with more genuine warmth than most of my actual professors managed. The facility itself was impressive. Clean corridors lined with office doors bearing academic titles, research laboratories with expensive-looking equipment, meeting rooms where serious-looking people discussed what appeared to be legitimate academic work. Everything reinforced the impression that this was real research being conducted by qualified professionals. Dr. Mitchell explained the day's experimental protocol as we walked towards the observation room. They were testing responses to social isolation, combined with peer pressure, measuring how quickly intelligent individuals adapted their behavior when placed in unfamiliar social situations. My media studies background made me an ideal subject, she explained, because I would be more aware than most people of the techniques being used, allowing them to measure the effectiveness of these methods on educated, media-literate participants. The observation room was larger than it had appeared through the streaming platform. The same clinical white walls and professional lighting, but seeing it in person made the setup seem even more legitimate. This was clearly expensive equipment, operated by people who knew what they were doing. Other members of the research team were present, people I recognized from the streaming sessions, though seeing them in person made them seem more human, more relatable. They greeted me warmly, expressing genuine excitement about my participation in the research. Someone mentioned that my insights during previous observation sessions had been particularly valuable, and they were looking forward to seeing how I responded as a subject rather than an observer. The initial part of the experiment was exactly what I'd expected. Basic questionnaires about my background and psychological profile, measurements of baseline stress indicators, explanations of the monitoring equipment that would track my responses throughout the session. Everything was conducted with the kind of professional methodology I associated with legitimate academic research. Then they explained the specific experimental scenario. I would be placed in the observation chair and asked to make a series of decisions while being monitored by the research team. The decisions would start simple but gradually become more complex. measuring how my responses changed as social pressure increased. The other team members would observe through a live stream, documenting my reactions and discussing my behavior in real time. The academic framing made everything seem reasonable, even beneficial. This was research that could advance understanding of media manipulation and audience psychology. My participation would contribute to studies that might eventually help people recognize and resist propaganda techniques. The work had genuine social value, and I was privileged to be part of it. I took my place in the observation chair, facing the cameras that would broadcast my responses to the research team. The lighting was professional but not uncomfortable, and the monitoring equipment was less intrusive than I'd expected. Dr. Mitchell explained that the session would last approximately 2 hours, during which I would be asked to respond to various scenarios while my psychological and physiological responses were measured. The first scenarios were straightforward, simple decision-making exercises designed to establish baseline measurements. I was asked to choose between different options, while the research team observed my thought processes. The discussions I could hear through speakers in the room were exactly what I'd participated in during previous sessions. Academic analysis of body language, stress indicators, decision-making patterns. But gradually, the scenarios became more personal. Instead of abstract choices, I was asked to discuss my own life, my fears, my ambitions. The research team's observations became more focused on my individual psychology rather than general human behavior. Their academic discussions started including specific details about my background that I hadn't provided during the initial questionnaires. That's when I began to realize something was wrong. The information they were discussing, details about my university course, my financial situation, my family background, hadn't come from anything I told them during the session. They knew about my student debt, my poor relationship with my parents, my lack of close friendships at university, information that could only have come from extensive research into my personal life. Dr. Mitchell noticed my growing discomfort and explained that background research was standard procedure for this type of psychological study. They needed to understand participants' motivational frameworks to properly analyze their responses. The information had been gathered through standard academic channels, student records, social media analysis, public databases. Nothing invasive, just the kind of background research that any legitimate study would require. But the academic observers' discussions were becoming less clinical and more personal. They talked about my loneliness, my desperation for intellectual connection, my willingness to do almost anything to feel part of a community that valued my contributions. Their analysis was accurate but felt invasive, like they were dissecting my personality for entertainment rather than scientific understanding. The scenarios they presented became increasingly uncomfortable. Instead of simple decision-making exercises, I was asked to discuss my deepest insecurities, my most embarrassing experiences, my greatest fears. The research team's observations became correspondingly more intimate, analyzing not just my responses, but my motivations, my psychological vulnerabilities, my desperate need for validation. When I expressed discomfort with the direction the session was taking, Dr. Mitchell assured me that this was normal. Psychological research often required participants to confront uncomfortable truths about themselves. The temporary discomfort I was experiencing was necessary for the research to have genuine value. Backing out now would invalidate hours of preparation and waste the opportunity to contribute to important academic work. The pressure was subtle but persistent. They reminded me of how enthusiastic I'd been about participating, how much I'd valued being part of the research community, how disappointed they would be if I couldn't follow through on my commitment. The academic framing made my reluctance seem immature, unintellectual, as if I was prioritizing my personal comfort over scientific advancement. But the observers' discussions were becoming less about research and more about entertainment. They talked about my responses as if I was performing for their amusement, rather than contributing to academic study. Their analysis of my psychology became increasingly invasive, dissecting my personality with the kind of casual cruelty that had nothing to do with scientific methodology. That's when I realized that the academic observers weren't researchers or graduate students. They were paying customers, anonymous viewers who enjoyed watching real psychological manipulation presented as legitimate research. The sophisticated discussions, the academic credentials, the professional facility, all of it was elaborate theatre designed to make victims complicit in their own exploitation. I tried to leave, but Dr. Mitchell explained that the session wasn't complete. They'd invested significant resources in this research, and my participation was crucial for the data to have statistical validity. Leaving now would waste months of preparation and invalidate everything they'd learned. More importantly, I'd signed consent forms agreeing to participate in the full experimental protocol. The consent forms I'd signed so casually were more comprehensive than I'd realized. I'd agreed not just to participate in psychological research, but to continue until the academic objectives were met. I'd waived rights to withdraw consent during the session, acknowledging that temporary discomfort was necessary for legitimate research. I'd even agreed to confidentiality clauses that would prevent me from discussing the specific methodologies being used. The observers' discussions became openly predatory. They talked about how long I would resist, what it would take to break down my remaining psychological defenses, how much payment they were willing to make for specific responses. The academic pretense was dropped entirely, replaced by the casual cruelty of people who enjoyed watching others suffer. But I was still in the chair, facing cameras that broadcast my growing panic to anonymous viewers who were betting on my psychological breakdown. The professional lighting that had seemed so legitimate now felt harsh, clinical, designed to capture every detail of my distress for the entertainment of people I would never see. Dr. Mitchell continued to frame everything in academic terms, but her explanations became increasingly hollow. This was research into psychological resilience, she insisted. My responses were providing valuable data about stress management and social compliance. The temporary discomfort I was experiencing was necessary for the advancement of human understanding. The session continued for hours. Psychological pressure disguised as research methodology, invasive questioning presented as scientific inquiry, deliberate humiliation framed as academic observation. The anonymous viewers discussed my responses with the detached interest of people watching a particularly engaging television program, placing bets on how long I would maintain my composure. I don't remember exactly how I got away. The details are blurred by stress and the psychological manipulation I'd endured. I think there was some kind of technical problem with the streaming equipment, a brief moment when the observers were distracted, and I managed to leave the chair and find the exit. Or maybe Dr. Mitchell simply decided the session had provided enough entertainment for the paying viewers. I found myself on a Manchester street with no clear memory of how I'd gotten there. The business district looked normal, professional, exactly like somewhere legitimate research might be conducted. But I knew now that the building I'd just left was something else entirely. A facility designed to exploit people's desire for intellectual connection and academic validation. The journey back to Leeds was a blur. I sat on the train staring out the window, trying to process what had happened. The academic discussions I'd found so engaging, the research community I'd felt so privileged to join, The intellectual validation I'd craved so desperately, all of it had been designed to make me complicit in my own exploitation. That was 8 months ago. I've never reported what happened. Who would believe that a legitimate-seeming research facility was actually a sophisticated operation designed to exploit curious students? The academic credentials seemed real. The facility was professional, and I'd participated voluntarily after signing consent forms that probably covered every legal requirement. But I've learned to recognize the signs now. The casual invitations to observe research, the flattery about academic insight, the gradual escalation from observer to participant. The same patterns that led me into that room are being used to recruit other people, other students, who are bored and lonely and desperate for intellectual connection. I still get invitations occasionally, from different usernames on different platforms. Always the same academic framing, the same promise of authentic research opportunities. I delete them immediately, but I can't delete the knowledge that somewhere out there people are still being recruited for research projects that have nothing to do with advancing human understanding. The flat in Headingley feels different now. The thin walls and broken heating that once seemed like minor inconveniences now feel like vulnerabilities. I've changed my daily routines, varied my schedule, become more careful about what personal information I share online. But sometimes, late at night, when the building is quiet and I'm lying awake listening to footsteps in the corridor, I wonder if they know where I live. Because the thing about that kind of operation is that they don't just exploit you once and move on. They build profiles, gather information, create detailed psychological assessments that could be valuable for future projects. I was part of their research for months before I became a subject, and they learned everything they needed to know about what motivates me, what frightens me, what I'm willing to do for validation and intellectual connection. The academic community I thought I'd found doesn't exist. Real research happens in universities with proper oversight and ethical guidelines. But the desire for intellectual connection, for being part of something important and meaningful, is real enough. And there are people who understand how to exploit that desire, how to make isolation and boredom feel like academic opportunity. I'm finishing my degree this year, though media communications feels even more pointless now than it did before. The theoretical frameworks we study in lectures seem naive compared to what I've learned about psychological manipulation and social engineering. But I've also learned that the real world is full of people who understand human psychology better than any university course could teach. The chair is still out there somewhere, in a professional-looking facility with academic credentials and research equipment. And they're still recruiting participants, still finding people who are bored enough and lonely enough and desperate enough for intellectual validation to sign consent forms they don't fully understand. Sometimes I think about the young man I observed during my first session, the volunteer who thought he was participating in standard psychological research. I wonder if he ever realized what was really happening, if he managed to leave before they asked him to become a regular participant, if he's somewhere now checking logs and listening for footsteps and wondering if those casual invitations he receives are what they claim to be. Because once you've been in that chair, once you felt those cameras capturing every detail of your psychological breakdown for the entertainment of anonymous viewers, you never really feel safe again. The academic pretense might be dropped, the session might end, but the knowledge that there are people out there who enjoy watching human suffering remains. I'm not sure why I'm writing this down. Maybe because saying it out loud to anyone feels impossible. Or maybe because I need to see it all laid out in front of me to understand what actually happened. Either way, I keep thinking that if I don't tell someone, even if it's just words on a screen, then I'm going to lose my mind trying to make sense of it alone. This started about 14 months ago, during a particularly bleak period in my life. I was living in Leeds, working as a pharmacy assistant, which sounds more important than it actually was. Mostly, I just counted tablets and dealt with people collecting prescriptions. The pay was terrible. I'd recently ended a long-term relationship, and I was spending most of my free time alone in my bedsit feeling sorry for myself. Not a great place to be mentally, but not unusual either. Plenty of people go through rough patches. One evening, after a particularly tedious shift, where the automated system had gone down and we'd had to process everything manually, I came home and did what I usually did. Made some toast, opened my laptop, and started browsing mindlessly. I'd been reading about internet privacy, data collection, that sort of thing. The kind of articles that make you realize how much of your personal information is floating around out there. It's unsettling when you really think about it. That led me down a rabbit hole about anonymity online, which eventually led to articles about the dark web. I'd heard of it, obviously. Everyone has. But I'd always assumed it was either inaccessible to ordinary people or exclusively used for illegal purposes. The articles I read suggested otherwise. Apparently, a lot of it was just people wanting privacy. Activists in repressive countries, journalists protecting their sources, whistleblowers. Normal people who didn't want corporations tracking their every click. Getting access turned out to be surprisingly straightforward. I'm not particularly technical, but I managed it in maybe 15 minutes. And suddenly, there I was, browsing this entirely different version of the internet. Most of it was disappointing, honestly. Broken links, sites that wouldn't load, pages that looked like they'd been designed in 1995. I spent an hour clicking around, not finding anything particularly interesting or shocking. Then I found something called the Volunteer Program. It was linked from one of those directory sites that list various dark web services. The description was minimal. Connect with people who need help. Make a real difference. There was a simple web address underneath. When I clicked through, the page that loaded was plain but professional looking. White background, black text, a logo at the top showing two hands clasped together. The homepage explained what the program was about. Essentially, it was a platform connecting volunteers with people who needed assistance but couldn't access traditional help channels. People in difficult situations. People who couldn't go to authorities or official organizations for various reasons. The site emphasized that everything was confidential and anonymous, designed to protect both volunteers and the people seeking help. It all sounded quite noble, actually. There was a section explaining the kinds of help people might need. Someone to talk to during a crisis, assistance locating resources, help navigating difficult personal situations, support for people escaping dangerous circumstances. The site stressed that volunteers were never asked to do anything illegal or put themselves at risk. It was purely about offering guidance, emotional support, and practical advice to people who had nowhere else to turn. There was a button at the bottom, Register as a Volunteer. I clicked it without thinking too much about it. The form that appeared asked for basic information: age, general location, languages spoken, areas where I might be able to help. There were options to select: emotional support, practical advice, resource guidance, local knowledge. I ticked a few boxes. Emotional support seemed doable. I could listen to people. And local knowledge, since I'd lived in Leeds for several years and knew the area reasonably well. The form asked for an anonymous contact method. I created a temporary email address and submitted the form. The confirmation page said someone would review my application and be in touch within a few days if I was accepted. I closed the browser and didn't think much more about it. It had been a momentary impulse, filling out a form on a random website. I didn't really expect anything to come of it. 4 days later, I checked the temporary email account and found a message waiting. The subject line said, "Volunteer application approved." The message welcomed me to the program and explained how it worked. When someone needed help, they would submit a request through the platform describing their situation. The system would match them with appropriate volunteers based on location and expertise. If I was selected for a request, I'd receive an email with details and could choose whether to accept or decline. Everything was anonymous. I'd never know the real identity of the person I was helping, and they'd never know mine. It seemed straightforward enough. At the end of the email was a link to the volunteer dashboard where I could view any requests assigned to me. I clicked through. The dashboard was empty except for a welcome message and some basic statistics. Apparently, there were around 300 active volunteers and roughly twice that many people seeking help at any given time. The site had been running for several years and had facilitated thousands of successful connections. I left it at that. Checked the dashboard every few days, but there were never any requests assigned to me. I started to forget about it. Then, about 3 weeks after I'd registered, an email arrived. The subject line said, "New request assigned, action required." The message explained that someone in the Leeds area had submitted a request for help, and I'd been matched based on my location and indicated areas of support. The person's situation was described briefly. They were trying to leave a difficult living arrangement, but didn't have access to traditional support services. They needed advice about local resources and someone to talk to who understood the area. There was a link to a secure messaging system where I could communicate with them if I chose to accept the request. The email stressed that I could decline at any time, for any reason, with no explanation required. I clicked through to the messaging system. There was one message waiting, sent from an anonymous account identified only as Request 247. The message was longer than I'd expected. It explained that the person was living with a family member who had become increasingly controlling and aggressive. They wanted to move out, but didn't have much money or anywhere to go. They couldn't go to the council or social services because of complicated family circumstances they didn't want to explain. They just needed someone to talk to who knew Leeds, who might be able to suggest places to stay or organizations that could help without asking too many questions. The tone was desperate, but not melodramatic. Just someone in a bad situation, looking for practical help. I wrote back, said I was sorry they were going through this and that I tried to help however I could. I asked a few questions about what kind of accommodation they were looking for and whether they had any income. Basic things that would help me point them in the right direction. The response came within a few hours. They answered my questions, provided more details about their situation. They couldn't afford much rent. They needed somewhere short-term, just until they could get themselves sorted. They'd been looking at rooms in shared houses, but most required deposits they didn't have. Over the next few days, we exchanged several messages. I suggested a few hostels and shelters I knew about. Gave them information about local charities that help people in housing crises. I looked up details about housing benefit and how to apply. I tried to be helpful without being pushy or overwhelming. They seemed grateful. Said I was the first person who'd actually listened and tried to help, rather than just telling them what they should do. That felt good, honestly. I was going through my own rough time, feeling fairly useless, and here was something I could actually do that made a difference. After about a week of messages back and forth, they said they'd found a room. Someone was letting them stay temporarily while they sorted out something more permanent. They thanked me repeatedly, said they couldn't have managed without the information I provided. I felt genuinely pleased. It was a small thing really, just answering some questions and pointing someone toward resources, but it had helped. They were safe, or safer at least, and I'd played a small part in that. The messaging system showed the request as completed. A few days later, I received an email from the volunteer program thanking me for my assistance and asking if I'd be willing to accept future requests. I said yes. The second request came about 2 weeks later. Different person, different situation. Someone who was being harassed by an ex-partner and didn't want to involve the police. They needed advice about staying safe, about what to do if the harassment escalated. I provided what information I could, suggested some local organizations that specialized in domestic abuse support, even though they insisted it hadn't reached that level yet. That one resolved fairly quickly too. They said the harassment had stopped after they'd followed some of the safety advice I'd given them. The third request arrived a month after that. This time, it was someone who needed help finding a specific type of support service in Leeds, something to do with mental health. Though they were vague about the details, I did some research, found a few options, passed the information along. They seemed satisfied. I started to feel like I was actually good at this, like I'd found something worthwhile to do with my evenings beyond sitting alone, feeling miserable. The requests kept coming, maybe one every couple of weeks. All different situations, all different people, but all following roughly the same pattern. Someone in trouble, needing local knowledge or a sympathetic ear, and me providing what help I could. Then I got a request that felt different from the start. The initial message was brief and oddly formal. It said the person needed help with what they called a sensitive observation matter. They needed someone in Leeds to visit a specific location and report back on what they saw. Nothing illegal, they stressed. They just needed an independent observer to confirm some information for them. I wrote back asking for more details. What location? What kind of information? The response came quickly. They provided an address in Headingley, not far from where I lived, a residential street. They said they needed someone to go to that address at a specific time, observe the property for maybe half an hour, and report back on any activity they saw. Were the lights on? Were there cars in the driveway? Did anyone come or go? I asked why they needed this information. The response was vague. They said they were trying to verify someone's living situation for personal reasons, but couldn't visit the location themselves. They assured me it wasn't anything sinister, just a matter of confirming some details. It felt odd, but not necessarily alarming. Maybe it was someone checking up on a property they owned, or trying to find out if a relative was actually living where they claimed to be. There were plenty of innocent explanations. I agreed to do it. The address was only a 10-minute walk from my flat. I could go one evening after work, spend half an hour sitting on a bench or walking around the area, see what I saw, and report back. Simple enough. I went the following evening, around 7 o'clock. The address was a terraced house on a quiet street. Lights were on inside. There was a car in the driveway, a dark blue Vauxhall. I walked past a few times casually, like I was just someone out for an evening stroll. The curtains were drawn, but I could see movement through them occasionally. Someone was definitely home. After about 40 minutes, I left and went home. Sent a message through the system describing what I'd seen. Lights on, car present, signs of occupancy. The response came within minutes. They thanked me and asked if I'd be willing to do the same thing again in a few days, at a different time. They wanted to establish a pattern. That's when I should have said no. But I didn't. I'd already done it once, and nothing bad had happened. It was just observation, just reporting factual information. So I agreed. I went back 3 more times over the following week. Different times of day, morning, afternoon, evening. Each time I sent back a brief report. Car present or not present. Lights on or off. People coming or going. Basic observations. After the 4th visit, they said they had everything they needed and thanked me for my help. The request was marked as completed. The next request came a week later. Different person, but similar task. Another address, this time in Kirkstall. Same basic assignment, observe and report. I did it without questioning. Then another request, another address, another observation. I started to realize that most of my requests now were these observation tasks. The other kind, the ones where people needed emotional support or practical advice, had mostly stopped coming. Now it was almost exclusively these surveillance requests. I should have stopped accepting them, but by that point, I'd done maybe 10 or 12 of them, and nothing bad had ever come of it. Nobody had ever confronted me. The police had never shown up. As far as I could tell, I was just collecting information that could have been gathered by anyone walking down a public street. Then I got a request that made me uncomfortable in a way I couldn't quite articulate. The address they gave me was on my own street, 4 doors down from my building. The message said they needed the usual information: observation of the property, activity reports, times when people were present or absent. But it was so close to where I lived. I walked past that house every day. The person making the request would have known that when they assigned it to me. They would have known my general location from my volunteer profile. I wrote back asking why they needed this information. The response was the same vague explanation I'd received before. Personal verification, nothing illegal. Just needed an independent observer. I almost declined, but I'd accepted so many of these requests already. What was one more? And it was on my own street. I didn't even need to go out of my way. So I did it. Watched the house for a few days, sent back my reports. The request was completed without incident, but something about it stayed with me. Made me think about all the other observations I'd done, all those addresses, all those reports about when people were home and when they weren't, about their routines and patterns. I went back through my message history, counted up all the observation requests I'd completed. There were more than 20 different addresses across Leeds, 20 different properties I'd surveilled and reported on. I started wondering what the information was being used for. Personal verification, they'd always said. But verification of what? And why did it require multiple observations at different times? Why did it need to be done anonymously through a dark web platform rather than through any official channel? I tried to tell myself it was fine, that I was overthinking it, that there were legitimate reasons someone might need this kind of information. But the unease wouldn't go away. I stopped accepting observation requests. When they came through, I declined them without explanation. For a while, that seemed to work. I'd get the occasional request, decline it, and nothing would happen. Then I started noticing things, small things at first. My post seemed to arrive later than usual, like someone was checking it before it reached my door. I'd find my bin moved slightly, as though someone had been looking through it. Once, I came home to find my front door unlocked, even though I was certain I'd locked it that morning. I told myself I was being paranoid, that the stress of everything was getting to me, that there were innocent explanations for all of it. Then I checked my volunteer dashboard and saw something that made my blood run cold. My profile had been updated. There was a new section I'd never seen before. Services provided. It listed all the observation requests I'd completed. But not just the addresses. It included photographs of the houses I'd watched, of the streets, of the cars in driveways, of people entering and leaving properties. I hadn't taken any photographs. I'd just observed and reported. But someone else had. Someone had been following me, documenting my surveillance work, taking pictures while I stood there watching houses. And those photographs were now attached to my profile, visible to anyone using the platform. I tried to delete my account. The option wasn't available anymore. I sent a message to the platform administrators demanding they remove my profile. No response came. I stopped checking the dashboard, stopped looking at the messages, but the emails kept coming. New requests being assigned, observation tasks, all in Leeds, all near my home. Then the photographs started appearing in my post, printed out and slipped into my letterbox. Pictures of me standing on various streets, watching various houses. Pictures I hadn't known were being taken. Each one had a date and timestamp. Each one showed me doing exactly what I'd been asked to do. There was never a note with them. Never any explanation, just the photographs. I went to the police, told them someone was following me, taking pictures of me. They asked if I knew who it was or why. I said no. I couldn't tell them about the volunteer program or the observation requests. How could I explain that without implicating myself in something that sounded, in hindsight, very much like stalking? They said they'd keep a record of my report, but there wasn't much they could do without more information. They suggested I be vigilant, maybe install a camera outside my flat. I couldn't afford a camera. I could barely afford rent. The photographs kept coming, sometimes 2 or 3 a week. Always pictures of me doing observation work. Always stamped with dates and times that proved exactly when and where I'd been. Then one arrived that was different. It showed me walking home from work, not doing any observation task, just walking down my usual route. The date stamp was from the previous day. They were still following me, still documenting my movements, even though I'd stopped accepting requests. I checked the dashboard one more time. My profile now listed me as temporarily unavailable, but still showed all the completed requests, all the photographs. And there was a new section, current location tracking. Underneath was a map, showing my movements over the past few weeks, my route to work, the shops I visited, the pub where I occasionally met friends, all of it plotted out in detail. I don't know how they were tracking me. My phone, probably. Or maybe they were just following me physically. Maybe it was both. I moved out of my bedsit 2 weeks later, found a new place in a different part of Leeds, didn't tell anyone where I was going except my employer, changed my phone number, deleted all my email accounts, and started fresh. For a few months, everything seemed fine. No more photographs, no more strange incidents. I started to relax, to think maybe I'd managed to escape it. Then a new request appeared. I don't know how it found me, because I deleted everything, but somehow it did. An email to my new address from the volunteer program, subject line, outstanding request, urgent. The message said I had one final observation task to complete, an address in my new neighborhood, a property 3 streets away from where I now lived. They'd found me again. I haven't accepted the request, but I haven't declined it either. It just sits there in my inbox, waiting. and every few days another email arrives. A reminder that the request is still pending, that I'm expected to complete it. I don't know what happens if I refuse. I don't know if they'll escalate, if more photographs will arrive, if they'll do something worse. I've started seeing the same people around my new neighborhood, different people than before, but they're always there, standing on corners, sitting in parked cars, looking at their phones. Maybe they're just ordinary people going about their business. Maybe I'm paranoid now, seeing threats everywhere. Or maybe they're volunteers too. Maybe the whole thing works like this. You help them with one thing, then another, until you've helped so much that you can't stop, until they have so much information about you, so many photographs, so much documentation of your activities that refusing becomes impossible. I don't go out much anymore. Work and back, that's it. I keep my curtains drawn. I check my post immediately when it arrives. I've covered the camera on my laptop with tape. The request is still sitting in my inbox, still waiting. And I know that eventually I'm going to have to make a decision. Accept it and hope that completing one more task will finally be enough. Or refuse it and find out what they do to volunteers who stop cooperating. Either way, I don't think this ends well for me. I was stupid, naive. I thought I was helping people. I thought I was doing something good. But I wasn't helping anyone. I was working for them, gathering intelligence, conducting surveillance, and now I'm trapped in it with no clear way out. So that's why I'm writing this down. Because if something happens to me, if I disappear or if something worse occurs, at least there will be some record of how it started. Some explanation of why a pharmacy assistant from Leeds ended up involved in whatever this actually is. I wanted to help people. That's all it was supposed to be. But I've learned something these past few months. When someone offers you the chance to help anonymously, with no questions asked and no accountability, you should ask yourself who's really being helped. And more importantly, who's being used. I've been thinking about whether I should tell this story or not. It's been 3 years now, and I still can't quite shake the feeling that talking about it might somehow, I don't know, reopen something that's better left closed. But I suppose keeping it to myself hasn't exactly helped either. The thing is, it started so innocently. That's what gets me. I wasn't looking for trouble. I wasn't trying to find something illegal or dangerous. I was just curious. Back then, I was working in a call center in Manchester. It was absolutely soul-destroying work, the sort of job where you watch the clock and every minute feels like an hour. I'd go home to my flat, microwave something for dinner, and spend the rest of the evening online. Not doing anything particularly interesting, mind you, just browsing really. Reddit, YouTube, the usual time wasters. I'd heard people talk about the dark web before, obviously. Everyone has. But I'd always assumed it was either completely inaccessible to ordinary people or just full of scams and FBI honeypots. Then one evening, I was reading something about internet privacy, and the article mentioned how easy it actually was to access. That surprised me. I'd built it up in my head as this incredibly complex thing that required specialist knowledge. Turns out it's not. There's software you can download, free and open source, that lets you browse anonymously. Takes maybe 10 minutes to set up, so I did it. Just like that. Downloaded the software, installed it, and suddenly I was looking at a completely different internet. The first thing that struck me was how amateurish it all looked. Nothing like the slick modern websites you're used to. Most sites were just black backgrounds with green or white text, like something from the early 90s. Lots of broken links. Lots of sites that wouldn't load at all. I spent the first hour or so just clicking around, not really finding anything particularly interesting. There were some forums, a few marketplaces that looked dodgy as hell, sites offering services I had no intention of using. It was simultaneously more boring and more unsettling than I'd expected. But then I found something called the repository. It wasn't advertised anywhere. I found it through a random link on one of those directory pages that list dark websites. The description was vague, something like curated collection of rare materials, no screenshots, no reviews, just an address. When I clicked through, the site was different from the others I'd seen. Still minimal, but cleaner somehow, more organized. The homepage was simple, a search bar and a list of categories. Things like documents, images, media, personal. That last one caught my attention. I clicked on it. A new page loaded with what looked like hundreds of folders, each labeled with just a date and a location. 2019 Birmingham, 2021 London, 2018 Leeds. I picked one at random. Inside were more folders, these ones labeled with what appeared to be initials. I clicked on one of those. Inside were photographs. They were just normal photos. Someone's birthday party. A woman in her 30s maybe, blowing out candles on a cake. A group of people laughing in the background. A living room decorated with balloons. The next photo showed the same people sitting around a dinner table. Nothing sinister, nothing obviously wrong with any of it, but I felt uncomfortable looking at them. These were private photographs, family photographs, and they were here on the dark web, organized into folders by someone who definitely wasn't supposed to have them. I backed out and tried another folder. This time, the photos were from someone's holiday, beach shots, sunsets, a couple in their 60s posing outside a restaurant. Again, completely ordinary images that had no business being where they were. I started clicking through more folders, and they were all the same. Personal photographs, clearly taken from people's phones or computers, uploaded and catalogued by location and date. The thing that really disturbed me was how recent some of them were. I found folders from just a few months earlier. Photos of children opening Christmas presents, a family gathered around a television, someone's new car. These weren't old leaked photos from some ancient data breach. These were current, fresh, ongoing. I should have closed it then. I knew I should have. But I kept looking. I started recognizing some of the locations. One folder was labeled 2022 Stockport. That's maybe 8 miles from where I lived. I opened it, and there were dozens of subfolders inside. I clicked on one at random. The photos showed a house I didn't recognize, but the area looked familiar. Someone's back garden, their kitchen, close-up shots of documents on their counter, a gas bill clear enough to read the address. I looked up the street on Google Maps. It was real. The house was real. These were photographs from inside someone's home in Stockport, taken within the last year or so, and they were sitting here in this collection for anyone to access. My hands felt cold. I closed the folder and sat back from my laptop, trying to work out what I was looking at. Was this hacked phones, hacked security cameras? I'd read about smart home devices being vulnerable, cameras that people install to monitor their property but don't secure properly. Maybe that was it. Maybe this was just a collection of footage from unsecured devices. Still illegal, still disturbing, but at least it made sense. But then I made a mistake. I searched for my own area. I typed in my postcode, and a folder appeared. I stared at it for a long time before I clicked. My chest felt tight. The folder loaded, and there were 3 subfolders inside. each with a set of initials I didn't recognize. I clicked on the first one. The photos were from a flat I didn't know, showing rooms I'd never seen. Relief washed over me. It wasn't my building. I tried the second folder. Same thing. Different flat, different area, but still within my postcode. The third folder took longer to load. When it did, I felt something drop inside my stomach. It was my building, my actual building. The photos showed the entrance hall downstairs, the one with the post boxes and the door that never locks properly. The next photo showed the stairwell, the one I walked up every single day, the carpet, the scuffed walls, the window on the landing between the first and second floors. Then photos of the second floor corridor, my corridor. My door was visible in one of the shots, right there at the end of the hall, exactly where it should be. I couldn't breathe properly. Someone had been in my building. Someone had walked up those stairs, stood in that corridor, and taken photographs. Then they'd uploaded them here. The photos were dated 3 weeks ago. I stood up from my desk and walked to my window. I lived on the second floor, facing the street. From where I stood, I could see the bus stop across the road, the small Sainsbury's local on the corner, the kebab shop that was always open late. Everything looked normal. A few people walking past, cars driving by, the streetlights casting their orange glow over the wet pavement. Nothing unusual, nothing wrong. I went back to my laptop. My hands were shaking now, and I had to try twice to click on the next photo. It showed my door, just my door, a close-up shot, clear enough to see the number, clear enough to see the small dent near the handle where I dropped my keys once and chipped the paint. There were no photos from inside my flat. That was something. But someone had stood right outside my door and taken this picture. Someone had been that close. I closed the laptop. I didn't shut it down. I just folded the screen down and stepped away from it like it might bite me. I checked my front door. Locked. The chain was on. I looked through the peephole. The corridor was empty, poorly lit as always, the flickering bulb at the far end doing its usual stuttering routine. Everything looked the same as it always did. I didn't sleep much that night. I kept getting up to check the door, to look out the window, to convince myself that everything was fine. In the morning, I told myself I'd overreacted. So what if someone had taken photos in my building? It was probably just some creep with too much time on their hands, documenting random locations for reasons I couldn't understand. It didn't mean they were targeting me specifically. It didn't mean I was in danger. I went to work. I tried to focus on my calls, on the scripts I'd read 1,000 times, on the customers who were angry about their bills or their service, or whatever else they decided to complain about that day. But I kept thinking about those photos. I kept seeing my door, my corridor, my building. When I got home that evening, I checked the dark website again. I don't know what I was expecting. Maybe I thought the photos would be gone, that I'd imagined the whole thing. But they were still there. My building, my corridor, my door. I clicked through them again, studying each one, trying to spot something I'd missed before, some detail that might tell me who'd taken them or why. Then I noticed something. In one of the photos, the one showing the full length of the corridor, there was a door open, not mine, the flat 3 doors down from me. The light was on inside, and I could just about make out the edge of a sofa, a bit of wall, a corner of a picture frame. I didn't know who lived there. I'd seen the person a few times, a man in his 40s maybe, always wearing a suit, always in a hurry. We'd never spoken beyond a quick nod in passing. I went back to the main folder. There were those 3 subfolders, each with initials. I'd only looked at the third one, the one with photos of my building, I clicked on the first one again, the one I'd dismissed earlier. The photos loaded. A living room I didn't recognize, a kitchen, a bedroom. Personal photos on a wall, too blurry to make out clearly. A bathroom. Then a photo taken from a doorway, showing a sofa, a television, a bit of wall, a picture frame. It was the same flat, the one 3 doors down from me. These weren't just exterior shots. Someone had been inside that flat. They'd walked through it, photographed every room, and uploaded the whole collection. The other subfolder showed a different flat, somewhere else in the building. I recognized the layout, but not the furniture. Ground floor, maybe. I'd never been in any of my neighbors' flats, so I couldn't be sure. But someone else had. Someone had walked through this building, entered at least 2 flats, photographed everything, and uploaded it all to this site. I went back to the photo of my door, just the door. Nothing from inside. Why? Why photograph the interior of other flats but not mine? Had they tried and failed to get in? Had they not tried at all? Was my door just documentation, a marker, something to return to later? That thought sat in my stomach like a stone. I checked the dates again. 3 weeks ago. I tried to remember where I'd been 3 weeks ago. Had I been at work? Obviously. I was always at work. But what about evenings, weekends? I couldn't remember. My days blurred together back then. Call center shifts, home, sleep, repeat. I could have been out. I could have been in. I had no idea. I started checking the site every day. I don't know why. Maybe I thought, if I kept watching, I'd see new photos appear and I'd know something was happening. Or maybe I just needed to feel like I had some control, some awareness of the situation. The folders didn't update. The photos stayed the same. My building, my corridor, my door. Nothing new. But then, about a week later, I noticed something else. The main folder for my postcode had a new subfolder, different initials. I clicked on it before I could talk myself out of it. The photos showed another building, a few streets away from mine. Same setup. Entrance hall, stairwell, corridors, doors, close-ups of specific flats, and then interior shots. Someone's kitchen, their bedroom, a desk with a laptop on it, papers scattered around, all of it clearly visible. This was still happening. Whoever was doing this was still active, still going into buildings, still photographing flats, still uploading everything to this collection. I thought about going to the police. I really did. But what would I tell them? I was browsing the dark web and found some photos of my building. Would they even take me seriously? And what could they do anyway? The site was anonymous. The person uploading the photos was anonymous. There were no names, no identifying information, just initials and locations and dates. So I did nothing. I just kept checking the site, kept looking at those photos, kept waiting for something to happen. Then something did happen. I came home from work one evening, maybe 2 weeks after I'd first found the photos, and my door was open, not wide open, just slightly ajar, maybe an inch or so, enough that I noticed immediately. I stopped in the corridor, my key still in my hand, and stared at it. I knew I'd locked it that morning. I always locked it. I was obsessive about it, especially after finding those photos. I pushed the door open slowly. The chain was off. It had been on when I left. I was certain of that. The flat was dark except for the light from the corridor behind me. I stood in the doorway, listening. Nothing. No sounds. No movement. I stepped inside and turned on the light. Everything looked normal. My shoes by the door where I always left them. My jacket on the hook. The kitchen straight ahead, clean because I hadn't cooked anything in days. I walked through the flat slowly, turning on every light, checking every room. The bathroom was empty. The bedroom was untouched. Nothing was missing. Nothing was moved. But someone had been inside. I knew it. The door had been locked, and now it was open. The chain had been on, and now it was off. I checked my laptop, still on my desk where I'd left it. I opened it and checked the dark website. The folder for my building hadn't updated. No new photos. I checked the browser history. Nothing unusual. I checked everything I could think of, looking for some sign that someone had used my computer, but there was nothing. Then I noticed my bedside table. The drawer was open, just slightly. I never left it open. Inside was the usual nonsense. Old receipts, chargers, batteries, a screwdriver, some coins. I picked through it, trying to remember what had been there, trying to work out if anything was missing. I couldn't tell. It was just random junk, accumulated over months, things I'd thrown in there and forgotten about. But someone had opened that drawer. Someone had looked through it. I didn't sleep in my flat that night. I grabbed some clothes, my laptop, my phone charger, and I left. I stayed with a friend in Salford, told him I'd had a problem with the heating and the landlord was sorting it out. He didn't ask questions. I spent the night on his sofa, checking the dark website every couple of hours, waiting for new photos to appear. Photos from inside my flat, photos of my bedroom, my kitchen, my things, but nothing appeared. I went back the next day. The door was locked, exactly as I'd left it. The flat was empty. Nothing had changed. I checked everything again. Laptop, drawers, cupboards, wardrobes. Everything seemed fine. I told myself I was being paranoid. Maybe I'd forgotten to lock the door properly. Maybe the chain had slipped off somehow. Maybe the drawer had been open all along and I just hadn't noticed. But I knew that wasn't true. I started keeping a record. I took photos of my flat before I left each day. My desk, my bedside table, my kitchen counter. Then I'd check them when I got home, comparing everything to make sure nothing had moved. For a week, everything stayed the same. I started to relax slightly. Maybe it had been a one-off. Maybe whoever it was had moved on to other buildings, other flats. Then I checked the site and found a new folder. My postcode, my building, new initials, the photos loaded, my entrance hall, my stairwell, my corridor, and then my flat, my actual flat, photos taken from inside, my living room, showing my sofa, my television, my bookshelf, my kitchen, showing the mug I'd left by the sink that morning, my bedroom, showing my unmade bed, the clothes on my chair, my bathroom, my desk with my laptop closed on it. They'd been inside again. While I was at work, while I was sitting in that call center reading scripts and taking calls, someone had been in my flat, walking through my rooms, photographing everything. The photos were dated from yesterday, the day before I found them, which meant they'd been inside while I was out. Uploaded the photos that same day, and I'd only just found them now. I looked at every photo carefully. In one of them, the one showing my living room, I could see my coffee table, and on it there was something that hadn't been there before. A piece of paper, white, A4 size, just sitting there in the center of the table. I walked to my living room. The paper was still there. I'd walked past it a dozen times since I'd been home and hadn't registered it. It looked like nothing, just a blank piece of paper. I picked it up. There was writing on one side, handwritten in blue pen, neat and careful. It was my address, my full address, my name, my date of birth, my phone number, my bank details, down to the sort code and account number, my email addresses, my passport number, everything about me, laid out in a neat list, written in handwriting I didn't recognize. Underneath, a single sentence. You should be more careful about your security. My legs felt weak. I sat down on the sofa, still holding the paper. Someone had been in my flat. Someone had gone through my things, found my documents, copied down my personal information, and left me this note. And then they'd photographed it all and uploaded it to that site. I looked at the photos again on my laptop. I zoomed in on the one showing the coffee table. The paper was visible, but the writing wasn't clear enough to read. Just a white rectangle sitting there. They'd taken the photo after leaving the note. They'd wanted me to find it. I thought about calling the police then. I should have called them weeks ago, but now I had proof. Someone had broken into my flat. I had the note. I had the photos. Surely that was enough. But what would the police do? The note wasn't threatening. It didn't say they'd hurt me or come back. It was just information. My information, yes, but nothing you couldn't find if you knew where to look. And the photos? They were on the dark web, yes, but uploaded anonymously from somewhere untraceable. What could the police actually do with any of this? I moved out the next week, broke my lease, paid whatever penalties the landlord wanted, and found a new flat across the city in Chorlton. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. I changed my phone number. I closed my old email accounts and made new ones. I cancelled my bank cards and got new ones. I did everything I could think of to separate myself from that flat, that building, that whole situation. For a while it worked. I'd check the dark website occasionally, maybe once every few weeks, and there were no new photos of my old building, no new folders with my postcode, nothing. I started to feel like I'd escaped it, like it was over. Then, about 8 months after I'd moved, I checked the site again. There was a new folder, new initials. I clicked on it without thinking. The photos loaded. My new flat, my new building, my new corridor, my new door. I slammed the laptop shut and haven't opened that site since. That was 3 years ago now. I moved again after that, obviously, and then again. I've lived in 4 different flats since then. I don't check the site anymore. I can't. I'm too frightened of what I'll find. The thing is, I don't know why they targeted me. I wasn't special. I wasn't wealthy or important or connected to anything interesting. I was just some nobody working in a call center, living alone, spending too much time online. Maybe that was enough. Maybe that's all it takes. I still think about those photos sometimes, all those flats, all those people, hundreds of them, maybe thousands, all catalogued and organized and uploaded for anyone to see. And I wonder how many of them know, how many of them have found their own photos, their own buildings, their own doors. How many of them are living with the same knowledge I have, that someone was there, inside their private space, watching and recording and documenting their lives. I don't know who's doing it. I don't know why. And that's the worst part, really. Not knowing if it's one person or many. Not knowing if they're watching me right now, or if they moved on years ago. Not knowing if the photos are still there, accumulating, expanding, or if the whole site disappeared the day after I last looked at it. All I know is that I was careful with my security before, and I'm even more careful now. I check my locks twice. I take photos of my flat before I leave. I keep my documents locked away. I cover my laptop camera. I do everything you're supposed to do, but sometimes, when I come home from work and unlock my door, I get this feeling, this sense that something's different, that someone's been there while I was out. I'll stand in the doorway, looking at my flat, trying to work out what's changed. And usually, it's nothing, just paranoia, just my mind playing tricks. But sometimes, very occasionally, something will be slightly off. A drawer not quite closed. A chair at a different angle. Something small enough that I can't be certain, but noticeable enough that I can't quite dismiss it. And when that happens, I don't sleep properly for days. The email arrived on a Tuesday afternoon, while I was sorting through job applications at my kitchen table in Coventry. Laptop balanced between takeaway containers and bills I'd been avoiding since my redundancy 3 months earlier. At first glance, it looked like any other freelance opportunity. Polite, professional, asking about my background in market research and whether I might be interested in participating in a consumer behavior study. The sender claimed to be conducting research into how adults discover and evaluate information sources, particularly in the digital age. It was the payment offer that caught my attention. £200 for a few hours of guided internet research, considerably more than I'd been earning from the occasional survey work that kept me barely solvent. The postscript made me pause, though. Given your background in consumer analysis, your insights into alternative information discovery methods would be particularly valuable. I'd never specialized in alternative information discovery. My market research experience was entirely conventional. Focus groups, consumer surveys, brand perception studies. Nothing that would suggest expertise in whatever they meant by alternative methods. I replied cautiously, asking for more details about the research project and what exactly they meant by alternative information discovery. The response came within hours, including what appeared to be legitimate academic credentials and a brief outline of their study into how consumers find information outside mainstream channels. They were particularly interested in how people without technical backgrounds navigate what they called unconventional information sources, content that exists beyond normal search engines and social media platforms, but doesn't require specialized knowledge to access. The research would involve guided exploration of various information communities, documenting my reactions and observations about content quality, reliability, and user experience, all conducted remotely with appropriate safety precautions. It seemed straightforward enough. I'd certainly spent enough time recently searching for job opportunities and financial advice through every possible channel. Understanding how people find reliable information in an ocean of digital noise was clearly valuable research. We arranged a video call for the following weekend. The researcher who appeared on screen looked exactly as I'd expected. Early 30s, professional but slightly academic, comfortable with technology. They asked thoughtful questions about my market research background, approaches to evaluating information reliability, experience with different types of online communities. About halfway through the interview, they shifted focus, asked whether I'd ever encountered information sources that seemed to exist parallel to mainstream internet content, communities or resources that weren't indexed by normal search engines but contained genuinely useful material. I admitted that during my recent job searching, I'd occasionally found leads through sources that weren't obvious from standard career websites. Nothing dramatic, just recommendations and opportunities that seemed to circulate through networks I wasn't normally part of. The researcher seemed particularly interested in this observation, asked whether I'd ever felt curious about these hidden networks, whether I'd considered exploring them more systematically to understand what information they contained. I explained that my technical knowledge was limited to basic computer use. I wouldn't know how to access hidden networks even if I wanted to. The researcher smiled and suggested this might actually be perfect for their research. They were looking for people who could document the experience of discovering hidden information communities from a complete beginner's perspective. Technical experts often had too much prior knowledge to provide genuine first-time reactions to what they found. Would I be interested in participating in guided exploration of some hidden information networks with detailed safety instructions to help them understand how non-technical adults might react to content that existed outside mainstream channels? The request felt like a natural extension of our discussion about information discovery. Understanding hidden networks would certainly be valuable knowledge, especially if they contain opportunities or resources that weren't available through conventional channels. They provided detailed instructions for accessing hidden services safely, emphasizing that we'd only visit communities focused on information sharing rather than anything obviously problematic. Academic research, essentially, conducted with proper precautions. The software installation was more complex than regular internet browsing, but their instructions were clear enough that I managed it without major difficulty. They'd provided a list of addresses for communities they'd already verified as appropriate for research purposes. The first few sites were disappointingly mundane. Discussion groups about privacy rights, archives of historical documents, communities focused on information that had been censored or suppressed. Exactly the sort of content you'd expect researchers to study. But as I explored more widely, following links and recommendations from these initial communities, I began encountering material that was considerably more interesting from a market research perspective. Not illegal content, but documentation of business practices and corporate activities that weren't being reported through mainstream business media. Internal communications from major companies, documentation of regulatory violations, communities discussing market manipulation and consumer deception techniques. The researcher had asked me to document my reactions to this material, particularly focusing on how it might influence consumer decision-making. They were especially interested in psychological responses. What felt credible, what seemed actionable, how exposure might change someone's approach to purchasing decisions. I found myself spending hours exploring these hidden business communities, taking notes about information quality and community structures, trying to analyze what made certain claims feel more reliable than obvious conspiracy theories. Some communities hosted real-time discussions about corporate activities that weren't being covered in financial news. Others shared documentation of consumer rights violations that had been settled quietly, without public disclosure. The line between legitimate business journalism and corporate conspiracy theories was often difficult to determine. One community that particularly caught my attention focused on what they called local business intelligence, members sharing information about companies and organizations in their immediate geographic areas that wasn't appearing in local business press. The UK section contained posts about businesses in various cities and towns, often with financial documentation or regulatory filings supporting claims that weren't receiving broader attention. I found myself checking this community regularly, curious about whether anything would appear relating to Coventry or the West Midlands business community I was trying to break back into. About 3 weeks into my exploration, someone posted a series of documents that made my stomach drop. The files contained detailed financial information about the recruitment agency I'd been working with since my redundancy. Not just general business data, but specific records of their client relationships and fee structures that revealed practices that were definitely not being disclosed to job seekers. The post claimed that several local recruitment agencies were operating what amounted to employment fraud schemes, charging fees to employers for services that weren't being provided, while manipulating job seekers into accepting positions that didn't match advertised terms. Most disturbing were internal communications suggesting that some agencies were deliberately prolonging unemployment for certain candidates to maximize government subsidy payments. while maintaining the appearance of active job placement efforts. I recognized names and companies from my own job search experience, agencies that had promised opportunities that never materialized, positions that had been filled internally after lengthy application processes, interviews that seemed designed to waste time rather than evaluate candidates. The documentation suggested a systematic approach to exploiting both unemployed individuals and the government systems designed to support them. Professional fraud disguised as legitimate employment services. I should have reported the information to relevant authorities immediately, but I was concerned about explaining how I'd discovered the documents without revealing my participation in research that might be considered inappropriate or potentially illegal. Instead, I started paying closer attention to my interactions with recruitment agencies, looking for signs of the deceptive practices the hidden community had documented. I noticed things I'd previously attributed to normal business inefficiency. Deliberately vague job descriptions that allowed agencies to claim positions had been filled by internal candidates. Interview processes that seemed designed to gather personal information rather than assess qualifications, requirements for financial disclosure that weren't standard practice. Most significantly, I realized that several agencies had been coordinating their responses to my applications, ensuring that I remained in a cycle of near-miss opportunities that maintain hope while preventing actual employment. I began documenting these interactions more carefully, creating records of conversations and email exchanges that revealed patterns of deliberate manipulation. What I discovered confirmed the hidden community's allegations about systematic employment fraud. The agencies were indeed operating coordinated schemes designed to exploit both job seekers and government funding systems. They maintained databases of long-term unemployed individuals who could be cycled through fake opportunities to justify continued subsidy payments while ensuring these people never actually obtained stable employment. The psychological manipulation was sophisticated, designed to maintain motivation and compliance while preventing the sort of genuine job placement that would remove candidates from the system. I researched the hidden community more thoroughly, trying to understand who was posting this information and why they were documenting employment fraud specifically. The community structure was more complex than I'd initially realized. Members weren't just sharing random business intelligence, but appeared to be conducting systematic investigation of corporate practices that weren't receiving official scrutiny. Some posts included detailed analysis of regulatory capture, suggesting that employment fraud was continuing because oversight bodies were staffed by people with financial interests in maintaining current systems. The documentation quality was often professional, including forensic accounting analysis and cross-referencing of information from multiple sources. This wasn't casual whistleblowing, but something approaching genuine investigative journalism. I found posts about similar employment fraud schemes in different cities, suggesting this wasn't isolated to Coventry, but part of a broader pattern affecting unemployed people across the UK. The scope indicated that employment fraud had become institutionalized, with government systems inadvertently funding schemes that perpetuated unemployment while appearing to address it. I started contributing my own documentation to the community, sharing evidence about recruitment agency practices without identifying specific individuals or companies. The response was immediate and encouraging. Other members provided additional context and suggested methods for gathering more comprehensive evidence. They also warned me about potential risks of investigating too openly. Several contributors mentioned experiencing retaliation after their documentation had led to official scrutiny, blacklisting from employment agencies, credit rating problems, even legal threats from companies that didn't appreciate unwanted attention. The advice was to document carefully but discreetly, avoid direct confrontation with agencies involved in fraudulent practices, and be prepared for professional retaliation if my investigation became known to the wrong people. This advice proved prescient sooner than I'd expected. About a month after I'd started contributing to the community, I received a phone call that made it clear my activities hadn't gone unnoticed. Not through the hidden community itself, but from someone claiming to represent a professional standards body for recruitment agencies. A polite inquiry about my recent experiences with local employment services, asking whether I'd encountered any practices that concerned me. The caller included enough specific details about my job search activities to make it obvious that my interactions with various agencies had been more closely monitored than I'd realized. Someone had been tracking my applications, interview attendance, even my communication patterns with different agencies. They suggested a meeting to discuss my concerns in a confidential setting, where I could provide feedback about recruitment industry practices without worrying about professional repercussions. The meeting was scheduled for the following week at a location away from any employment agency, a conference room in a business center that seemed designed for sensitive discussions requiring privacy. I should have declined the meeting and reported everything I discovered to proper authorities, instead of participating in what felt increasingly like an investigation, operating outside normal oversight. But I was curious about who these people were and what exactly they knew about my activities. More importantly, I needed to understand whether my employment prospects were being deliberately sabotaged and by whom. The meeting location was exactly as impersonal as I'd expected. Generic business center, anonymous conference room, the sort of space designed for discussions that participants might want to forget. 2 people were waiting when I arrived. Professional appearance, polite demeanor, the sort of individuals you might expect from any industry oversight body. They thanked me for coming and explained that they were investigating concerns about recruitment industry practices affecting long-term unemployed individuals. My documentation had been valuable, they assured me, helping them understand the scope of practices that weren't being properly regulated or reported through official channels. They asked detailed questions about what I'd experienced, which agencies I'd worked with, what documentation I'd gathered about their practices. Their knowledge of the recruitment industry was comprehensive, suggesting either extensive research or direct involvement in employment services. About halfway through the discussion, they shifted focus to my research activities, asked about my exploration of hidden business communities, my participation in documentation projects, my communication with other people investigating employment fraud. They seemed particularly interested in the community where I'd first seen documents about recruitment agencies, asking whether I'd identified other contributors or learned about similar investigations in different regions. Their questions became increasingly specific about my technical knowledge and methods for accessing hidden services. Not accusatory, but thorough enough to suggest they understood exactly what I'd been doing and possibly who I'd been communicating with. Eventually, they explained the real purpose of our meeting. The practices I'd documented were part of an authorized pilot program studying long-term unemployment intervention strategies. The recruitment agencies were participating in research designed to understand how employment services could be improved for difficult-to-place candidates. The program was legitimate and properly approved, but necessarily discreet, because public awareness might compromise the validity of behavioral research into unemployment patterns. My documentation had been noticed because it potentially threatened the integrity of ongoing research. Not because I discovered anything inappropriate, but because external scrutiny could alter participant behavior and invalidate months of careful data collection. They appreciated my concern about employment practices, but asked that I discontinue my documentation and avoid sharing information about the research through any channels, including hidden communities where I'd been contributing evidence. In exchange for my cooperation, they were prepared to provide priority placement through agencies that weren't participating in the research program, helping me obtain employment that wouldn't be affected by experimental intervention strategies. The explanation sounded reasonable, but something about their approach made me uncomfortable. The level of detail they possessed about my hidden community participation suggested surveillance that went beyond casual monitoring of job search activities. I agreed to discontinue my documentation while privately resolving to research their claims more thoroughly before accepting their explanation. Over the next few weeks, I tried to verify the legitimacy of the research program they described, contacted government departments that might be conducting such studies, searched for published information about authorized employment intervention research. I found nothing that corroborated their explanation. No research projects matching their description. No government connections that could be verified. No official documentation of pilot programs involving recruitment agencies. Either the research was so sensitive that all information was classified, or the explanation had been fabricated to discourage my investigation. I returned to the hidden community to share my concerns about the meeting and seek advice about verifying official research claims. The response was immediate and alarming. Several community members reported similar experiences, investigators or officials contacting them after they documented questionable business practices, providing explanations that couldn't be verified through normal channels. Some contributors had been threatened with legal action for sharing commercially sensitive information about authorized programs. Others had experienced employment difficulties or financial problems after refusing to stop their documentation activities. The pattern suggested a coordinated effort to discourage investigation of practices that were operating without proper transparency or accountability. I started researching the business center where I'd attended the meeting, trying to understand who had access to their facilities and whether the people I'd met could be verified through legitimate channels. The center's booking records weren't publicly accessible, but staff mentioned that the room had been reserved by a consultancy firm that used their facilities regularly for client meetings requiring discretion. I researched the consultancy and found a professional website with generic services and no specific information about current projects or personnel. The sort of deliberately vague presentation that could cover almost any type of consulting work. Further investigation revealed connections between the consultancy and government contracts related to employment services, though the specific nature of their work wasn't clearly documented in public records. The hidden community provided additional context about similar organizations operating in other regions. Consultancies with vague mandates and official connections, often involved in activities that seem to operate outside normal oversight, while maintaining plausible explanations for their work. I was beginning to understand that I'd stumbled across something considerably more complex than recruitment agency fraud. The employment practices I documented were likely part of a broader system designed to manage unemployment as an economic resource, rather than a social problem to be solved. The hidden community had become a way for people to document and share information about these practices, creating alternative information networks for evidence that wasn't being reported through official channels. But it had also made us visible to people who had resources and motivation to monitor our activities and discourage our documentation. Last week, I found something in my flat that confirmed my worst suspicions about how closely I was being monitored. A small device, no larger than a USB drive, tucked behind my laptop, where it wouldn't be noticed during normal use. professional installation, designed to be invisible unless someone was specifically looking for surveillance equipment. When I researched the device online, I found it was sophisticated monitoring equipment capable of recording internet activity, email communications, and even ambient audio. The sort of surveillance that would document every website visited, every message sent, every conversation conducted near my computer. I'd been under comprehensive observation for months, possibly since I'd first started contributing to the hidden community. Everything I'd researched, everyone I'd communicated with, every piece of evidence I'd gathered had been monitored and recorded. The realization that my investigation had been watched from the beginning made me understand the true scope of what I'd discovered. This wasn't just about employment fraud, but about a system capable of monitoring and controlling people who asked inconvenient questions about how economic systems really functioned. I removed the device but kept it in my desk drawer, unsure whether disposing of it would create additional problems, or whether my discovery was being monitored through other methods I hadn't detected. The hidden community continues to operate, though several regular contributors have stopped posting, and some documentation has been removed without explanation. Those of us who remain active share information more carefully, aware that our activities are being monitored by people with considerable resources and few obvious constraints. I'm still unemployed, still searching for legitimate opportunities, still wondering which agencies are genuine and which are part of systems designed to maintain unemployment while profiting from government funding intended to address it. But I'm also aware that my job search activities are being recorded, my internet research is being monitored, and my financial situation is being tracked by people who benefit from keeping certain individuals unemployed indefinitely. I've been trying to work out when exactly I should have stopped, At what point did this stop being a bit of harmless curiosity and turn into something I should have walked away from? I lie awake some nights, replaying it all, wondering if I'm the sort of person who is always capable of ignoring the obvious warning signs, or if desperation just has a way of making you blind to things you'd normally see clear as day. I used to manage property listings for a lettings agency in Sheffield. Nothing glamorous, just photographing flats and writing descriptions for rental websites. But then someone offered me money to do similar work for properties that weren't exactly available through normal channels, and I convinced myself it was all legitimate because I needed to believe it was. I'm staying with my sister in Glasgow now, as far from Sheffield as I could reasonably get without leaving the country, and I still don't feel safe because I finally understand what those listings were really for, what I was helping these people do, and I know they won't be happy that I've worked it out. The whole thing started about 10 months ago when the lettings agency I worked for went into administration. One day, I'm photographing a 3-bedroom terrace in Hillsborough. The next, I'm being told they can't make payroll, and we're all being let go with immediate effect. I was 42 years old, with a mortgage and no savings to speak of. Watching my entire career disappear overnight, I tried finding similar work with other agencies, but the property market was going through one of its periodic collapses, and nobody was hiring. I signed on at the job centre and started applying for anything that seemed remotely suitable, but weeks turned into months with nothing but rejection emails and silence. That's when I got the message through a professional networking site. Someone had seen my portfolio of property photography and was interested in commissioning similar work for a private client. The rate they offered was nearly double what I'd been earning at the agency, £1,500 per property, paid immediately upon completion. I should have been suspicious about why anyone would pay such generous rates for basic property photography, but I was desperate enough to overlook the obvious questions. The client explained they represented overseas investors who needed detailed documentation of UK properties for their portfolio assessments. The first assignment seemed straightforward enough. I was given an address in Rotherham, a modest, semi-detached house in a quiet residential area, and asked to photograph the exterior and, if possible, gather information about the interior layout. The client provided specific requirements about camera angles, lighting conditions, even particular features they wanted documented. When I arrived at the property, I quickly realized this wasn't a house that was for sale or rent. There were curtains in the windows, a car in the driveway, even children's toys scattered in the front garden. This was someone's home, and I was being paid to photograph it without the occupant's knowledge or consent. I almost walked away then, but the client had paid half the fee upfront, and I'd already spent most of it on overdue bills. So I convinced myself I was just taking photographs from a public street. Nothing technically illegal about documenting buildings that anyone could see. I took the exterior shots as requested, making sure to capture all the angles and features the client had specified. Then I walked around to the back alley and photographed the rear of the property as well, noting the security arrangements and access points as the brief had requested. When I submitted the photographs, the client was pleased with my work and paid the remaining fee immediately. They also offered me another assignment for the following week, a different property in Doncaster with similar requirements. Over the next few months, I photographed dozens of properties across South Yorkshire. All of them were occupied homes rather than properties for sale, and all required the same detailed documentation of security features, access points, and daily activity observations. The assignments came with increasingly specific requirements. I was asked to note what time residents left for work, whether they had security systems or dogs, even to identify which windows were typically left open during warm weather. The client claimed this information helped their investors assess neighborhood security and property maintenance standards. But I was starting to understand that I wasn't documenting properties for investment purposes. I was conducting surveillance for people who intended to break into these homes. The detailed information I was gathering would allow burglars to identify vulnerable properties, plan their approach, and minimize the risk of being caught. I tried to convince myself I was being paranoid, that there were innocent explanations for why overseas investors might need such detailed security assessments. But the evidence was mounting that I'd been recruited to provide reconnaissance for organized crime. The breakthrough came when I was assigned to photograph a property in Chapeltown. The house was a neat bungalow occupied by an elderly couple who I'd occasionally see tending their garden when I drove past during my surveillance work. The client's brief was more detailed than usual. They wanted photographs documenting the couple's daily routine, the times when the property was empty, even close-up shots showing the type of locks on the doors and windows. This wasn't property assessment. It was target reconnaissance for people planning to victimize vulnerable elderly residents. I couldn't ignore what I was really doing anymore. I'd been providing intelligence that enabled criminals to identify and exploit the most vulnerable members of our community. Every photograph I'd taken, every security assessment I'd compiled, had probably contributed to someone's home being burgled. But I couldn't just stop accepting assignments without facing serious consequences. I'd become financially dependent on the income, and the client had made it clear they valued discretion above all else. People who cause problems for their operation might face difficulties of their own. I started keeping detailed records of all my assignments, documenting which properties I'd surveilled and what information I'd provided. I told myself I was preserving evidence in case I needed to cooperate with law enforcement. But really, I was just trying to feel less guilty about what I was doing. That's when I discovered the client wasn't just commissioning surveillance from me. They were coordinating dozens of reconnaissance operatives across the country, building a comprehensive database of vulnerable properties and their security arrangements. The operation used hidden internet channels to coordinate activities and share intelligence. I only discovered this because the client sent me login credentials to access their secure communication system, apparently deciding I was trustworthy enough to participate in their wider operations. What I found when I accessed their system was more sophisticated and extensive than I'd imagined. They had detailed profiles of thousands of properties across the UK, all compiled by operatives like me who'd been recruited to conduct surveillance work. The properties were categorized by vulnerability factors: elderly occupants, single parents, families with young children, even specific details about medical conditions or disabilities that might make residents less able to defend their homes. This wasn't opportunistic burglary. It was systematic targeting of the most defenseless members of society. Each property listing included comprehensive intelligence gathered from multiple sources. My photographs and observations were combined with information from other operatives who'd posed as utility workers, charity collectors, even care service providers to gain access to homes and assess their contents. Some listings included floor plans sketched by people who'd been inside the properties, detailed inventories of valuable items, even assessments of residents' psychological vulnerabilities that could be exploited during home invasions. The operation was treating burglary like a business enterprise with professional standards and systematic intelligence gathering. They'd industrialized home invasion, creating an efficient system for identifying targets, planning approaches, and maximizing the value extracted from each crime. But what really disturbed me was discovering that some of the listings weren't just for burglary. Certain properties were marked with special designations that indicated they'd been selected for more serious criminal activity. I found discussions among the operatives about properties that could be used for other purposes once the residents had been driven out through harassment or intimidation. Homes that might be suitable for illegal operations, properties in strategic locations that could be taken over by criminals once the legitimate occupants had been sufficiently terrorized. One thread discussed an elderly woman in Barnsley whose home had been repeatedly burgled until she'd agreed to move into a care facility. The property was then rented to criminals who used it as a base for drug dealing, with the original owner having no idea her former home was being exploited for illegal purposes. Another discussion focused on a family in Meadowhall who'd been subjected to escalating harassment until they'd sold their house at below market value. The property had been purchased through a front company and was now being used for purposes the operatives wouldn't specify in their online communications. I realized I'd been part of an operation that went far beyond simple burglary. These people were systematically identifying and exploiting vulnerable residents, not just stealing their possessions, but driving them from their homes and taking over the properties for criminal enterprises. The surveillance work I'd been doing wasn't just enabling individual crimes. It was facilitating a form of domestic terrorism that destroyed people's lives and communities. Every property I documented was potentially being targeted not just for theft, but for systematic harassment, designed to drive out legitimate residents. I started researching the properties I'd surveilled, checking local news reports and crime statistics to see what had happened after I'd submitted my intelligence. What I found confirmed my worst fears. Many of the properties had been burgled within weeks of my surveillance work, often multiple times in quick succession. The burglaries showed intimate knowledge of the residents' routines and security arrangements, suggesting they'd been planned using the intelligence I had provided. But some properties had experienced worse than simple burglary. Several families had been subjected to sustained harassment campaigns that seemed designed to force them to relocate. Vandalism, threatening behavior, even violent confrontations that escalated until the residents felt they had no choice but to move away. A few properties had been taken over entirely after the original occupants had left. Criminals had moved in and established operations that turned quiet residential streets into centers for drug dealing, prostitution, and other illegal activities. I was looking at a systematic campaign to destabilize working-class communities by driving out vulnerable residents and replacing them with criminal enterprises. My surveillance work had been part of a coordinated effort to hollow out neighborhoods and create spaces where organized crime could operate with minimal interference. The elderly couple in Chapeltown, whose home I'd surveilled, were among the victims. They'd been burgled twice in the space of a month, losing possessions that had sentimental rather than financial value. The second burglary had traumatized them so badly they'd moved in with their daughter, leaving their home empty and vulnerable. I checked the property listing system and saw their house had been marked as vacant and available for criminal use. Someone was planning to take advantage of the empty property, probably using it for illegal operations, while the elderly couple paid the mortgage on a home they were too frightened to return to. That's when I realized I couldn't continue being part of this operation, regardless of the financial or personal consequences. I'd been helping to destroy communities and victimize the most vulnerable people in society, all because I'd been too desperate and too cowardly to walk away when I should have. I tried contacting the police to report what I'd discovered, but explaining the technical aspects of the operation proved more complicated than I'd expected. The officer I spoke to seemed confused by my descriptions of hidden internet channels and coordinated criminal intelligence gathering. They took a statement and promised to investigate, but I could tell they were overwhelmed by the scope of what I was describing. Organized crime operations using sophisticated technology to coordinate activities across multiple regions weren't something local police felt equipped to handle. I was advised to stop accepting surveillance assignments and avoid further contact with the criminal operation. The officer suggested I might be called as a witness if they managed to build a case against the organizers, but warned me not to expect quick results given the complexity of the investigation. That advice would have been more useful if I hadn't already made myself a target by asking too many questions about the operation's broader activities. The criminals I'd been working for had been monitoring my access to their communication systems, and they'd noticed my sudden interest in properties I hadn't personally surveilled. I started receiving messages warning me to mind my own business and focus on my assigned surveillance work. The tone was polite but firm, making it clear that curiosity about the operation's wider activities wasn't appreciated. When I ignored these warnings and continued investigating what happened to the properties I documented, the messages became more explicit. I was told that people who caused problems for the operation had a tendency to experience problems of their own, and it would be unfortunate if I found myself in a similar situation. That's when I noticed I was being watched. Cars following me when I drove to surveillance assignments, people photographing me from across the street, even evidence that someone had been through my flat while I was out working. I found my own details posted on the same hidden communication system I'd been using to access the property listings. My home address, my daily routine, even a floor plan of my flat that someone had obviously sketched after gaining access while I was away. The message was clear. I was now a target myself, subject to the same surveillance and intelligence gathering I'd been conducting against others. They were demonstrating that they could reach me anywhere, that they knew intimate details about my life, and that I was just as vulnerable as the elderly couples and single parents I'd been helping them victimize. The surveillance escalated quickly after that. My flat was broken into while I was at the supermarket, though nothing was stolen. Someone wanted me to know they could access my home whenever they chose, that my locks and security measures meant nothing against people who had professional expertise in circumventing such protections. I started finding evidence of their intrusions everywhere. Personal belongings moved slightly out of position, computer files accessed and deleted, even photographs of me sleeping that had been left on my bedside table as a threat. The psychological impact was worse than any physical harm. I couldn't sleep knowing that strangers were entering my home while I was unconscious and vulnerable. I couldn't relax knowing that I was being watched and documented with the same systematic precision I'd applied to surveillance of others. I reported the break-ins to the police, but without evidence of theft or damage. They treated it as low-priority harassment rather than serious criminal activity. They suggested I improve my home security, apparently unaware that I was being targeted by professionals who could circumvent any reasonable security measures. That's when I realized I needed to leave Sheffield entirely. The surveillance operation knew where I lived, where I worked, even where I shopped and socialized. I couldn't escape their attention while remaining in a city where they had extensive resources and intelligence gathering capabilities. I packed essential belongings and drove to Glasgow to stay with my sister, leaving behind most of my possessions and my entire life in Sheffield. I told my sister I needed a change of scene after losing my job, not wanting to burden her with the truth about what I'd been involved with. But even here in Glasgow, several hundred miles from Sheffield, I don't feel entirely safe. The surveillance operation extends across the country, with operatives in every major city conducting reconnaissance work for criminals who treat home invasion as a professional enterprise. I keep checking the hidden communication system I still have access to, monitoring whether my details have been flagged for targeting by operatives in Scotland. So far, I haven't found any specific threats, but I know that could change at any moment. The worst part is knowing that the operation continues without me. Other desperate people are being recruited to conduct surveillance work, probably telling themselves the same lies I did about legitimate property assessment and overseas investors. The properties I documented are still being targeted for burglary and harassment. The elderly couples and vulnerable families I helped identify are still being victimized by criminals who use the intelligence I provided to plan their attacks. I keep thinking about that couple in Chapeltown who were too frightened to return to their own home after being burgled twice in a month. About the family in Meadowhall who sold their house at a loss because the harassment became unbearable. About all the other victims whose lives I helped destroy because I was too desperate for money to ask the obvious questions about what I was really doing. The surveillance operation has probably moved on to recruiting new operatives by now, finding other unemployed property professionals who are desperate enough to accept generous payment for documenting homes without asking why anyone would pay such rates for simple photography work. And somewhere in South Yorkshire, criminals are probably using the intelligence I gathered to plan their next burglary or harassment campaign, breaking into homes where elderly residents live alone, targeting families with young children, driving vulnerable people from their properties so the homes can be exploited for illegal purposes. I suppose I'm telling you this because I need someone to understand how these operations recruit ordinary people, how they exploit financial desperation to make us complicit in serious crimes, and how they're systematically destroying communities across the country. If you're ever approached with offers that seem too generous for simple work, if someone wants to pay you to photograph properties or gather information about residents, please walk away immediately. Don't make the same mistake I did by convincing yourself it's legitimate, because you need to believe it is. Because once you're involved with these operations, once you understand what they're really doing and who they're targeting, you can't unknow what you've learned. You become a liability they need to manage, a potential threat they need to monitor and control. And if you cause them enough problems, if you try to expose their activities or interfere with their operations, you might find yourself on the receiving end of the same surveillance and harassment you helped inflict on others. I'm living with that fear every day now, wondering if they've decided I'm enough of a threat to warrant more serious attention, wondering if the next property listing I see on their communication system will include my sister's address here in Glasgow. The operation taught me that privacy is an illusion, that home security means nothing against determined professionals, and that anyone can become a target if they threaten the wrong people's criminal enterprises. But most of all, it taught me that financial desperation can make you capable of things you never imagined you'd do, that the desire to pay your bills and keep your home can override your moral judgment until you're complicit in the systematic victimization of innocent people. I can't undo the damage I helped cause, can't restore the sense of security I helped destroy for dozens of families across South Yorkshire. All I can do is hope that someone with more resources and authority will eventually dismantle these operations before they destroy more communities and ruin more lives. And hope that my sister never asks why I jump every time I hear a car door close outside, or why I check the locks 3 times before going to bed, or why I can't seem to settle into normal life here in Glasgow, despite being several hundred miles from the people who turned me into both a criminal and a victim. She was watching me through the crack in the wall. For weeks, I'd felt her eyes following me around my new flat. The woman no one would talk about, the previous tenant who'd vanished without a trace. Now I know why the rent was so cheap in one of London's most expensive neighborhoods. Now I understand the strange stains beneath the fresh paint. And now I realize I might be next. My name is Madeline Cox, and I'm going to tell you about the 18 months I spent living in flat 16B, Cold Harbour Lane, and how I uncovered the truth about Rebecca Walsh, the woman who disappeared before I arrived, the woman whose possessions kept turning up in my walls, and the building manager who knew far more than he was telling. It began with a suspiciously good deal on a Victorian conversion flat in Brixton. January 2019. I'd just landed a curator position at a small modern art gallery in central London. And after 3 months of sofa surfing with increasingly impatient university friends, I was desperate for my own space. The advert appeared in my feed late one night. 1-bedroom flat, recently renovated, private garden access, £900 per month including utilities. In London, this was unheard of. Similar properties in the area went for twice that. I should have questioned it. I should have walked away. But when you're 27, earning barely enough to live on, and sleeping on an increasingly lumpy sofa in someone else's flat, skepticism takes a back seat to opportunity. I arranged a viewing for the next day. Cold Harbour Lane cuts through Brixton like a scar, lined with Victorian terraces that have seen better days. Number 16 stood at the quieter end, a once grand townhouse now carved into 6 separate flats. The facade retained hints of former elegance, ornate cornicing, sash windows, a tiled path leading to a heavy front door. But something about it seemed off-kilter, as though the entire structure was gradually sinking on one side. Martin Ellis, the building manager, met me in the communal hallway. Mid-50s, perpetually damp-looking, with thinning hair combed over a shiny scalp and a smile that never reached his watery eyes. The kind of man who stands slightly too close when speaking. He jangled his keys with nervous energy as he led me up creaking stairs to the first floor. "It's been completely redone," he explained, unlocking the door to 16B. New kitchen, new bathroom, fresh paint throughout. The flat was surprisingly spacious for London. A decent-sized living room with original fireplace, sealed up of course. A small but functional kitchen. A bathroom with actual full-size bath. And a bedroom overlooking a shared garden. The renovation work was evident everywhere. The place smelled of fresh paint and new carpet. Everything gleamed with that unlived-in quality of recent refurbishment. I should have asked why. I should have wondered about the previous tenant. Instead, I asked where to sign. The rent required a surprisingly small deposit. The paperwork was minimal. Martin seemed eager to have the place occupied quickly. All red flags I ignored in my desperation for affordable housing in Zone 2. I moved in 2 days later, my possessions fitting into the back of a single taxi. Clothes, books, a laptop, and a few framed photographs. The sum total of a life lived mostly in temporary accommodations. The first few weeks passed uneventfully. I unpacked my meager possessions, bought some second-hand furniture, settled into my new job at the gallery. My neighbours were largely invisible, the kind of Londoners who avoid eye contact in the hallway and close their doors quickly when they hear footsteps on the stairs. Only Mrs. Patterson in 16A, an elderly widow who'd lived in the building since the 1970s, made any effort at friendliness, inviting me in for tea my second week. Her flat was a time capsule. Antimacassars on faded armchairs, porcelain figurines on every surface, the lingering smell of boiled cabbage and lavender polish. Her walls were lined with photographs spanning decades. Children who had grown into adults with children of their own. A stern-looking husband long deceased. Holiday snapshots from British seaside towns. A life thoroughly lived and meticulously documented. She asked polite questions about my job, my family back in Manchester, whether I was courting. I answered between sips of too sweet tea from bone china cups so thin, they seemed almost translucent. She mentioned having seen many tenants come and go over the years. Young people mostly, she said, none staying very long. Then, as I was leaving, she gripped my wrist with surprising strength. "They painted over it, I suppose." Her voice had dropped to a whisper. "Painted over what?" "The wall in your bedroom, the stain that wouldn't come out." Before I could ask what she meant, she retreated into her flat, bolting the door with finality. The sound of multiple locks engaging echoed in the hallway. 1, 2, 3. More than seemed necessary, even in London. That night, I examined my bedroom walls with a rising sense of unease. The paint was even, matte white, unremarkable. But as I ran my fingers along the wall that separated my flat from the external fire escape, I noticed a slight difference in texture in one section, approximately 1 meter square, where the plaster felt newer than the surrounding area. I tried to dismiss Mrs. Patterson's comment as the ramblings of a lonely old woman, but that night I dreamed of seeping dark liquid, of paint bubbling and peeling back to reveal something underneath. I woke at 3:17 a.m., the precise time I would wake for the next 18 months, heart racing, convinced someone was in the room with me. By morning, I'd rationalized everything. Old buildings make noises. New paint has a different texture over patched areas. Elderly neighbors say cryptic things. None of it means anything sinister. Then I found the first item. I was hanging a framed print in the living room. tapping a nail into what I thought was a solid wall, when the plaster crumbled unexpectedly, creating a small hole. Frustrated, I fetched a torch to assess the damage. Peering into the dark cavity, something glinted back at me. Using a coat hanger, I managed to hook and extract a delicate silver bracelet, tarnished but clearly expensive. The clasp was broken, as though it had been torn from someone's wrist. I should have gone to the police then. Instead, I convinced myself it must have fallen into the wall cavity during renovation work. I cleaned it up, placed it in my jewelry box, and patched the hole. A week later, while attempting to unblock a persistently slow bathroom drain, I found a clump of long, dark hair wrapped around the trap. My own hair is blonde and short. The hair was at least 30 centimeters long, dark chestnut, and appeared to have been forcibly pulled out. Several strands still had follicles attached. That evening, I finally questioned Martin about the previous tenant. I caught him in the hallway, halfway through changing a light bulb. His reaction to my casual inquiry was immediate. A tightening around the eyes, a twitch in his left cheek. "Student," he said, eyes fixed on the bulb. "Exchange student. Went back to Spain, or maybe it was Italy." He screwed the bulb in with more force than necessary. "Why'd you ask?" I mentioned finding the bracelet. His hand slipped, shattering the bulb. A thin line of blood appeared on his palm. "Must have been left by the builders," he said, wiping his hand on his trousers, leaving a smear of crimson. "Chuck it out." That night, I finally did what I should have done before signing the lease. I searched online for information about 16B Cold Harbor Lane. It took some digging, but eventually I found it. A small article from 13 months earlier in a local community newspaper. Concern growing for missing woman. Rebecca Walsh, 25, had not been seen since December 2017. Her last known address, my flat. The article included a photograph. Rebecca had long dark hair, high cheekbones, and serious eyes that seemed to look directly at me. Around her wrist was a silver bracelet identical to the one I'd found in my wall. I barely slept that night. The next morning, I called in sick to work and began a more thorough investigation. I discovered that Rebecca had been a PhD student, researching historical crime at King's College London. She'd lived alone, kept to herself, but was close to her sister in Bristol. After missing her weekly call with that sister, she was reported missing. Police had investigated but found nothing suspicious. The theory was that she'd left voluntarily, possibly due to academic pressure. The case remained open but inactive. Further research revealed unsettling patterns. Local social media groups mentioned other disappearances from the Brixton area over the years. Nothing that appeared connected. Nothing that had generated major headlines, but a steady trickle of young women who had simply vanished. Most had been explained away as people moving on with their lives, cutting ties, starting fresh elsewhere. Several had last been seen near Cold Harbor Lane. I found her sister, Claire Walsh, on social media and sent a message explaining who I was and what I'd found. She responded within hours, her profile picture showing the same high cheekbones and serious eyes as Rebecca, but with short blonde hair, a disconcerting mirror of our own physical differences. We met the following day at a cafe 3 streets away from Cold Harbor Lane. Claire was visibly exhausted, with the hollow-eyed look of someone who had been grieving for too long without resolution. When I handed her the bracelet, she held it like something infinitely precious and infinitely painful. "I gave her this for her 25th birthday," she said. "She never took it off." Claire had never believed the voluntary disappearance theory. Rebecca was dedicated to her research, had just received additional funding, and had been excited about new evidence she'd discovered relating to historical murders in Brixton. The police had interviewed Martin, the other tenants, Rebecca's classmates and professors. No leads. After 6 months, the investigation had effectively stalled. Most disturbingly, Claire told me that Rebecca had mentioned feeling watched in the weeks before her disappearance. She'd complained about noises in the walls, about missing personal items that would reappear in strange places, about a persistent feeling that someone had been in her flat while she was out. She'd changed the locks twice, had considered breaking her lease and moving elsewhere, had begun documenting everything in a journal that disappeared along with her. I didn't tell Claire about the hair in the drain or the patched section of wall. I didn't share my growing conviction that Rebecca had never left Cold Harbour Lane. Some truths are too heavy to place on shoulders already bowed by grief. But that evening, I examined my flat with new eyes. The fresh paint, the new carpet, the replaced section of wall. The renovations weren't improvements. They were erasures. I began to notice other things. The floorboard near the bedroom window that sounded different when stepped on. The section of kitchen tile work that didn't quite match the rest. The slight discoloration on the ceiling above the shower, visible only in certain light. My flat was a palimpsest. Rebecca's existence scraped away, painted over, but still faintly visible if you knew where to look. And Martin's behavior grew increasingly erratic. I'd catch him watching me from the garden when I left for work. He invented reasons to check my smoke alarms, my radiators, my windows. Once, returning unexpectedly after forgetting my access card for the gallery, I found him standing in my living room, seemingly doing nothing at all. He claimed he was investigating a leak from the flat above. There was no leak, and the flat above had been empty for months. I began documenting everything. I took photographs of every unusual feature in the flat. I recorded the times Martin appeared without explanation. I noted every unexplained sound, every misplaced object, every strange smell. I created a detailed floor plan, marking areas where the renovation seemed most recent or most thorough. And I researched Rebecca Walsh's research. Through academic databases, I found her published work on historical crimes in South London, particularly a series of unsolved murders in Brixton between 1889 and 1891. 4 young women, all tenants of the same boarding house, all found with their throats cut and peculiar items sealed inside their body cavities. Buttons, coins, locks of hair. The killer was never identified, but Rebecca had been pursuing a theory that the boarding house owner, one Martin Ellis Sr., had been responsible. The contemporary Martin Ellis was his great-grandson. That connection should have sent me to the police immediately. Instead, motivated by some misguided sense that I needed more evidence, I decided to investigate further. I contacted Rebecca's academic supervisor, who confirmed her research had taken an unexpected turn in her final weeks. She discovered documents suggesting the historical Martin Ellis hadn't died in 1892, as previously believed, but had changed his name and continued running boarding houses in various London neighbourhoods, each associated with disappearances that were never connected to him. She became quite obsessed, the supervisor told me. She was convinced there was a family pattern, that something had been passed down through generations. I told her she was straying into unprovable territory, that it would damage her academic credibility. The original boarding house, I discovered with growing horror, had stood at the exact location of 16 Cold Harbour Lane. Through public records and extensive genealogical research, I traced the Ellis family history. Martin Ellis Sr. had 5 children. 3 sons continued the family business of property management across different parts of London. Their children did the same. The current Martin Ellis was the last male descendant of the original boarding house owner, inheriting properties that had remained in family hands for generations. I discovered something else too. Every property managed by an Ellis had experienced at least one unexplained disappearance per decade. Young women, usually living alone, often students or newly arrived in London. Each case investigated separately. Each eventually filed away as a voluntary departure or possible suicide. None ever connected to the Ellis family. None ever solved. Around this time, about 6 months into my tenancy, I began to feel watched not just by Martin, but by someone else. I'd wake at exactly 3:17 a.m. with the certainty that someone was standing in the darkest corner of my bedroom. Objects would move slightly between when I left for work and when I returned. The silver bracelet, which I'd kept after Claire couldn't bear to take it, repeatedly migrated from my jewelry box to my bedside table. I began to fear I was losing my grip on reality. Was I inventing connections because of Rebecca's research? Was I experiencing the same paranoia that might have driven her to leave suddenly? Or was something more sinister at work? The fear became physical. I lost weight, developed insomnia, jumped at every noise, started leaving lights on all night, wedged chairs against my door when sleeping. I was living in a constant state of heightened awareness that left me exhausted but unable to relax. I considered moving out, but my meager salary and London's impossible rental market meant I had nowhere else to go. Besides, a part of me felt responsible to Rebecca, to learn what had happened, to ensure she wasn't simply forgotten, written off as another young woman who couldn't handle the pressures of life. The turning point came 9 months into my tenancy. A thunderstorm had knocked out power to the building. As I fumbled with candles, one rolled under the bed. Reaching for it, my fingers found a loose floorboard. Prying it up revealed a small cavity containing a notebook, Rebecca's research journal. The final entry, dated December 14th, 2017, read, M. Watching constantly. Found keys missing again. Located murder weapon in basement storage area. Photographed and documented. Evidence conclusive of familial pattern. Going to police tomorrow morning. There was no entry for December 15th. Rebecca had disappeared on the night of December 14th. The journal detailed her growing certainty that Martin Ellis was following in his ancestors' footsteps. She'd tracked a pattern of disappearances. Young women who had rented flats or rooms in properties managed by the Ellis family over generations. Never enough from a single property to raise suspicion. Always explained away as people moving on. She'd identified 17 potential victims dating back to 1952. And she'd found something in the basement. The basement of 16 Cold Harbour Lane was officially condemned, deemed structurally unsound after subsidence in the 1990s. I'd never seen the door unlocked, but according to Rebecca's journal, Martin kept it accessible and used it for storage. Rebecca described discovering a hidden room within the basement, accessed through a false wall behind old shelving units. Inside, she'd found items belonging to missing women dating back decades. Driver's licenses, jewelry, clothing, all meticulously preserved and labeled. And something else. A collection of antique surgical tools passed down through generations of the Ellis family, one of which, a particular curved knife, matched descriptions of the weapon used in the 1889 to 1891 killings. Most disturbing of all were the photographs. According to Rebecca's journal, she'd found albums containing pictures of women in various stages of what she described as ceremonial preparation. The journal didn't elaborate, but her academic articles on the historical murders detailed how victims were prepared before death, bathed, dressed in white, positioned in specific poses meant to mimic classical paintings of sleeping women. I called Claire immediately, sharing what I'd found. She urged me to go to the police. I agreed to meet her the next morning at the local station, journal in hand. That night, the power went out again. No storm this time. Just my flat, plunged into darkness at 11:42 p.m. I reached for my phone to use as a torch, but it was dead. Fully charged moments before, now completely unresponsive. The spare torch in my bedside drawer was missing. The candles had mysteriously disappeared, and from the hallway outside my flat came the unmistakable sound of a key turning in the lock. I didn't wait to see who would enter. Grabbing Rebecca's journal, I locked myself in the bathroom, the only room with a window large enough to climb through. As I heard my front door open, I forced the bathroom window sash up and squeezed out onto the narrow fire escape. The metal was slick with rain, my bare feet struggling for purchase. Below, the garden was pitch black. Above, the windows of the upper flats showed no lights, no witnesses. I climbed upward, reasoning that the roof offered more escape options than the garden, where I'd be trapped by high walls. I had reached the top floor when I heard the bathroom window open below. A torch beam swept the fire escape, then settled on my retreating form. Heavy footsteps began to ascend the metal staircase. The roof access door was secured with a padlock, but years of neglect had weakened its housing. One desperate kick splintered the wood around it, allowing me onto the roof. Rain made the slate tiles treacherous. I scrambled across, trying to reach the adjoining building, aware of pursuit growing closer. That's when I saw it, the disturbed section of roof where slates had been recently removed and replaced. The exact spot that would be above the bedroom in my flat. The exact location of the stained wall that had been replastered and painted. In my moment of horrified realization, I slipped. The journal flew from my grasp, skidding across wet slate and disappearing over the edge. I lunged for it, too late, instead finding myself face to face with Martin Ellis, silhouetted against the night sky, something long and metallic gleaming in his hand. "She was asking too many questions too," he said, his voice eerily calm. "About family traditions, about keeping things in the family." The curved knife in his hand matched the description in Rebecca's journal. An antique surgical tool with an ivory handle, its blade gleaming despite its age. He advanced slowly, unhurried, as though we had all the time in the world, as though the outcome was predetermined. "We've been here since before this area had a name," he continued, gesturing vaguely at the surrounding streets with his free hand. "Maintaining properties, maintaining traditions, keeping the family strong. Each generation learns from the last. Each generation improves the technique." I braced for the impact of whatever weapon he held. Instead, from the street below came sudden flashing blue lights. Someone had called the police. Later, I would learn it was Mrs. Patterson, watching from her window as she did every night, witnessing my desperate roof escape. Martin hesitated, calculating his options. That moment of indecision saved my life. He turned to flee, lost his footing on the wet slate, and fell, not to the street, but through the weakened section of roof he himself had previously disturbed. The crash echoed through the building, followed by silence. The police found Martin Ellis impaled on a Victorian cast-iron radiator in what had been my bedroom. When they prized up the floorboards beneath where he fell, they discovered the first of the bodies, Rebecca Walsh, exactly where I had slept for 9 months, separated from me by a thin layer of new flooring. The subsequent investigation revealed the full horror of Cold Harbour Lane. 6 bodies were recovered from various concealed locations within the building. The oldest had been there since 1984. Each had been killed in the same way as the historical victims Rebecca had researched. Throat cut, personal items sealed inside body cavities. Each had been a tenant. Each had started asking questions. In Martin's private rooms in the basement, accessible through a concealed entrance he had created, police found meticulous records dating back decades. Like his ancestor, he had been documenting his work. Unlike his ancestor, he had kept trophies, jewelry, identification, clothing. A family tradition passed down through generations. The basement chamber was a museum of horror. Victorian surgical tools displayed alongside modern scalpels. Antique furniture arranged to recreate the setting of historical photographs. Journals detailing procedures and improvements to techniques pioneered by ancestors. And most disturbing of all, a family grimoire, a handwritten book passed down through generations of Ellis men, detailing their beliefs about capturing the essence of young women to strengthen the family bloodline. It wasn't merely murder, it was ritual, ceremony, religion. Each killing meticulously planned and executed according to traditions established in the 1880s. Each victim selected for specific qualities, intelligence, curiosity, independence, that the Ellis men believed would strengthen their lineage when absorbed through their ceremonies. Claire Walsh attended each court hearing during Martin's trial. He had survived his fall, though permanently paralyzed below the waist. The judge sentenced him to life imprisonment without possibility of parole. Throughout the proceedings, he maintained the same eerie calm I'd witnessed on the roof, speaking only once, to correct the prosecutor on the exact number of his victims. The official count was 23, not 17. Further investigation revealed connections to other properties around London. Buildings managed by distant cousins of the Ellis family, each with their own history of disappearances. The full extent of the family's activities may never be known. Some relatives disappeared before they could be questioned. Some properties were mysteriously destroyed by fire before they could be searched. The ripples extended outward, suggesting a network larger and more organized than anyone had initially suspected. I never returned to Cold Harbour Lane. My possessions were collected by police, processed as potential evidence, eventually returned months later. I moved first to a hotel, then to a shared house in North London, finally back to Manchester. My curator position was held for me, but I couldn't stay in London. Every dark corner, every strange noise, every unexpected movement triggered overwhelming panic. The nightmares persisted, not of Martin Ellis or his knife, but of Rebecca Walsh beneath my bed, of sleeping directly above her decomposing body for months, of her trying to warn me through the thin barrier between us, of her watching me through cracks in the walls, attempting to communicate what she had discovered. The psychological impact was diagnosed as PTSD. I spent months in therapy, learning to manage the constant hypervigilance, the insomnia, the panic attacks. Slowly, gradually, I began to rebuild something resembling a normal life. I took a position at a small gallery in Manchester, rented a modern flat in a building less than 10 years old, researched the owners extensively before signing anything. Claire and I remain in contact, united by circumstance, by trauma, by the shared experience of having brushed against true evil. We exchange messages weekly. She's finished her sister's research. published the definitive account of the Ellis family crime spanning 5 generations. I haven't read it. Some knowledge is too heavy to carry. Number 16. Cold Harbour Lane was demolished last year. The land remains vacant. Development plans repeatedly delayed by structural concerns. Locals avoid it. Estate agents can't sell it. The ground, they say, won't settle properly. The foundations keep shifting, as though something beneath the surface refuses to rest. Sometimes I dream of Rebecca Walsh, not as I imagine she was in her final moments, but as I felt her throughout my time in that flat, watchful, persistent, refusing to be erased. In my dreams, she's trying to tell me something, her mouth moving soundlessly behind the wall. I wake always at the same time, 3:17 a.m., the time the police determined she died. I don't believe in ghosts. What haunted 16B Cold Harbour Lane wasn't supernatural, but the most natural thing of all, the human capacity for evil, passed down through blood, hidden behind fresh paint and new carpets, and a caretaker's smile. The true horror isn't that monsters exist, it's that they look just like us, hold keys to our homes, and wait patiently for decades to continue family traditions. The journal was never recovered, somewhere in the ruins of Cold Harbour Lane. Rebecca's final evidence remains buried. Martin Ellis will die in prison. But I sometimes wonder about the broader family tree, about cousins and distant relatives who might maintain other properties in other cities, about family traditions that span generations, about the weight of blood and history, and how some stains can never truly be painted over. Sometimes, late at night, I find myself researching property ownership records, tracking surnames connected to the Ellis family, mapping disappearances across decades and locations, building my own version of Rebecca's research. I don't know what I'll do with this information, whether I'll publish it, share it with authorities, or simply keep it as insurance against the day I might encounter another building manager with too many keys and a smile that never reaches his eyes. I've moved 3 times since leaving London, each time to newer buildings with professional management companies and electronic security. Each time researching the history extensively before signing anything. My current flat is in a converted industrial building, all exposed brick and steel beams, no hidden spaces, no room for secrets. Yet still I wake at 3:17 a.m., convinced someone is watching me through the walls. Check your walls, know your landlord, and remember, the most dangerous predators are those who hold the keys to the places we consider safe. I shouldn't have gone. That's the thing I keep coming back to, lying awake at 3 a.m. with my heart doing that uneven flutter it's had ever since. I shouldn't have gone, but I'm getting a little ahead of myself. It started with accessing the dark web, not for anything extreme or twisted. I wasn't looking for any trouble. I just wanted some cannabis. My usual source had dried up after he'd had a scare with the police, and I'd been without for a couple of months. I wasn't gagging for it or anything, but I missed having something to help me sleep, to quiet my head down in the evenings. A bloke I vaguely knew mentioned, sort of offhandedly, that you could buy practically anything on there these days. He made it sound mundane, like ordering from Amazon. So I looked into it, watched a few videos, read some guides. It was easier than I'd expected, if I'm being honest. Within an hour or so, I was browsing marketplaces that looked surprisingly ordinary. Product listings, star ratings, customer reviews. The whole thing had this weird legitimacy to it, like someone had built eBay for illegal goods. I found what I was looking for pretty quickly. The seller had decent feedback, hundreds of transactions, people saying the quality was good, and it arrived discreetly. The listing said postal delivery, which seemed ideal. Low risk. Just wait for a padded envelope to arrive, and that would be that. But there was another option at the bottom, one I almost scrolled past. Local collection available for buyers in certain areas. I clicked through out of curiosity more than anything else. There was a list of cities. Mine was on there. The price for collection was about 20 quid cheaper, which wasn't the main draw. What interested me was the speed. Delivery would take nearly a week, maybe longer. Collection could be arranged within a couple of days. And there was something appealing about the human element. Strange as that sounds, it felt more real, less like I was doing something properly dodgy, just meeting someone, a quick exchange, then home. I think about that logic now and want to shake myself. I spent a day deliberating, kept opening the listing and staring at it, trying to decide. The rational part of my brain was saying to just go with postal delivery, that meeting a stranger was asking for trouble. But another part kept pointing out how many successful transactions he'd completed, how the reviews specifically mentioned collection going smoothly. One person had written that the seller was professional and quick, in and out in under a minute. Another said they'd been nervous, but it was completely fine, nothing to worry about. I read through dozens of these reviews. Looking back, I was probably trying to convince myself, seeking validation for a decision I'd already made. The cheaper price and faster turnaround were factors, sure, but mostly, I think I just wanted to prove to myself that I could do it, that I wasn't as risk-averse and boring as I sometimes felt. Stupid reasoning. Really, genuinely stupid. The seller's username was something forgettable, just random letters and numbers. I sent a message through the site system saying I was interested in collection. The reply came back within a few hours, brief and businesslike. He asked what area I was in, and I told him. He said he could do Thursday evening if that worked. I agreed, perhaps too quickly. We arranged the specifics through a series of short messages over the next day. He suggested a car park behind a row of shops on the outskirts of town, the kind of area that's busy during the day but empties out after dark. I'd driven past it hundreds of times without really noticing it. 8 o'clock on a Thursday evening. He'd be driving a dark blue Vauxhall. I should approach the passenger side and he'd hand it over through the window. Simple enough. I'd been overthinking it, clearly. The days leading up to Thursday had this strange quality to them. I'd go about my normal routine, but my mind would drift to the meeting, running through different scenarios. Most of them were fine. A few were disasters, but I pushed those aside. I didn't tell anyone what I was doing. It felt like the kind of thing that would sound worse when said aloud, that would invite questions and judgment I didn't want to deal with. Thursday came around and I spent the whole day feeling slightly sick. Not scared exactly, just apprehensive. I kept telling myself it was fine. People did this sort of thing all the time. The reviews on his page were genuine. This was just a transaction. In and out in 2 minutes. I left the house around 7:30. Told myself I was just popping out. Kept it casual, even though there was no one there to perform for. The drive over took about 15 minutes. I had the radio on, but couldn't focus on what was playing. Just background noise to fill the silence. I arrived deliberately early. Wanted to scope the place out. Make sure it felt safe. The car park was tucked away behind a discount furniture shop and a tile warehouse, both closed for the day. There were a few other cars scattered about, probably belonging to people who lived in the flats nearby. A white van with faded lettering on the side, a small red hatchback that had seen better days. A silver estate car that looked abandoned, one tire completely flat. Streetlights cast everything in that sickly orange glow. It was drizzling slightly, that fine mist that doesn't look like much but soaks through your clothes. The kind of evening where you can't decide if you need your wipers on or not. I parked near the entrance and waited, checked my phone obsessively, looked at the other cars, trying to work out which one might be his. There was a blue Vauxhall in the far corner, but it looked lighter than he'd described, more grey than blue, and no one was sitting in it. The minutes crawled past. I watched a cat slink between two wheelie bins near the back fence. A couple walked past on the pavement outside, arguing about something in low voices. A bus went by on the main road, almost empty. 8 o'clock came and went, then 1:15. I was starting to think he wasn't coming, feeling that weird mix of relief and disappointment, when a car pulled in. Dark blue Vauxhall, just like he'd said. It drove slowly past me and parked 3 or 4 spaces away, backing into the spot so it faced outward. The engine cut out, headlights off. I couldn't see much through the windscreen. The driver was just a silhouette. I waited for some kind of signal, but nothing came. No flash of lights, no wave, nothing. After a minute or so, I decided to just get on with it. And their staring at each other was pointless and weird. I climbed out of my car, locked it out of habit, and walked over. The drizzle was heavier now, proper rain starting to form. My jacket wasn't waterproof, and I could feel the damp seeping through. The passenger window was down about halfway. I bent slightly to look inside. The driver was younger than I'd expected, maybe mid-20s, tracksuit, hood up despite being inside the car. I couldn't see much of his face in the dim light. He didn't look at me directly, just stared forward through the windscreen. I said hello, tried to sound casual. My voice came out thinner than I'd intended. He didn't respond, didn't even acknowledge I'd spoken. Just reached across to the passenger seat and picked up a small plastic bag, the kind you'd get from a corner shop. He held it out through the window. I took it and glanced inside. It looked about right. A small, clear bag inside the carrier, some green material visible. I reached into my jacket pocket for the cash I'd prepared. 3 20s folded together. That's when things went wrong. As I pulled the notes out, his hand shot through the window and grabbed my wrist. Not hard enough to hurt, but firm, controlling. His other hand appeared holding something I couldn't quite make out in the darkness. My brain was trying to process what was happening, still a step behind. He told me to give him everything. Wallet, phone, keys. His voice was flat, matter of fact. Like he'd done this before. Like it was routine. I just stood there for a moment, stupid with shock. Some part of me was still trying to make it make sense. Like maybe this was some kind of test or misunderstanding. Maybe I'd misheard him. Maybe this was how these things worked, and I was being naive. But his grip tightened on my wrist, and he repeated himself, more insistent. Give him everything, now. The thing he was holding was a screwdriver. I could see it properly now, the metal shaft catching the streetlight. Long, maybe 8 inches. The kind you'd use for heavy-duty work. He wasn't waving it around or being theatrical about it. Just holding it steady, pointed vaguely in my direction, making the threat clear. My first thought, bizarrely, was about the reviews. All those people saying it went smoothly, that he was professional. Were they lies? Part of the setup? Or was I just special, the unlucky one he'd decided to rob? I should have just complied, given him what he wanted. It was only stuff, nothing worth getting hurt over. My wallet had maybe 40 quid in it, some cards I could cancel. My phone was a year old, nothing special. The car keys were the biggest loss, but even that was just inconvenience, not disaster. But something in me panicked, and I yanked my arm back hard, twisting away from his grip. The plastic bag fell from my other hand and scattered on the wet tarmac. I stumbled backward, and his car door flew open, slamming into me and knocking me further off balance. He was out of the car fast, faster than I would have thought possible. I turned and ran. I don't remember deciding to run. My body just did it, pure instinct. I sprinted back toward my car, but he was between me and it now, cutting off that route. So I veered left, toward the back of the car park where a footpath led between two buildings. I could hear him behind me, not shouting, not saying anything, just footsteps slapping against wet pavement getting closer. That silence was worse somehow, more frightening than if he'd been yelling threats or demands. The path was narrow, barely wide enough for one person. Walls on both sides, brick on the left and wooden fencing on the right. It was darker here, away from the street lights, and I couldn't see properly. I was running on adrenaline and terror, my breathing already ragged. The path curved, and I nearly lost my footing on the slick ground. I put a hand out to steady myself against the wall, felt the rough brick scrape against my palm, and kept going. Behind me, his footsteps were still there, relentless and steady. He wasn't gaining on me, but he wasn't falling behind either. Just maintaining the same distance, like he knew he could keep this up longer than I could. Why was he still chasing me? I dropped the bag, left it behind. He could have just taken it and gone, unless this had never been about the cannabis at all. Maybe the whole listing was a setup, a way to lure people to isolated spots. Maybe he'd done this to dozens of others. Maybe some of them hadn't got away. These thoughts were flashing through my head in fragments, none of them fully formed. Mostly, I was just focused on running, on the burning in my lungs and the sound of him behind me. The path opened out into a residential street. Rows of terraced houses, cars parked bumper to bumper on both sides, lights on in some windows. Normal life happening just meters away, completely oblivious. I thought about screaming, banging on someone's door, but I was gasping too hard to make much noise, and he was right there, close enough that I could hear his breathing. I ran down the middle of the street, my shoes slapping against the road, looked back over my shoulder and immediately regretted it. He was maybe 10 meters behind, hood still up, face in shadow. Something about seeing him in the open like that, in this normal suburban street, made it worse somehow, more real. This wasn't happening in some dark alley or abandoned building. This was happening in the middle of ordinary life, and nobody was noticing. I turned at the end of the road, took a random left, then another right, trying to lose him in the maze of identical streets. My chest was screaming and there was a stitch developing in my side, but I didn't dare slow down. I could hear my heartbeat pounding in my ears, could taste copper in my mouth. After another turn, I risked another glance back. The street behind me was empty. I kept running anyway, not trusting it. Took 2 more turns and then ducked into a front garden, crouching behind a car. Tried to control my breathing, listening for footsteps. Nothing. Just the sound of a television through someone's window and distant traffic. Someone laughing inside one of the houses. A dog barking a few streets over. I stayed there for what felt like 20 minutes, but was probably closer to 5. Slowly, my heart rate came down from its frantic hammering. I pulled out my phone with shaking hands, realized I had no idea where I was. The streets all looked the same. Victorian terraces with identical front doors and tiny gardens. I'd been running blind, taking turns at random. I opened the map and tried to work out a route back to the car park. My hands were trembling so badly, I kept mistyping. Eventually, I got it sorted and started plotting a path. The walk back took me nearly 40 minutes. I went the long way round, sticking to main roads where there were people and lights. Even then, I felt exposed, vulnerable. Kept checking behind me every few seconds. Every car that passed made me tense up, certain it would be the blue Vauxhall circling back to find me. I passed a pub, warm light spilling out onto the pavement, people smoking outside and chatting. I thought about going in, hiding there for an hour or so, but the idea of being around people felt impossible. I couldn't imagine making small talk or pretending to be normal. So I walked past and kept going. My clothes were soaked through by now. The rain had picked up properly and I was shivering, though I couldn't tell if it was from cold or shock or both. My legs felt weak and unstable, like they might give out at any moment. When I finally made it back to the car park, his car was gone. So was mine. I stood there staring at the empty space where I'd parked, my brain struggling to process this final kick. Of course he'd taken it. I'd left the keys in my jacket pocket, and he'd had plenty of time while I was running in circles through the estate. Probably drove straight back here after I'd lost him, let himself in, and helped himself. The plastic bag was still there on the ground, dark and soggy with rain. I left it where it lay. I walked to the main road and called a taxi. Stood under the awning of the furniture shop while I waited, dripping and shaking. The driver who picked me up gave me a look, but didn't ask questions. I was grateful for that. I reported it to the police as stolen, left out the bit about the dark web, obviously. Said I'd parked up and someone must have taken it while I was walking around. They were polite but clearly not that bothered. Gave me a crime reference number and said they'd be in touch if it turned up. Asked if I'd seen anyone suspicious. I said no. It did turn up, about a week later. Burned out in a field just outside town. Completely gutted. The police said it was probably joyriders. I didn't correct them. The insurance process was tedious and humiliating. They asked all sorts of questions about where I'd been, why I'd left the keys in the car, whether I'd locked it properly. I stuck to my story. Eventually they paid out, minus the excess, and I bought a replacement. Nothing special, just something to get me from A to B. I think about that night constantly, not in a dramatic, traumatized way, just little flashes throughout the day. Seeing his hand shoot through that window, the sound of footsteps behind me in the dark, the empty space where my car had been, the screwdriver catching the light. Mostly I think about the reviews, all those positive comments on his listing, people saying the transaction went smoothly, that he was reliable. Were any of them real? Or were they all part of the setup? Fake accounts building credibility? Maybe some were genuine and I was just unlucky, the one he decided to target. Or maybe everyone who left a bad review simply never got the chance. I went back to the dark web a few days later, once I'd calmed down enough to think straight. Wanted to see if his listing was still there. It was gone. The whole account had vanished. I tried searching variations of the username but found nothing. Like he'd never existed. I don't know. I'll never know. I don't go near that stuff anymore. Hardly even drink these days. The whole thing taught me that the normal rules don't apply once you step outside normal channels. There's no customer service, no protection, no recourse. You're just vulnerable, and some people will exploit that without a second thought. The worst part is how ordinary it all was. No masks, no weapons really, just a screwdriver. No abandoned warehouses or dramatic showdowns. Just a rundown car park in a residential street and a bloke in a tracksuit. That's what real danger looks like, I suppose. Not cinematic or exciting, just squalid and frightening and pointless. I still live in the same town. Sometimes I see dark blue Vauxhalls and my stomach drops before I can remind myself it's irrational. Sometimes I'm walking somewhere at night and I hear footsteps behind me and I have to fight the urge to run. Sometimes I drive past that car park and feel my chest tighten. My breathing goes shallow. I never saw him again. Never heard anything. It was like it never happened, except for the insurance claim and the nightmares I had for a couple of months afterward, and this jumpy, paranoid feeling that never quite goes away. I was lucky, I know that. It could have been so much worse. He could have caught me. He could have used that screwdriver. I could have hit my head when I fell, or run into traffic, or any number of things. Sometimes I think about what would have happened if I'd tripped during that chase, if I'd gone down on that narrow path with him right behind me. I don't let myself think about it for long. But knowing you were lucky doesn't make it feel any better somehow. It just makes you realize how close you came to something terrible, and how easily it could happen again. How thin the line is between normal life and absolute disaster. How quickly things can spiral out of control. I've never told anyone this, not properly. Partly because I'm ashamed of how naive I was, but mostly because I don't want to hear what they'd say. That it was my own fault, that I should have known better, that anyone with half a brain would have seen it coming. They'd be right, of course. I should never have gone. Right, so this is going to sound absurd, but I've got to tell someone what's been happening to me, because I'm honestly not sure what to do anymore. I've always been the sort of person who minds their own business, keeps their head down, pays the bills on time. You know the type. Nothing exciting ever happens to people like me, which is exactly how I preferred it. I work from home doing proofreading for small publishers, live alone in a rented terraced house in Didcot. That's nothing special, but it suits me fine. My biggest worry used to be whether I'd have enough work to cover the rent each month. That all changed about 6 months ago when my washing machine packed up. Sounds trivial, doesn't it? The sort of everyday annoyance that happens to everyone eventually. But what started as a simple repair job has turned into something I'm still trying to wrap my head around. And I keep wondering if I'm losing my mind, or if this is actually as serious as it seems. The machine had been making grinding noises for weeks before it finally gave up completely. Nothing dramatic, just stopped mid-cycle one Tuesday morning, leaving me with a drum full of soggy clothes and no obvious way to get them clean. I rent a small terraced house in Didcot, and the landlord's policy is that tenants handle their own appliance repairs, so I started looking for local washing machine engineers. That's how I found Dave's number, scribbled on a card pinned to the notice board in the local co-op. No fancy business name or website address, just Dave, all appliances fixed, with a mobile number written in blue biro. The sort of basic advertising you see from tradesmen who rely on word of mouth rather than internet marketing. I called him that afternoon and he sounded professional enough over the phone. Said he could come round the following day during his lunch break to have a look at the machine, and that his call-out fee was £30 whether he could fix it or not. Standard rates for that sort of work, and he seemed keen to fit me in quickly. Dave turned out to be a short, stocky bloke in his 40s, wearing navy overalls and carrying a toolbox that looked like it had seen better days. He was polite and methodical, spending nearly an hour diagnosing the problem with my machine. Eventually, he concluded that the drum bearings had failed and would need replacing, but the parts would cost more than the machine was worth. Instead of trying to sell me an expensive repair, he suggested I might be better off buying a replacement. He mentioned that he occasionally had refurbished machines available, and that he could probably source something suitable within my budget if I wasn't in a rush. This seemed reasonable enough, so I gave him my contact details and asked him to let me know if anything appropriate came up. He said he'd keep an eye out and would call me within the week if he found anything promising. Dave called 3 days later with details of a nearly new machine that had come from a house clearance. The previous owners had moved abroad unexpectedly and couldn't take their appliances with them, so everything was being sold off cheaply. He could deliver and install it for £200, which was significantly less than I'd expected to pay for a decent replacement. I arranged for him to bring it round the following Saturday morning. He arrived punctually with the machine loaded in the back of his van, along with a young lad he introduced as his nephew who was helping with deliveries. The installation went smoothly, and the machine worked perfectly when we tested it with a quick wash cycle. Dave explained the various settings and programs, then spent several minutes showing me how to clean the filter and maintain the rubber seals to prevent future problems. But there was something about his behavior during the installation that struck me as odd. He seemed unusually interested in the layout of my house, asking questions about my work schedule and whether I lived alone. When I mentioned that I worked from home as a freelance proofreader, he made several comments about how convenient it must be to have such a flexible routine. He also spent considerable time examining my existing plumbing and electrical connections, taking photographs with his phone supposedly, to ensure he had the right fittings for future reference. This seemed professional enough, but he photographed more than just the utility connections. I noticed him capturing images of my kitchen layout, the view from my windows, and even the contents of some cupboards while he was checking pipework. At the time, I assumed this was just thoroughness on his part. Some tradesmen are very methodical about documenting their work, and Dave had been professional in every other respect. It was only later that I started questioning his motives for gathering so much information about my living arrangements. The first sign that something wasn't right came about 2 weeks after the installation. I started receiving marketing calls from companies I'd never heard of, all offering services that seemed remarkably well tailored to my specific circumstances. There were calls about home security systems that would be ideal for someone living alone in a terraced house. Offers of broadband upgrades that mentioned my work from home situation, despite the fact that I'd never discussed my internet usage with any service providers. Even unsolicited quotes for household insurance that included specific details about my property layout and contents. The callers knew too much about my personal circumstances for this to be coincidental marketing. Someone had provided them with detailed information about my living situation, work arrangements, and daily routine. I started paying attention to other changes in my routine that had occurred since Dave's visit. I'd been receiving more posts addressed to previous occupants of my house, including bank statements and official documents that suggested someone was using my address for financial services I'd never heard of. There had also been several instances of people knocking on my door asking for directions or claiming to be conducting surveys, but their questions seemed more focused on confirming my identity and schedule than gathering general information. Most concerning was a pattern of minor problems with services and deliveries. My internet connection had become unreliable. My post was being delivered at inconsistent times, and I'd received several packages that I hadn't ordered, but which contained items that were obviously intended for someone monitoring my daily activities. These packages contained things like small electronic devices, camera equipment, and recording equipment that had no obvious legitimate purpose for someone in my circumstances. I began to suspect that Dave's visit had been more than a simple appliance repair and replacement operation. Looking back at his behavior during the installation, I realized that his questions about my routine and his extensive photography of my property had been systematic rather than casual. He'd been gathering intelligence about my living situation for reasons that had nothing to do with washing machine maintenance. I tried to contact him using the mobile number from his original advertisement, but it was no longer in service. The card had disappeared from the co-op notice board, and none of the local appliance repair businesses I contacted had heard of anyone called Dave operating in the area. He'd vanished completely, leaving only the washing machine and the growing evidence that my personal information was being circulated among people with unknown motives for wanting detailed intelligence about my daily life. I started researching similar cases online, looking for information about tradesmen who used service calls as opportunities to gather personal information for identity theft or other criminal purposes. What I found suggested this was a more common problem than I'd realized, but the cases I discovered seemed to focus on financial fraud rather than the comprehensive surveillance I was experiencing. Following various leads and references led me into online communities where people discussed more sophisticated forms of personal intelligence gathering. Some of these communities operated through private channels that required special access methods to reach. Eventually, I found myself exploring parts of the internet that exist beyond normal search engines. What I discovered was that Dave hadn't been working alone, and his operation wasn't focused on traditional financial fraud. The platforms I accessed contained extensive databases of personal information about ordinary people, organized by location, lifestyle, and vulnerability factors. My own details were there, listed under a section that seemed to specialize in people who lived alone and worked from home. The information was remarkably comprehensive, including not just the basic details Dave had observed during his visit, but additional intelligence that had been gathered through other methods. Details about my work clients, my financial situation, my social relationships, and my daily routine that could only have been obtained through systematic monitoring of my activities. But this wasn't a passive database. It was an active marketplace where detailed personal information was being sold to buyers with specific requirements. The platform operated like a sophisticated customer service operation, with different categories of information available at various price points. Basic profiles cost relatively small amounts, but comprehensive intelligence packages that included real-time monitoring and regular updates were priced at several £1,000s. Dave's role had been what they called primary access acquisition, gaining entry to target properties under legitimate pretexts and gathering initial intelligence that could then be developed through other methods. The washing machine replacement had been a perfect cover for conducting a thorough survey of my living situation while establishing credibility for future contact. But the operation didn't stop with Dave's visit. The information he'd gathered had been used to coordinate a comprehensive monitoring program that involved multiple people and various surveillance methods. The marketing calls, the misdirected post, the unexpected deliveries. All of this had been part of a systematic intelligence gathering operation designed to build a complete picture of my daily life and personal circumstances. The buyers for this information weren't necessarily planning traditional crimes like burglary or identity theft. Many seemed to be purchasing personal intelligence for psychological reasons that were harder to understand, but potentially more disturbing. There were discussion threads about clients who used the gathered information to create elaborate fantasies about their relationships with the surveillance targets. They would study the intelligence reports in obsessive detail, learning intimate facts about strangers' daily routines and personal habits. Some took this further, using the information to engineer coincidental encounters with their targets, or to insert themselves into their daily routines through carefully planned interactions. Others seemed content to simply observe from a distance, knowing that they had access to private information about people who remained completely unaware they were being monitored. But the most disturbing category of buyers were those who used the personal intelligence as preparation for what they called direct engagement activities. These clients were purchasing comprehensive information about specific individuals as groundwork for more serious interventions that required detailed knowledge of their target's vulnerabilities and daily routines. Reading through the client testimonials and service reviews, I began to understand that Dave's visit had been the beginning of a much larger operation that was still ongoing. The monitoring hadn't stopped when he'd completed the washing machine installation. It had simply moved to more subtle methods that were harder to detect, but potentially more invasive than his initial intelligence gathering. My internet activities were being tracked, my phone calls were being monitored, and my daily movements were being documented through methods I couldn't identify, but which provided whoever was watching me with real-time information about my activities and whereabouts. The evidence was in the precision of the marketing calls and unsolicited approaches I'd been receiving. The callers knew not just my basic personal details, but also my current mood, my recent purchases, and even my immediate plans for the day. They were accessing information that could only be obtained through comprehensive surveillance of my digital communications and physical activities. I realized that the washing machine Dave had installed probably contained monitoring equipment that was providing ongoing access to my home network and personal devices. The machine was connected to my Wi-Fi for diagnostic purposes, and it would be relatively simple to use that connection for unauthorized data collection. But I also suspected that my property had been accessed again since Dave's visit, probably to install additional surveillance equipment in locations where it would be virtually undetectable. The pattern of minor service problems I'd been experiencing, internet outages, delivery issues, unexpected correspondence, could all be explained as methods for testing and maintaining surveillance systems that had been installed throughout my property. I was living in a house that had been comprehensively compromised by people who were monitoring my every activity and selling that information to anonymous buyers with unknown motivations. The realization made me physically sick, but it also explained why I'd been feeling increasingly paranoid and anxious over the past few months. My subconscious had been picking up on signs of surveillance that my rational mind had dismissed as coincidence. I started paying closer attention to my environment, looking for evidence of the monitoring equipment I now knew had been installed throughout my property. What I found confirmed my worst suspicions. There were small cameras concealed in light fittings and smoke detectors, audio recording devices hidden in electrical outlets, and monitoring equipment built into appliances I'd assumed were legitimate. The washing machine Dave had installed was certainly part of the surveillance network, but it was just one component in a comprehensive monitoring system that covered every room in my house. They could see and hear everything I did, 24 hours a day, and they were presumably sharing that information with the clients who had purchased access to my personal intelligence profile. But discovering the surveillance equipment didn't provide any obvious path toward removing it or escaping from their monitoring network. The devices were professionally installed and integrated into my property's essential systems in ways that would make removal virtually impossible without completely rewiring the house. Even if I could identify and disable all the obvious surveillance equipment, there were probably backup systems and remote monitoring methods that would maintain their access to my personal information. More troubling was the realization that moving to a different property wouldn't solve the problem. The intelligence they'd gathered about my routine preferences and behavior patterns would allow them to re-establish surveillance wherever I relocated. They knew me well enough to predict my actions and could simply repeat Dave's initial approach with whatever cover story seemed most appropriate for my new circumstances. I was trapped in a surveillance network that had been designed to be inescapable once the initial intelligence gathering had been completed. The only way to stop the monitoring would be to somehow identify and confront the people operating the network, but they remained completely anonymous and operated through platforms that were designed to protect their identities. I could report the surveillance to the police, but what evidence could I provide beyond my suspicions about a washing machine repair that had seemed legitimate at the time? The monitoring equipment had been professionally concealed, and the intelligence marketplace operated through channels that would be virtually impossible for authorities to investigate. Even if I could prove that surveillance was taking place, the operators could simply claim it was legitimate research or marketing activity. The information they were gathering and selling wasn't necessarily illegal. It was just comprehensively invasive. I've been living with this knowledge for 3 months now, trying to maintain normal routines, while knowing that everything I do is being monitored and potentially shared with anonymous buyers who might have any number of motivations for wanting detailed access to my private life. The psychological pressure is worse than any physical threat could be. Knowing that your most private moments are being observed and commodified creates a level of paranoia that makes normal life almost impossible to maintain. But I've also started to notice changes in my circumstances that suggest the monitoring operation is moving to a new phase. People have begun approaching me in public places, engaging in conversations that demonstrate surprising knowledge about my personal interests and daily routine. Shop assistants who know details about my purchasing habits that they shouldn't have access to. Neighbors who seem unusually interested in my work schedule and social relationships. Even delivery drivers and service technicians who visit my property seem to know more about my circumstances than their professional roles should require. I'm surrounded by people who have access to intimate details about my private life, while I remain ignorant of their true motivations for engaging with me. The surveillance network hasn't just been monitoring me. It's been building a comprehensive profile that can be used to engineer social interactions and manipulate my daily environment in ways that remain virtually undetectable. I think they're preparing for something that requires more direct access than remote surveillance can provide. Yesterday, I received a call from someone claiming to be Dave's business partner, explaining that they needed to perform routine maintenance on the washing machine he'd installed. They offered to come round this weekend to check the connections and update the software systems. I know this is the next phase of whatever operation began with Dave's initial visit 6 months ago. But I also know that refusing the appointment would only confirm their assessment that I've become aware of their surveillance activities, which might accelerate whatever they're planning to do next. Sometimes the only choice available is between cooperating with people who are exploiting you or resisting them in ways that might make your situation even worse. I'm going to let them into my house this weekend because I don't think I have any realistic alternative. But I wanted to document what I've learned in case something happens to me, or in case my behavior suddenly changes in ways that concern people who know me. If you're reading this, be careful about letting tradesmen into your home, especially ones who seem unusually interested in your personal circumstances, or who ask more questions than their work requires. Dave is probably still out there, looking for new targets and gathering intelligence for clients who remain completely anonymous, but definitely aren't benign. Your washing machine breaking down might seem like a minor inconvenience, but it could be the beginning of something much worse than you ever imagined possible. I think the moment things truly went wrong was far earlier than I've ever been willing to admit. I kept trying to pin it on some later decision, some point where everything supposedly shifted, but deep down I knew from the beginning that the work was warped. I just pushed that aside because the money felt effortless, and I convinced myself that anything happening out of sight couldn't possibly touch real people. I used to write harmless classifieds, the dull little ads in local papers about unwanted sofas or gardening services. Then someone offered me far too much money to write near identical listings for sites I didn't recognize. Places buried so deeply online that you needed specific tools just to reach them. Now I'm hiding. I don't want to talk about where. I walked out of my life in Birmingham after finally understanding what those listings were actually enabling, what I'd unknowingly stitched together, and who was acting on the words I'd polished to look safe. Because if there's one thing dangerous people prize, it's someone who can make anything sound legitimate. I'd been working for a regional newspaper for nearly 12 years when they decided to close the print edition and move everything online. Half the staff were made redundant, including everyone in the classifieds department, where I'd spent my entire career. I was 51 years old with no real skills beyond writing short, compelling descriptions of items people wanted to sell or services they wanted to advertise. The redundancy payment was adequate but not generous, and I quickly discovered that online classified sites had automated most of the work I used to do. There was no market for someone who specialized in writing appealing descriptions of second-hand wardrobes and garden maintenance services. I spent about 4 months applying for anything remotely suitable. Copywriting positions, content creation roles, even administrative work that might value my attention to detail. Nothing came through, and I watched my savings dwindle while I tried to work out what I was going to do with the rest of my working life. That's when I got the message through a professional networking site. Someone had seen my profile listing my experience in classified advertising and was interested in commissioning similar work for a private client. The rate they offered was extraordinary, £500 per week for what they estimated would be about 10 hours of work. They explained that their client operated specialist classified websites catering to niche markets that valued privacy and discretion. They needed someone who could write clear, professional adverts that would appeal to discerning users while maintaining appropriate discretion about sensitive subject matter. I should have asked what kind of niche markets required such discretion, should have questioned why anyone would pay such exceptional rates for basic advertising copy. But I was desperate enough to accept the work without asking the uncomfortable questions that might have cost me the opportunity. The client sent me login credentials for their classified website, along with detailed guidelines about the types of adverts I'd be writing. The site was unlike anything I'd encountered before. Basic design, minimal graphics, categories for services and items that seemed deliberately vague. My first assignment was to write adverts for what the client described as domestic services. I was given basic details: cleaning services, gardening work, home maintenance, and asked to create professional listings that would inspire confidence and trust. The guidelines emphasized that the adverts should make the services sound reliable, experienced, and discreet. I wrote about a dozen adverts following the brief, each one presenting various domestic services in the most appealing light possible. The client was pleased with my work and paid immediately, then sent me a larger batch of similar assignments for the following week. Over the next few weeks, the assignments followed the same pattern. I'd receive basic details about various services or items for sale, then craft compelling adverts that made them sound trustworthy and professional. The work was straightforward, and the money was keeping me financially stable for the first time since my redundancy. But I started noticing that many of the adverts I was writing contained oddly specific details that didn't quite make sense for normal classified listings. A gardening service that emphasized their familiarity with security systems and property layouts. A cleaning service that mentioned their ability to work with minimal supervision and their discretion about what they might observe in clients' homes. When I asked the client about these unusual emphases, they explained that their users valued comprehensive information about service providers and wanted to know exactly what they were paying for. The explanation seemed reasonable enough, though I was becoming uncomfortable with some of the implications. The assignments became more explicit about what was really being advertised. Instead of general domestic services, I was asked to write adverts for people offering very specific capabilities. Someone who could assess home security vulnerabilities. Another who specialized in gaining access to properties without leaving obvious evidence. A third who offered detailed surveillance services including property observation and routine documentation. I realized I wasn't writing adverts for legitimate domestic services at all. I was helping criminals advertise their capabilities to other criminals who needed assistance with burglary, stalking, or worse activities. My skill at making services sound professional and trustworthy was being used to help dangerous people find accomplices for whatever they were planning. But I couldn't simply stop accepting work without serious financial consequences. The income had become essential, and the client had made it clear they valued reliability and discretion above all else. People who caused problems or asked too many questions might find themselves facing difficulties of their own. I convinced myself I was just writing words, that I wasn't responsible for what people did with the services they found through my adverts. It was just classified advertising, the same work I'd been doing for years at the newspaper. The fact that it facilitated criminal activity didn't make me personally culpable for those crimes. The rationalization became harder to maintain when the client sent me a new category of adverts to write. These weren't for services at all, but for specific opportunities. Someone looking for assistance with a particular project in Manchester, another seeking collaborators for work in Leeds, a third requesting help with an assignment in Bristol. The details were deliberately vague, but the context made it clear these were adverts from people planning crimes who needed additional participants. They were using the classified site to recruit accomplices. And I was writing the adverts that made these criminal opportunities sound appealing and professional. I tried to refuse this type of work, explaining to the client that I was only comfortable writing adverts for services rather than specific opportunities, but they made it clear that refusing assignments wasn't an option. I'd been working for them for months, accepting substantial payments for work I knew was ethically questionable at minimum. Walking away now would mean explaining where that money had come from. So I continued writing the adverts, each one more disturbing than the last. Someone seeking assistance with collecting a debt from someone who wouldn't pay voluntarily. Another looking for help convincing someone to leave their property. A third requesting collaborators for work that required being comfortable with confrontation and potential violence. I was writing recruitment adverts for people planning serious crimes, making assault and intimidation sound like legitimate business opportunities. And people were responding to these adverts, using my carefully crafted descriptions to decide which criminal opportunities to pursue. The breakthrough came when I saw a news report about a violent robbery in Wolverhampton. An elderly couple had been attacked in their home by men who'd shown detailed knowledge of their property layout and security arrangements. The police believed the attackers had received inside information from someone who'd visited the property under false pretenses. Something about the case felt horribly familiar. I checked my records and found an advert I'd written several weeks earlier for someone offering domestic security assessments in the Wolverhampton area. The advert had emphasized their experience with elderly clients and their thorough approach to documenting security vulnerabilities. I couldn't be certain the advert was connected to the attack, but the details matched too closely to be comfortable coincidence. Someone had probably used my advert to find an accomplice who could assess the elderly couple's vulnerabilities, then use that information to plan the violent robbery. I felt physically sick at the realization that my work had potentially enabled serious violence against vulnerable people. But what made it worse was understanding this probably wasn't an isolated case. I'd written hundreds of adverts over the past few months, and any of them could have facilitated crimes I'd never learned about. I started researching news reports from areas where I'd written adverts, looking for crimes that might be connected to the services or opportunities I'd advertised. What I found was a depressing pattern of burglaries, assaults, and harassment campaigns that seemed to correlate with the classified listings I'd created. A home invasion in Manchester that matched an opportunity advert I'd written seeking collaborators for work requiring speed and aggression. A stalking case in Leeds involving someone who'd been under professional surveillance before the harassment escalated. A burglary in Bristol where the thieves had demonstrated intimate knowledge of the property's security arrangements. I was looking at evidence that my adverts were facilitating serious crimes across the country. Every professionally written description I'd created, every trustworthy tone I'd crafted, had helped criminals find accomplices and coordinate activities that destroyed people's lives and safety. But it was discovering the full scope of the classified site that made me understand how systematically evil the whole operation was. Using the login credentials I'd been given for posting adverts, I explored other sections of the site beyond the categories I'd been writing for. There were sections dedicated to specific types of criminal activity, categories for people seeking assistance with harassment campaigns, others for those planning burglaries or assaults, even sections focused on more disturbing crimes I don't want to detail here. The site operated as a comprehensive marketplace for criminal services and opportunities. People could advertise their capabilities, seek collaborators for specific projects, even arrange payment and coordination for complex multi-person operations. And all of it was presented in the professional, trustworthy language I'd been crafting. My adverts were scattered throughout the site, making violence and exploitation sound like legitimate business opportunities that reasonable people might consider. I found discussion sections where users reviewed the services they'd hired through the classified adverts. They rated providers on professionalism, reliability, and effectiveness. They shared techniques and recommendations just like people might review plumbers or electricians on normal classified sites. Except they were reviewing people who'd helped them stalk vulnerable individuals, burgle occupied homes, even commit assaults against people who'd apparently done nothing except exist in a way that offended someone enough to pay for violence against them. One review discussed a service provider who'd been particularly effective at documenting a target's daily routine without being detected. The reviewer praised their thoroughness and professional presentation of intelligence, noting that the surveillance had enabled a successful harassment campaign that had driven the target from their home. I recognized the language from an advert I'd written for a surveillance service, remembered crafting descriptions that emphasized discretion and comprehensive documentation. Someone had used my professionally written advert to find a stalker who terrorized someone into relocating. The realization that I'd facilitated systematic harassment was devastating, but what made it unbearable was understanding the scale of it. There were hundreds of reviews discussing services found through adverts I'd written. Each one represented crimes against real people who'd been targeted by individuals using my carefully crafted descriptions to identify suitable accomplices. I tried to contact the police to report what I'd discovered, but explaining my role without implicating myself proved impossible. I'd been knowingly writing adverts for a criminal marketplace for months. Accepting substantial payment for work I understood was facilitating serious crimes. The officer I spoke to was professional but frank about the legal position I was in. Cooperation might reduce potential charges, but I'd been an active participant in a criminal enterprise and couldn't expect immunity from prosecution simply because I decided to come forward. I was advised to consult with a solicitor before providing detailed information, but I couldn't afford legal representation on my limited savings. I was trapped between guilt about what I'd enabled and fear of facing criminal charges for my role in the operation. That's when I decided to stop writing adverts entirely and distance myself from the whole enterprise. I told the client I could no longer continue the work due to health problems, deleted all the software they'd provided, and tried to convince myself I could move on from what I'd done. But the client wasn't prepared to let me simply walk away. I started receiving messages asking when I'd be available to resume work, reminding me that I'd signed agreements about ongoing availability and discretion. The tone was polite, but contained implicit threats about what might happen if I refused to continue. When I didn't respond to these messages, the harassment became more explicit. I received packages containing printouts of adverts I'd written, with annotations showing which crimes they'd facilitated. The implication was clear. They had detailed documentation of my complicity in serious criminal activity, and they'd use it against me if I caused problems. I realized I was being blackmailed with evidence of my own criminal participation. Even though I'd been an unwitting participant initially, the documentation showed months of knowing cooperation with a criminal marketplace. They could destroy my life simply by providing authorities with evidence of my role in facilitating hundreds of serious crimes. The threats escalated when I still refused to resume writing adverts. I found evidence that someone had been through my flat while I was out, looking through my belongings and leaving subtle signs of their intrusion. They were demonstrating they could access my home whenever they chose, that my security meant nothing against people with professional expertise in circumventing such protections. The final threat came in the form of an advert posted on their own classified site. It was written in my characteristic style, advertising my personal details along with a description of my role in the operation. The advert was presented as an opportunity for anyone who wanted to ensure I remained silent about what I'd discovered. I understood immediately what they were doing. They turned me into a target on their own marketplace, advertising my vulnerability to anyone who might want to intimidate or harm someone who knew too much about criminal operations. I was now listed alongside the victims I'd helped criminals target through my professionally written adverts. That's when I realized I had to leave Birmingham immediately. I withdrew what money I could access, packed essential belongings, and drove to Wales hoping I could disappear long enough to work out what to do next. I've been moving between small coastal towns, staying in places that don't require extensive identification or keep detailed guest records. But I know running away doesn't protect the people who continue to be targeted through adverts on that classified site. Other writers have probably been recruited to replace me, creating the same professional, trustworthy descriptions that make criminal services sound like legitimate business opportunities. The marketplace is probably still active, still facilitating crimes across the country, still enabling violence and exploitation through carefully worded adverts that make destruction of lives sound like reasonable commercial transactions. I keep thinking about that elderly couple in Wolverhampton. about all the other victims whose suffering was enabled by adverts I wrote for a few £100s per week. They trusted that their homes were safe, that strangers wouldn't have access to detailed intelligence about their vulnerabilities. But I helped destroy that trust by making criminal intelligence gathering sound like a professional domestic service. Every carefully chosen word, every reassuring phrase I crafted to inspire confidence. It was all weaponized against innocent people who had no idea they were being targeted by criminals using professionally written advertisements. The classified site taught me that language itself can be a weapon, that the ability to make things sound trustworthy and professional can be exploited to facilitate terrible harm. My skills as an advertising copywriter, developed over decades of legitimate work, were perfectly suited to helping criminals find accomplices and coordinate attacks against vulnerable people. And the worst part is knowing I can't undo any of it. Can't warn the people who are still being targeted through adverts I wrote months ago. Can't protect future victims from writers who've replaced me in crafting professional descriptions of criminal services. All I can do is hide in anonymous bed and breakfasts and hope the people I've angered will eventually decide I'm not worth the trouble of tracking down. I suppose I'm telling you this because I need someone to understand how these criminal marketplaces operate, how they recruit ordinary people by exploiting financial desperation and professional skills, and how they ensure complicity through blackmail and threats. If anyone approaches you with writing work that seems overly generous or requires accessing unusual websites, please question what you're really being asked to do. Please consider why someone would pay exceptional rates for basic writing that could be done more cheaply elsewhere. Because the victims of these marketplaces can't protect themselves from criminals who've industrialized violence and exploitation. They rely on people like me making ethical choices, recognizing warning signs, and refusing to participate in operations that facilitate harm. And I failed them completely, choosing financial security over moral responsibility until it was too late to prevent the consequences of my choices. Now, I live with that guilt every day, knowing that my professionally written words helped coordinate crimes against people I'll never meet, but will always remember. I'm not the sort of person who usually gets mixed up in anything interesting, which is probably why what happened to me feels so surreal even now. I've spent the last 43 years keeping my head down, doing my job as a council planning officer in Reading, coming home to my flat above the newsagents on Oxford Road, and generally avoiding any drama that might disrupt my quiet routine. My biggest excitement used to be finding a decent parking spot near Waitrose on a Saturday morning. But about 8 months ago, I started receiving packages that weren't meant for me. Not the usual mix-ups you get with online deliveries. These were different. They kept coming to my address, always with my name on them, but containing things I'd never ordered and couldn't imagine anyone wanting to buy. It seemed like such a minor inconvenience at first, the sort of administrative error that would sort itself out eventually. I had no idea it was the beginning of something that would completely change how I understand the world around me. The first package arrived on a Thursday morning, delivered by one of those courier services that leave everything with the newsagent downstairs if you're not in. Mrs. Patel handed it over when I popped down to get my usual paper and pint of milk, mentioning that the delivery driver had been very specific about making sure it reached me personally, rather than just leaving it in the shop. Inside was a small electronic device that looked like a cross between a mobile phone and a portable radio. No instruction manual, no branding, no obvious purpose. Just a sleek black rectangle with a few buttons and a small screen that remained stubbornly blank no matter what I pressed. I assumed it was some sort of promotional gadget that had been sent to the wrong address, so I put it in my kitchen drawer and forgot about it. The second package came about a fortnight later. This time, it contained what appeared to be a high-end camera lens, the sort of expensive equipment that professional photographers use. Again, no documentation or explanation, just the device itself wrapped in protective foam and delivered with the same insistence that it reach me personally. I started to worry that someone was using my address for deliveries they couldn't have sent to their own home for some reason. Maybe they were avoiding customs charges or hiding purchases from a partner. It seemed like the most logical explanation for receiving expensive items I'd never ordered. But when I tried to return the packages to the courier company, they had no record of who had sent them or where they should be returned to. The tracking numbers led to dead ends, and the customer service representatives I spoke to seemed genuinely confused by the situation. According to their systems, the packages had been legitimately ordered and paid for by someone using my name and address. The deliveries continued over the following months, arriving every 2 or 3 weeks with clockwork regularity. Each package contained a different electronic device or piece of equipment, always expensive, always with no obvious purpose for someone in my circumstances. Security cameras, recording equipment, small computers that looked like they belonged in a laboratory rather than a council worker's flat. I started keeping a list of what arrived, partly out of curiosity, and partly because I was becoming concerned about the legal implications of accepting delivery for items I hadn't purchased. The total value of the equipment was probably several £1,000s, and I was worried about being accused of fraud or theft if the real sender eventually came forward. But what really began to disturb me was the precision with which the packages were being delivered. They always arrived when I was at work, requiring collection from Mrs. Patel downstairs. The courier drivers always insisted on confirmation that the recipient lived at my address and worked regular office hours. It was as if someone was mapping my daily routine through the delivery process. I tried varying my schedule, working from home occasionally, or leaving earlier than usual for the office. But the packages still arrived at times when I was predictably absent. Whoever was sending them had a detailed understanding of my movements that went beyond casual observation. That's when I started researching the equipment I'd been receiving, trying to understand what it was designed for and why someone might want to send it to my address. Most of the devices turned out to be surveillance equipment, professional-grade cameras, audio recording systems, signal monitoring devices that could intercept various types of electronic communication. The sort of equipment that would be used by private investigators or security professionals, not council planning officers. But there were also items that seemed more sinister. Devices for tracking vehicle movements, equipment for monitoring computer networks, even what appeared to be tools for gaining unauthorized access to buildings or electronic systems. I was being sent a complete surveillance toolkit, piece by piece, by someone who remained completely anonymous, but who clearly knew enough about my life to ensure reliable delivery. The obvious explanation was that I was being set up for something. Maybe someone was planning to frame me for illegal surveillance activities, or they were using my address as a convenient cover for acquiring equipment they couldn't purchase under their own name. But there was another possibility that worried me more. Maybe the equipment wasn't being sent to me. Maybe it was being sent for me. Perhaps someone expected me to use these devices for purposes I couldn't yet understand. I started paying more attention to my surroundings, looking for signs that I was being watched or that my daily routine was being monitored. What I discovered was more disturbing than obvious surveillance. There were subtle changes in my environment that suggested someone had been gaining access to my flat while I was at work. Nothing was obviously missing or damaged, but items were positioned slightly differently from how I'd left them. Papers on my desk had been moved. Books were in different positions on shelves. Even the arrangement of food in my fridge seemed altered in small ways. Someone was conducting regular searches of my property, presumably looking for the surveillance equipment that was being delivered or checking how I was responding to receiving it. I tried to document these intrusions, taking photographs of my flat before leaving for work and comparing them with the situation when I returned. The differences were always subtle but consistent, clear evidence that someone was entering my property on a regular basis. But I couldn't understand how they were gaining access. My flat is on the first floor above a busy newsagent's, with no obvious entry points that wouldn't be visible from the street. The locks hadn't been tampered with, and Mrs. Patel downstairs insisted she hadn't given anyone access to the building. The breakthrough came when I started researching the specific model numbers of the surveillance equipment I'd been receiving. Following various technical specifications and user manuals led me into online communities where people discussed more specialized uses for this type of equipment. Some of these communities operated through private channels that required special access methods to reach. Eventually, I found myself exploring parts of the internet that exist beyond normal search engines and standard websites. What I discovered was that the equipment being delivered to my flat wasn't random. It was part of a complete surveillance system designed for monitoring specific types of targets. The platforms I accessed contained detailed guides for using the exact devices I'd been receiving, along with case studies showing how they could be deployed for comprehensive monitoring of individuals who remained unaware they were being observed. But more disturbing was the realization that these communities weren't just sharing technical information. They were coordinating actual surveillance operations against real people. There were discussion threads about ongoing projects in various UK cities, including Reading, where teams of people were using this type of equipment to monitor selected individuals for reasons that weren't entirely clear, but were obviously not benign. My own situation was discussed in detail, with references to the delivery schedule, my daily routine, and even speculation about how I might react when I eventually discovered the true purpose of the equipment being sent to me. I was a subject in someone's surveillance experiment, and the delivery of monitoring equipment was part of a larger operation designed to test my responses and gather intelligence about my behavior. But the most chilling discovery was that I wasn't expected to remain passive. The discussions suggested that recipients of surveillance equipment were eventually supposed to start using it, either voluntarily or under some form of coercion. The equipment wasn't just being delivered for storage. It was being provided so that I could be recruited into conducting surveillance operations on other targets. The community operated like a pyramid scheme, where existing subjects were gradually converted into operators who would identify and monitor new targets. The surveillance equipment was both a tool for monitoring my compliance and a resource for whatever operations I would eventually be expected to conduct. But if I refused to cooperate, or if I attempted to expose their activities, there were detailed contingency plans for ensuring my silence. The discussions included comprehensive intelligence about my personal circumstances, professional relationships, and potential vulnerabilities that could be exploited to force cooperation. They knew about my mortgage payments, my elderly mother in Swindon, my concerns about job security at the council. They had built a complete profile of my life and identified multiple pressure points that could be used to manipulate my behavior if recruitment through gradual exposure to their community proved unsuccessful. I realized that the months of mysterious deliveries and subtle intrusions had been an assessment period, during which they'd evaluated my suitability for recruitment and gathered the intelligence needed to ensure my eventual compliance. But understanding their strategy didn't provide any obvious path toward escape. They had demonstrated their ability to access my property at will, monitor my daily activities, and manipulate my environment in ways that remained largely undetectable. Even if I reported their activities to the police, what evidence could I provide beyond a collection of surveillance equipment that had been legitimately delivered to my address? The online communities operated through platforms that would be virtually impossible for authorities to investigate. More troubling was the realization that moving away or changing my routine wouldn't solve the problem. They had comprehensive intelligence about my personal circumstances and could easily re-establish surveillance wherever I relocated. The equipment deliveries had stopped about 6 weeks ago, suggesting that the assessment period was complete and they were moving to the next phase of whatever operation they had planned. Instead of mysterious packages, I started receiving more direct forms of contact. People began approaching me in public places, engaging in conversations that demonstrated surprising knowledge about my personal interests and daily routine. Someone struck up a conversation in the queue at Waitrose, mentioning details about my work at the council that I'd never discussed with strangers. A woman at the bus stop seemed unusually interested in my weekend plans and showed remarkable insight into my usual activities. These interactions felt natural at the time, but looking back, they were clearly orchestrated encounters designed to assess my social responses and test my awareness of their surveillance activities. The most unsettling approach came from someone who claimed to be researching local history for a book about Reading's development. They contacted me through the council, explaining that my work in planning would provide valuable insight into how the town had changed over recent decades. We arranged to meet for coffee to discuss their research, and the conversation seemed legitimate until they started asking questions that revealed intimate knowledge about my personal life. They knew about my daily routines, my concerns about my mother's health, even details about my flat and the newsagents downstairs that they couldn't have learned through casual research. When I challenged them about how they'd acquired this information, they explained that their research had involved interviewing various local residents and that my name had come up in multiple conversations as someone who might be helpful to their project. But they also made it clear that they were aware of the surveillance equipment I'd been receiving and that they represented people who could provide explanations and opportunities if I was interested in learning more about how such operations worked. They offered to introduce me to a community of people who conducted what they called social research, using the same type of equipment I'd been accumulating. The work was well paid and involved gathering information about ordinary people's daily lives for purposes that were described as academic, but which obviously had commercial or political applications. I was being recruited to become an active participant in the surveillance network that had been monitoring me for months. The recruitment pitch was sophisticated, emphasizing the intellectual challenges of the work and the financial benefits of participation. They made it sound like a natural extension of my existing job in planning, using observational skills and attention to detail to gather information about community development and social trends. But they also made it clear that declining their offer would result in continued surveillance and potentially more invasive monitoring of my personal life. The equipment I'd been receiving would allow them to maintain comprehensive oversight of my activities regardless of whether I chose to cooperate. They weren't just offering me a job. They were informing me that I was already part of their operation and that my only choice was between active participation and passive subjection to ongoing surveillance. I asked for time to consider their proposal, and they agreed to give me a week to make my decision. They provided contact information and promised to arrange a more detailed briefing about the work they were offering if I decided to proceed. That was 3 weeks ago, and I still haven't responded to their offer. Instead, I've been trying to understand the full scope of what I've stumbled into, and whether there are any realistic options for escaping from their network. The surveillance has intensified since I missed their deadline for responding. The subtle intrusions into my flat have become more obvious, as if they want me to know that my delay in accepting their offer hasn't gone unnoticed. I've started finding items moved to completely different locations, personal documents that have obviously been read and replaced carelessly, even evidence that someone has been using my computer and internet connection while I've been at work. But they've also escalated to more direct forms of pressure. My mother received an unexpected visit from someone claiming to be conducting a survey about care services for elderly residents. The visitor asked detailed questions about her health, her daily routine, and her family relationships, including specific inquiries about her son, who worked for Reading Borough Council. My supervisor at work mentioned that someone had been asking questions about my performance and reliability, supposedly as part of a reference check for a new position I'd applied for. I haven't applied for any other jobs, and my supervisor seemed puzzled by the inquiry, but hadn't thought to question it at the time. They're demonstrating their ability to reach into every aspect of my personal and professional life, making it clear that continued resistance will result in escalating pressure on everyone connected to me. But perhaps most disturbing is the realization that my situation isn't unique. I've started noticing other people in Reading who seem to be going through similar experiences. Individuals who appear confused or anxious in public places, who seem to be looking over their shoulders or checking for surveillance, who have the same slightly paranoid demeanor that I've developed over recent months. Yesterday, I saw a man at the library frantically researching surveillance equipment on the public computers, looking up the same model numbers I've been investigating. When our eyes met, there was a moment of mutual recognition. He was clearly dealing with the same type of situation I've been experiencing. We didn't speak, but I could see in his expression the same combination of fear and confusion that I feel whenever I think about what's been happening to me. I think there are dozens of people in Reading who are being subjected to similar recruitment processes, all of them gradually being drawn into a surveillance network that operates by converting its targets into willing participants. The scale of the operation suggests it extends far beyond Reading, probably covering most major towns and cities across the UK. They're building a comprehensive monitoring system using ordinary people who are coerced into gathering intelligence about their neighbours, colleagues, and local communities. The most terrifying aspect is how legitimate it all appears from the outside. The recruitment process looks like job interviews, the surveillance activities are disguised as social research, and the pressure tactics are subtle enough to avoid attracting official attention. Anyone who tries to expose what's happening would sound paranoid or delusional, especially since the evidence is largely circumstantial, and the online communities operate through platforms that authorities couldn't easily investigate. I've been sitting in my flat for the past hour, staring at the contact information they gave me 3 weeks ago, trying to decide whether to call them and accept their recruitment offer. The alternative seems to be escalating surveillance and increasing pressure on people I care about, combined with the knowledge that my situation will only get worse the longer I resist. But I also know that once I become an active participant in their network, I'll be complicit in subjecting other people to the same experience I've been going through. The surveillance equipment sitting in my kitchen drawer isn't just evidence of what's been done to me. It's the tools they expect me to use against whoever they decide should be the next target. I can hear someone moving around downstairs in Mrs. Patel's shop, even though it's well past closing time. The footsteps are too heavy to be hers, and they seem to be moving around the building rather than conducting normal shop activities. I think my week of additional consideration time has run out, and they've decided to accelerate the recruitment process. There's someone coming up the stairs now, moving slowly and deliberately, stopping at each landing as if checking door numbers or listening for activity inside the flats. The footsteps have stopped outside my door. I think I'm about to discover what happens to people who take too long to accept their recruitment offers. Imagine thinking you're helping someone find their missing dog, and 3 months later discovering you've been part of something that makes your stomach turn every time you close your eyes. That's essentially what happened to me, though it took far longer than it should have for me to piece together what I'd actually been doing. I should probably explain how I ended up involved in the first place, though I'm still not entirely comfortable admitting how naive I was about the whole thing. Last spring, I was between jobs after being made redundant from my position at a marketing firm in Birmingham. The severance wasn't terrible, but it wasn't going to last forever, and I'd been putting off the inevitable return to job hunting by convincing myself I deserved a proper break after 15 years of office work. My mate Craig had mentioned in passing that he'd been earning a bit of extra cash doing odd jobs for people online. Nothing elaborate, just simple tasks that required someone local to handle things in person. Collecting parcels from collection points when people were away, checking on properties during holidays, that sort of thing. He made it sound straightforward enough, and the money wasn't insignificant for what seemed like minimal effort. The website he'd found these opportunities through wasn't anything I'd heard of before, but it looked legitimate enough. Clean design, proper contact information, testimonials from other users. The registration process required proof of identity and address, which actually reassured me that they were taking security seriously. Within a week, I'd been approved and had access to the job listings in my area. Most of the tasks were exactly what Craig had described: simple collection and delivery work, house-sitting arrangements, occasional help with moving furniture. The pay was decent, usually between £20 and £50 for a few hours' work, and the clients seemed genuinely appreciative. I found myself with a small but steady income stream that kept me occupied whilst I half-heartedly searched for proper employment. The request that changed everything appeared in my inbox on a Tuesday morning in late May. A woman named Sarah needed someone to help distribute missing pet flyers around various locations in and around Coventry. Her dog, a golden retriever called Max, had gone missing from her garden 3 weeks earlier, and despite her best efforts, she hadn't had any luck finding him. She was offering £40 for a day's work putting up posters and handing out flyers in busy areas. What struck me about the request was how desperate she sounded in her message. She explained that Max was getting on in years and needed medication for a heart condition. Every day he was missing reduced the chances of finding him alive. She'd already covered the immediate area around her home, but needed someone to extend the search radius to places she couldn't reach easily due to work commitments. I responded that same day, and Sarah got back to me almost immediately. She lived in a village outside Coventry and worked long hours at a care home, which explained why she needed help covering more ground. The plan was simple enough. She'd prepare packages of flyers and poster materials for specific locations, and I'd collect them from a designated pickup point and distribute them according to her instructions. The first collection point was a small industrial estate on the outskirts of the city. Sarah had left the materials in a weatherproof box behind a particular building, exactly where she'd said they'd be. Inside were several bundles of flyers with Max's photo and contact details, along with a roll of posters and some tape for putting them up on lampposts and notice boards. The distribution locations were clearly marked on a simple map she'd included. Shopping centres, parks, residential areas, train stations. All places where missing pet posters would be perfectly normal and where people might have seen a lost dog. I spent the better part of the day covering the route she'd outlined, putting up posters in prominent locations and handing out flyers to anyone who seemed receptive. It felt good to be doing something genuinely helpful for someone in distress. I'd had pets myself over the years and could imagine how frantic I'd be if one of them went missing. Sarah had included her mobile number on all the materials, and I found myself hoping she'd receive some useful calls as a result of the extended search area. She paid promptly through the website system and sent a grateful message thanking me for my thoroughness. She also mentioned that she was planning to expand the search even further and asked if I'd be available for similar work the following week. The money was useful, and I felt like I was making a genuine difference, so I agreed immediately. The second week followed the same pattern. Collection from a different industrial estate, this time closer to Leicester, with the materials for locations in that area. The flyers were identical to the previous week's batch, though Sarah had updated the missing date to reflect that Max had now been gone for nearly a month. She'd also increased the reward amount from £200 to £500, which suggested she was becoming increasingly desperate. I covered the Leicester route as thoroughly as I had the first one, and again Sarah seemed pleased with my work. Her messages were becoming more frequent though, and I could sense the growing anxiety in her words. She mentioned that she'd had a few calls from the first week's flyers, but none had led to any concrete sightings of Max. By the third week, I was starting to feel genuinely invested in the search. Sarah had expanded the operation again, this time covering areas around Nottingham and Derby. The collection points were always industrial estates or retail parks on the edges of cities, places where someone could leave materials without attracting attention. The routine had become familiar. Collect the packages, follow the prescribed routes, distribute everything according to her detailed instructions. It was during the fourth week that I first noticed something that seemed slightly odd. I was collecting materials from a car park behind a furniture warehouse when I saw someone else doing what looked like exactly the same thing I was doing. A middle-aged man was loading boxes from a similar weatherproof container into his car boot, and when he saw me looking, he gave me a nod that suggested mutual recognition of shared purpose. I didn't think much of it at the time. It made sense that Sarah would have recruited multiple people to help with the search, especially given how wide an area she was now trying to cover. If anything, it was encouraging to know that Max's disappearance was being taken so seriously and that Sarah had the resources to organize such an extensive effort. The following week brought another slight change to the routine. Instead of collecting from one location and covering one area, I was given materials for 3 different routes in 3 different cities. The packages were more substantial now, enough flyers and posters for several days' work, and the pay had increased accordingly. Sarah explained that she'd received some promising leads and wanted to saturate certain areas with as much coverage as possible, whilst the trail was still warm. I was happy to take on the extra work, and the money was definitely welcome. What I didn't expect was how organized the whole operation had become. Each package now included detailed schedules showing optimal times for different locations, priority areas marked clearly on the maps, and even suggestions for the most effective approaches to use when handing out flyers to members of the public. The level of planning was impressive, though it did make me wonder how Sarah was managing to coordinate all of this whilst working full-time at a care home. The schedules alone must have taken considerable research and preparation. But then again, people will go to extraordinary lengths when their beloved pets are missing. And perhaps she'd taken time off work to focus on the search effort. It was around the 7th week that I started encountering other people doing similar work with increasing frequency. Not just the occasional glimpse in a car park, but regular sightings of individuals following what appeared to be the same type of systematic approach I was using. Same weatherproof collection containers, same methodical distribution patterns, same professional-looking flyers and materials. At a shopping centre in Sheffield, I watched a woman spend 40 minutes covering the car park with the same methodical precision I'd been trained to use. At a train station in Leeds, I saw a man distributing what looked like identical materials to mine, though I was too far away to see the details clearly. The operation was clearly much larger than I'd initially realized. I began to pay more attention to the other people I encountered during my work, and a pattern started to emerge. We were all roughly the same demographic, middle-aged, professional-looking, the sort of people who would blend in easily in any environment, and who wouldn't attract suspicion when approaching strangers with flyers. We all worked with the same quiet efficiency, following our prescribed routes without deviation or apparent improvisation. The thought occurred to me that I'd never actually spoken to Sarah directly. All our communication had been through the website's messaging system, and whilst her messages were personal and emotional, I'd never heard her voice or had any contact that couldn't have been mediated through text. For someone supposedly desperate to find her missing pet, she seemed remarkably organized and systematic in her approach. I decided to do a bit of research into missing pets in the Coventry area. If Max's disappearance was genuine, there would likely be other online traces of the search effort. Social media posts, local newspaper coverage, appeals on community websites. Dogs don't just vanish without leaving some kind of digital footprint in today's connected world. What I found when I searched for missing golden retrievers named Max in the Coventry area was absolutely nothing. No Facebook posts, no local news stories, no appeals on community forums or lost pet websites. For such an apparently extensive and well-funded search operation, there was a complete absence of any other evidence that it existed. I expanded my search to include the surrounding areas and different variations of the dog's name and description. Still nothing. I tried searching for missing pets in the specific locations where I'd been distributing flyers, thinking perhaps Sarah had been less precise about the area in her communications with me. Again, no results that matched the information I'd been given. The absence of any corroborating evidence began to trouble me more than I wanted to admit. I told myself that not everyone uses social media to search for missing pets, and that Sarah might be a private person who preferred to handle the situation without public appeals. But the complete lack of any online trace seemed increasingly unlikely given the scale and organization of the operation I'd been participating in. I decided to take a closer look at one of the flyers during my next collection, examining it more carefully than I had before. The photo of Max was professional quality, the kind of perfectly composed portrait that suggested it had been taken in a studio rather than in someone's back garden. The contact information looked legitimate enough, but something about the overall presentation struck me as too polished for a genuine missing pet appeal. More concerning was what I noticed when I compared flyers from different weeks. Whilst the basic design remained the same, small details were subtly different from batch to batch. The reward amount varied. The missing date sometimes shifted by a few days, and in one case, I was certain the dog's age had changed from 8 years old to 10 years old between distributions. These inconsistencies could have been simple mistakes made by someone under stress, but they could also suggest something more troubling. I began to wonder if the materials I'd been distributing were being used to test different approaches or gather different types of response, rather than to genuinely search for a missing pet. The realization that I might not have been helping Sarah find her lost dog was disturbing enough, but it raised the question of what I had actually been doing during those weeks of systematic distributions. Why would someone want hundreds of people distributed across multiple cities to hand out materials that weren't what they appeared to be? What was the real purpose of such an elaborate and expensive operation? I started paying closer attention to the locations I'd been asked to cover, looking for patterns that might reveal the true intent behind the distributions. Shopping centers, transport hubs, residential areas near schools, places where families gathered. All locations where approaching strangers wouldn't seem suspicious, and where someone could observe interactions and responses without attracting attention. The possibility that occurred to me was too uncomfortable to initially accept, but it explained everything I'd observed: the systematic approach, the multiple operatives, the constantly shifting details on the materials, the focus on busy, family-oriented locations. Someone was using the missing pet story as cover for something that resembled surveillance or intelligence gathering on a significant scale. I tried to convince myself I was being paranoid, but the more I thought about it, the more sense it made. The dark web, which I'd only heard about in passing, supposedly contained marketplaces for all sorts of illegal activities. If someone wanted to gather information about people's routines, their responses to approaches from strangers, or their willingness to help in certain situations, this would be an almost perfect methodology. The missing pet angle was particularly clever because it encouraged people to provide detailed information about their own movements and observations. Anyone who responded to the flyers would likely share when and where they thought they might have seen the dog, essentially mapping out their own daily routines and favorite locations. Information that could be valuable to someone with less innocent intentions. I stopped accepting jobs from Sarah immediately, claiming I'd found full-time employment and was no longer available for freelance work. Her response was understanding but disappointed, and she asked if I knew anyone else who might be interested in helping with the continuing search. I politely declined to provide any referrals. Over the following weeks, I found myself paying attention to missing pet appeals with a new and uncomfortable awareness. How many of them were genuine, and how many might be sophisticated data collection operations? The thought that I'd unknowingly participated in something that could potentially be used to harm the same families I thought I was helping made me feel physically sick. I never reported my suspicions to the police because I had no concrete evidence that anything illegal had actually occurred. The materials I distributed were professionally produced and seemed legitimate on the surface. The payments I'd received were processed through official channels and properly declared for tax purposes. On paper, everything appeared entirely legal. But I know what I experienced during those weeks, and I know how systematic and extensive the operation was. I know that dozens of other people were doing exactly the same work I was doing, covering hundreds of locations across multiple cities with materials that contained inconsistent information about a dog that apparently never existed. I still think about Sarah sometimes, though I'm certain that wasn't her real name. I wonder if she was even aware of how her operation appeared to someone on the ground, or if the missing pet story was just another layer of deception in something much larger and more concerning. I wonder how many other people like me are still out there, thinking they're helping reunite families with beloved pets, whilst actually participating in something entirely different. The worst part is not knowing what the real purpose was, or what might have been done with whatever information was gathered through those carefully orchestrated distributions. I tell myself that perhaps it was market research or social psychology study, something benign that just used unusual methodology. But I can't shake the feeling that I was part of something much darker, something that someone had taken considerable trouble to disguise as an act of compassion. These days, I'm more careful about the jobs I accept and the people I trust. I've learned that the internet makes it frighteningly easy for people to create convincing facades for activities that might be far from what they appear. I've learned that legitimate-looking websites and professional quality materials don't guarantee that something is actually legitimate. Most importantly, I've learned that sometimes the most effective disguises are the ones that make you feel good about participating. The missing pet story was perfect because it appealed to people's natural desire to help and their emotional connection to animals. It made questioning the operation feel almost cruel, like doubting someone's genuine distress. I probably should have been more suspicious from the beginning, but hindsight makes everything seem obvious. At the time, helping someone find their lost dog seemed like the most natural thing in the world. I wanted to believe I was making a difference, and that desire made me overlook details that should have raised immediate red flags. I still check missing pet websites occasionally, looking for any sign that Max was real and that my cynicism about the whole operation was unfounded. I keep hoping to see his photo appear in a genuine appeal, or to find evidence that Sarah was exactly who she claimed to be. But deep down, I know that's not going to happen. The truth is that I'll probably never know for certain what I was really doing during those weeks of systematic distributions. I'll never know if my participation contributed to anything harmful, or if my suspicions were entirely unfounded. What I do know is that the experience has fundamentally changed how I think about trust and vulnerability in our increasingly connected world. And sometimes, late at night, when I'm checking the locks on my doors, I wonder if the people who organized that operation know that I figured out what they were really doing. I wonder if they're still out there, running similar operations with different covers, exploiting other people's desire to help and their natural compassion for animals or missing persons. I don't really know how to start this without it sounding strange, so I'm just going to start where it actually began, which is a lot more boring than you'd expect. Nothing dramatic kicked it off. No warning signs, no big decision. It started because I was bored, and because I had too much time on my hands, and because I didn't think any of it mattered. At the time, I was working from home full time. I'd been doing that for a while, long enough that the days had started to blur together in a way that's hard to notice until it's already happened. I'd wake up around 9, sometimes later, make coffee in the same mug I'd used the day before, still sitting unwashed by the sink, sit at my desk in yesterday's t-shirt and the joggers I'd slept in, write words I didn't care about for people I'd never meet about products I'd never use, close the laptop around 6, eat something microwaved while watching whatever Netflix suggested, go to bed, do it all again. Sometimes I'd realize it was Thursday and I still felt like the week hadn't properly started. Sometimes I'd go 3 days without speaking to another person out loud, and only notice when my voice came out strange and croaky when I finally answered a work call. I worked in marketing, copywriting mostly, product descriptions, emails, landing pages, the kind of work that sounds creative until you're actually doing it. And then you realize it's just filling in the same template over and over with slightly different words. I wrote about kitchen appliances for a living, blenders, air fryers, coffee machines. There's only so many ways you can describe a blender before your brain starts to rot a little, before you catch yourself staring at the screen, trying to think of a synonym for powerful that you haven't already used twice in the same paragraph. I've been doing it for about 3 years, living alone in a one-bedroom flat in Bristol that I'd stopped decorating after the first month. The walls were still that builder's beige. I had a sofa I'd bought second-hand that smelled faintly of someone else's life, a bed, a desk, a television. That was about it. I kept meaning to hang pictures or buy a plant or do something to make it feel less temporary, but I never got around to it. After a while, I stopped noticing. I didn't really notice how empty things felt until there was nothing left to distract me from it. My girlfriend had left about 6 months earlier, Claire. We'd been together for 2 years, living together for 1. She'd tried talking to me about it several times before she actually went. Said I'd become distant. Said I never wanted to do anything anymore. Said it felt like I'd checked out of my own life and was just waiting for something to happen. I remember nodding along, not really disagreeing, but not really doing anything about it either. When she finally packed her things, I helped her carry boxes down to her car. We hugged. She cried. I didn't. I went back upstairs and felt relieved that I didn't have to pretend to be present anymore. I told myself I'd feel worse about it eventually. I never did. One evening, sometime in late October, I was supposed to be finishing a deadline, a product launch for a new range of food processors. 1,500 words about 6 different models that were basically identical except for the color and the number of attachments. I'd written maybe 200 words in 4 hours. Instead, I was doing what I'd been doing more and more often, which was clicking around online without any real purpose. Articles, videos, forums, anything to avoid actually working. I'd start reading something about one topic and end up somewhere completely different 20 minutes later, without any clear memory of how I'd gotten there. Reddit threads about missing persons cases, YouTube videos about abandoned buildings, Wikipedia articles about cults, that sort of thing. Nothing out of the ordinary, just the usual internet rabbit hole. Somewhere along the line, I ended up reading an article about the dark web. I'd heard of it before, obviously, everyone had, but I'd never really thought about it beyond the vague sense that it was where illegal things happened. A digital underworld full of hitmen and hackers and things normal people didn't need to worry about. What struck me about this particular article was how unexciting it made the whole thing sound. It wasn't one of those sensational scare pieces you see shared on Facebook with headlines like, "What your kids are really doing online." It was technical, dry even. Written by someone who clearly knew what they were talking about and didn't feel the need to dress it up. It talked about privacy, about journalists in dangerous countries, about whistleblowers and activists and people who needed to communicate without being monitored. It mentioned the illegal marketplaces, the stuff everyone thinks about, but almost in passing, like they were an unfortunate side effect rather than the main attraction. The article kept stressing that most of it was dull. Forums full of technical discussions. Lots of broken links. Lots of text-heavy pages that looked like they'd been designed in 1998. I remember feeling oddly disappointed by that. I think I'd built it up in my head as this forbidden, dangerous place. All black screens and green text and shadowy figures doing shadowy things. Being told it was mostly boring felt like someone had taken the mystery out of it, like finding out that a magic trick was just mirrors and fishing wire. And instead of that putting me off, it did the opposite. It made me curious. I told myself I just wanted to see it. That was all. I wasn't looking for anything specific. I didn't have some secret interest I was hiding from myself. I just wanted to know what it actually looked like. The the same way you might want to look at a building you'd only ever heard described. I'm not going to explain how I accessed it. Not because it was difficult, it wasn't, but because that's not really the point of this. The point is that within about 20 minutes of downloading the right browser and finding a working link, I was looking at a plain page full of links with vague names that didn't really tell you what you were clicking on. Free speech forum, library archive, privacy discussion, that sort of thing. At first, it was exactly as boring as the article had promised. Forums full of technical discussions about encryption and servers and things I barely understood. Long walls of text written by people who clearly spent a lot of time online and had strong opinions about things I'd never thought about. I clicked through a few, read a bit, clicked back, felt a bit stupid for expecting more, like I'd fallen for my own imagination. Then, almost by accident, I stumbled onto one of the marketplaces. If I hadn't known what it was, I genuinely might not have thought twice about it. It looked like a normal shopping site. Clean layout, white background, categories down the left side, a search bar at the top, little thumbnail images next to each listing. For a second, I thought I'd clicked on the wrong link and ended up back on the regular internet. Then I started reading the category names and the listings. I'm not going to describe what was on there in detail. I think you can imagine. Drugs, mainly. Pages and pages of them. Organized by type, with prices in Bitcoin and user reviews like it was Amazon. But there was other stuff too. Forged documents, hacked accounts, electronics that were probably stolen. Even some things I didn't understand at all, coded in ways that seemed deliberately obscure. I didn't linger on any of it. I wasn't interested in buying anything. I wasn't even tempted. I was just looking, in the same detached way you look at something you know you shouldn't be paying attention to, like watching footage of an accident or reading about a crime. What stuck with me, though, weren't the obvious listings. It was the ones that didn't quite explain themselves. They were scattered throughout the site, easy to miss if you weren't paying attention, tucked in between the obvious stuff. Titles like specialized delivery or discreet service, UK only, or no questions collection. The descriptions were short and careful. A few lines about professionalism, reliability, discretion, satisfaction guaranteed, no prices listed, no clear explanation of what was actually being delivered or collected. I clicked on one. The page didn't say much more than the listing had. It talked about moving items that required no documentation or tracking. It stressed that questions weren't asked about contents, as long as things were properly packaged and the dimensions were provided in advance. At the bottom was a contact link and a note. Payment required upfront. Non-refundable, regardless of outcome. That phrase stuck with me. Regardless of outcome. I read it 3 times, trying to work out exactly what it meant. Did it mean they might fail to deliver? Or did it mean something else? I hovered my mouse over the contact link for longer than I meant to. Long enough to feel my heart rate pick up slightly. Long enough to tell myself it was probably a scam. That anyone offering something like this so openly couldn't be serious. That this was exactly the kind of thing designed to prey on curious idiots. Eventually, I closed the page, shut the browser, turned my laptop off, went and made tea I didn't drink. I remember thinking that was the end of it, but it wasn't. Over the next few days, it kept coming back to me at odd moments, when I was supposed to be working, when I was making coffee, when I was lying in bed trying to sleep. That phrase, specialized delivery. I kept wondering what people actually used a service like that for. What kind of items couldn't be sent through normal channels? Whether anyone really responded to those listings at all, or if they just sat there, Digital storefronts for services nobody actually needed. I found myself thinking about it more than I should have, more than made sense. It wasn't that I wanted to use it. I didn't have anything to send, nothing that needed delivering secretly. But the fact that it existed, that someone was offering it, that there were probably people out there using it right now, kept nagging at me. About a week later, on a Tuesday evening when I should have been writing about the benefits of stainless steel mixing bowls, I went back. I told myself I was just going to look again, that I wouldn't click anything, that I'd just have another browse, satisfy my curiosity, and then leave it alone for good. But when I found that same listing, with the same vague description and the same contact link, I clicked it before I'd fully decided to. The messaging screen was blank. No name, no profile picture, no history, just an empty text box and a blinking cursor. I stared at it for a while, trying to work out what I could even say that wouldn't immediately make me sound either suspicious or stupid. In the end, I typed something neutral, something like, "Hi, I saw your listing. Could you explain a bit more about what your service involves?" Kept it vague, non-committal, the kind of thing someone might genuinely ask if they were curious. I read it back 3 times before sending it, then immediately regretted it. I didn't expect a reply. Or maybe I expected one in a few hours, or the next day. But 10 minutes later, a message appeared. It was polite, professional even. The kind of tone you'd get from a customer service rep at a legitimate business. It explained that they provided courier services for items requiring discretion, that they operated mainly in the south of England and Wales, and that payment was required upfront via cryptocurrency and was non-refundable regardless of outcome. There it was again, that phrase. I stared at the message for a long time. My hands were shaking slightly, though I couldn't have told you why. I hadn't done anything wrong. I was just asking questions. But something about the calm professionalism of the response made it feel more real than I'd expected. I should have stopped there. I know that now. But instead, I asked another question. I asked what kind of items they usually handled. The response came faster this time. They said they didn't ask about contents, only size and weight. They said items had to be appropriately packaged, properly sealed, and ready for collection. That was it. Nothing more. I asked if there were restrictions on what could be sent. They replied, as long as items are packaged appropriately and dimensions are provided, no questions are asked. I read that several times. No questions are asked. It was the kind of phrase that sounded reassuring, but felt wrong the more you thought about it. I told them I'd think about it and get back to them if I decided I needed their services. They said that was fine, to reach out anytime. And then the conversation ended. No pressure, no follow-up, no attempt to convince me. Just silence. I closed the laptop and sat in the dark for a while. I wish I'd left it there. Instead, over the next week, I started looking for more listings like it, and I found them. Not hundreds, but enough to make it clear this wasn't some one-off amateur operation. Different sellers, different regions, but all offering essentially the same thing: discreet collection and delivery. No questions asked. Some even had reviews, though they were always short and coded. Reliable service. Delivered as promised. No issues encountered. The kind of feedback that told you nothing and everything at the same time. I spent hours reading them, clicking through profiles, trying to piece together how it all worked. Who were these people? Were they just couriers willing to look the other way? Or something else? And who was using them? What were they moving that couldn't go through Royal Mail or DPD? I started imagining scenarios. Drugs seemed too obvious. Why would you need this when the whole marketplace was full of dealers who shipped things themselves? Stolen goods, maybe. Things too hot to fence normally. Or maybe it was legitimate things that people just wanted kept private. Documents, money. I didn't know. And then I did something I still struggle to explain properly. I created a listing of my own. If you'd asked me at the time why I was doing it, I don't think I could have given you a straight answer. Part of me wanted to see if anyone would actually respond. Part of me wanted to prove to myself it was all nonsense, that these were just scammers posting fake listings to steal Bitcoin from idiots like me. Mostly, I think I just liked the feeling of stepping into something different from my actual life, of doing something that felt like it mattered, even if it didn't. I spent almost an hour writing it, deleted it, rewrote it, tried to match the tone of the other listings I'd seen, vague but professional, enough detail to sound legitimate without actually saying anything concrete. In the end, I settled on something simple. Item collection required, Bristol area, delivery to address provided after agreement. Item is appropriately packaged and ready for collection. Weight approximately 8 kilograms, dimensions 40 by 30 by 25 centimeters. Payment can be made within 24 hours of agreement. None of it was real. I didn't have anything to send. There was no package, no address. I told myself that if anyone actually responded, I'd just ignore it or make up an excuse about it already being handled. I read it back one more time, cursor hovering over the post listing button. My stomach felt tight. My hands were definitely shaking now. I knew this was stupid, knew I was crossing some kind of line, even if I didn't fully understand what that line was. I clicked it anyway. Then I closed the laptop, went to bed, and lay awake for 3 hours. When I checked the next morning, I had 3 messages waiting. That was when I panicked. The first thing I felt wasn't curiosity, it was fear. Real physical fear that made my chest tight and my hands go cold. Because these were real people. They'd read my listing and decided it was worth responding to. Which meant they thought I was serious. Which meant I'd convinced them I had something that needed moving secretly, no questions asked. I didn't open the messages at first. I just stared at the notification number, 3. Such a small number, but it made everything feel suddenly, horribly real. I stood up, walked away from the laptop, made coffee, sat back down. The messages were still there. Finally, I opened the first one. It was brief and professional. They said they operated in the Bristol area and could arrange collection within 48 hours. They asked for confirmation of the exact dimensions and whether there were any special handling requirements. They provided a Bitcoin wallet address for payment and stated their fee, £400. £400. For delivering a package, I didn't have to an address that didn't exist. The second message was similar. Different person, slightly higher price, £450. They could do it within 24 hours. I opened the third message with my heart hammering. This one was different, longer. The tone wasn't quite as polished. They said they'd been doing this kind of work for 18 months and never had an issue. They said they understood that discretion was important and that some items required special consideration. They asked if the package contained anything that might be heat sensitive or time critical. Heat sensitive, time critical. I felt sick because I suddenly understood what they thought I was asking them to move. What kind of items would be heat sensitive and time critical? What would need to be exactly 8 kilograms and fit in a box that size? I closed the laptop so fast I nearly broke the screen. For the next 2 days, I didn't open it again. I didn't check the messages. I tried to pretend I'd never posted the listing, never contacted anyone, never even heard of any of this. I did my actual work, wrote bland sentences about kitchen appliances, ordered takeaway, watched television, and tried very hard not to think about the 3 messages sitting in my inbox. But on the 3rd day, I checked again. There were 7 messages now, and one of them said, "Still available. Can collect tonight if needed." I found a photograph of myself sleeping in my own bed, taken from inside my bedroom, tucked under my kitchen door this morning. The timestamp shows it was captured 3 hours ago. I probably shouldn't tell you what I've learned about my neighbor, or about the dark web marketplace that's been using my street as a hunting ground. But if something happens to me, if I disappear on a Tuesday evening like the others, maybe someone will understand why. It started when Mrs. Henderson next door went into hospital. Nothing dramatic, just a routine hip replacement that turned complicated. She'd lived in the terraced house beside mine for nearly 20 years, and suddenly there was this emptiness where her daily routines used to be. No more Radio 4 drifting through the thin walls at 7 sharp each morning. No more clatter of her walking frame on the path when she collected her milk. The estate agent's board went up about a fortnight after she'd moved into the care home permanently. One of those cheerful yellow signs promising quick sales and competitive fees. I didn't think much about who might move in next. You never really do you? You just assume it'll be someone ordinary, a young family perhaps, or another pensioner looking to downsize. The new owner arrived on a Tuesday afternoon in early March. I only noticed because I was working from home that day, catching up on some freelance copywriting projects that had been piling up. Through my front window, I watched a battered white transit van pull up outside Mrs. Henderson's old place. No removal lorry, no boxes of furniture being carried in. Just one man with a heavy rucksack and what looked like a laptop bag. He was younger than I'd expected, probably somewhere in his 30s, with the sort of pale complexion that suggested he didn't spend much time outdoors. Dark hair that needed cutting, wearing a navy hoodie, and jeans that had seen better days. The kind of person you'd walk past in the street without a second glance. What struck me as odd wasn't his appearance, it was how he moved. He kept glancing around as he walked up the path, checking the neighboring houses, scanning the street like he was memorizing it. When he reached the front door, he spent several minutes just standing there before finally going inside. Not looking for keys or checking the address, just standing, watching. I told myself I was being nosy. New neighbors always seem a bit strange until you get used to them. But something about his behavior stuck with me, nagging away like a song you can't quite remember the words to. The next few weeks passed quietly enough. I'd occasionally catch glimpses of him through his windows late at night, always hunched over what appeared to be a computer screen. The blue glow was visible from my bedroom window if I happened to be up past midnight, which I was more and more often. My sleep had been disrupted since starting a new antidepressant, and I'd found myself padding around the house at strange hours, making cups of tea and staring out at the empty street. It was during one of these insomniac wanderings that I first saw him in his back garden. The terraced houses on our street all have small rectangular gardens separated by low brick walls. From my upstairs bathroom window, you can see into most of the neighboring yards. Mrs. Henderson had kept hers immaculate. Rose bushes, a small vegetable patch, one of those rotary washing lines that squeaked in the wind. Her replacement had different priorities. He was digging, not planting or weeding, but creating what looked like a series of rectangular plots about 6 feet long and 3 feet wide. Neat, methodical excavations that he worked on in complete darkness, using only the light from his phone to guide him. The earth he removed was being carefully bagged and presumably disposed of elsewhere, because there was never any pile of soil visible during daylight hours. I counted 6 of these plots before I stopped watching. Something about the precise measurements made my stomach turn. The sensible thing would have been to assume he was planning some sort of garden renovation. Maybe he was one of those people who prefer to work at night to avoid curious neighbors. Maybe he had a day job that made evening gardening impossible. Maybe he was just eccentric, but the plots were too uniform, too deliberate, and they never seemed to get filled with plants or paving stones or anything else you might expect. I started keeping a casual eye on his activities, the way you might monitor roadworks outside your house or construction noise that's disrupting your routine. Not obsessively, just noting the patterns when they interrupted my own schedule. He seemed to work exclusively at night, always alone, always methodical. During daylight hours, his house appeared completely empty. No movement behind the curtains, no car in the narrow driveway. About a month after he'd moved in, I noticed something else unusual. My internet connection had become frustratingly slow, particularly in the evenings. Pages that should load instantly were taking 30 seconds or more. Streaming services buffered constantly. At first, I blamed my provider. They're always making excuses about network maintenance and peak usage periods. But when I checked my router settings one evening, trying to identify the problem, I discovered something that made me pause. There were multiple devices connected to my home network. Devices I didn't recognize, with names like Garden Cam and Monitor Node and Backyard Watch. I changed my wireless password immediately, but the unknown connections returned within hours. Someone was accessing my internet, and they were using it to run what appeared to be surveillance equipment. The thought that followed was immediate and unwelcome. My new neighbor worked at night, appeared to have no visible job, and was apparently tech-savvy enough to hack wireless networks. He was also creating precise rectangular excavations in his back garden. I tried to push the implications away, but they kept resurging like a persistent headache. Instead of sleeping, I found myself researching missing persons cases in our local area, scrolling through police appeals and newspaper articles about people who had vanished without explanation. There were more than I'd expected. Young women, mostly, who had simply failed to return home from work or nights out. Cases that had gone cold after the initial investigations yielded nothing. The dates troubled me. Several of the disappearances had occurred in the months before Mrs. Henderson went into hospital, when the house next door had been empty and available. A convenient base of operations for someone who needed privacy and direct access to neighboring properties. I know what you're thinking, that I was letting paranoia get the better of me, creating connections where none existed. That's certainly what I told myself during the rational daylight hours when my theories seemed ridiculous and overblown. But the nighttime excavations continued, and my internet remained compromised despite multiple password changes and router resets. Worse still, I'd started noticing small signs that my own property was being observed. Scratches around my back door lock that I didn't remember. Footprints in the flower bed beneath my kitchen window that appeared overnight and were gone by morning. The feeling, growing stronger each day, that I was being watched from the house next door. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. I'd been idly browsing social media one evening when I noticed a post from Sarah Collins, a woman I'd known vaguely at secondary school. She was sharing a missing person appeal for her younger sister Emma, who had disappeared 3 weeks earlier after leaving work at a restaurant in the city centre. Emma's photograph showed a slight girl with dark hair and pale skin, wearing a navy jacket. The description mentioned that she'd been carrying a laptop bag and was known to walk home alone late at night. The similarity to my neighbor was striking enough to give me pause, but what really caught my attention was a detail buried in the appeal text. Emma had been active on various online communities, particularly ones focused on privacy and internet security. Her sister mentioned that she'd been exploring the darker corners of the web, researching topics that had become increasingly concerning to her family. I stared at Emma's photograph for a long time, thinking about rectangular plots and surveillance equipment and the pale young man who worked exclusively in darkness. Then I did something I'd been avoiding for weeks. I accessed the dark web. I won't go into the technical details of how that works. There are enough guides available if you're genuinely curious. What matters is that within an hour of browsing, I'd found what I was looking for. A marketplace buried several layers deep in the hidden internet, accessible only through specific channels and invitation systems. The site was called Garden Services, which should have been my first warning about what I was about to discover. It advertised itself as a community for people interested in discrete disposal solutions and property maintenance. The language was coded, euphemistic, but the underlying meaning was unmistakable once you understood the context. They were selling access to live streams. The feeds were categorized by location, with familiar postcodes and area names that made my hands shake as I scrolled through them. Most were listed as currently offline or archive access only, but there were half a dozen showing green status indicators suggesting active content. I clicked on one marked with my own postal district. The video quality was grainy, filmed from multiple angles that suggested carefully positioned cameras. The location appeared to be underground, probably a basement or converted cellar. The lighting was harsh and clinical, throwing sharp shadows across concrete walls. There were 6 separate enclosures visible in the main view. Rectangular spaces divided by metal barriers, each one approximately 6 feet by 3 feet. The same dimensions as the excavations in my neighbor's garden. 5 of the spaces appeared to be occupied. I slammed the laptop shut immediately, my heart hammering so hard I thought I might be sick. But the images had already burned themselves into my memory. The makeshift cells, the surveillance equipment, the careful documentation of what was happening in that underground space. I sat in my darkened living room for nearly an hour, trying to process what I'd seen and decide what to do about it. The rational part of my brain insisted I should contact the police immediately, report my suspicions and let trained professionals handle the investigation. But another part wondered what evidence I actually had. Unusual gardening habits and network intrusions weren't necessarily criminal activities. The dark web marketplace could be located anywhere in the world, operated by people with no connection to my neighbor or my street. Even if I reported everything I'd discovered, would anyone take it seriously enough to act? While I was debating internally, I heard the back gate creak open next door. Through my kitchen window, I could see the familiar hooded figure making his way across the garden in complete darkness. He was carrying what looked like a spade and several large plastic sacks, moving with the same methodical precision I'd observed over the previous weeks, heading directly toward the excavated plots. I watched him work for 20 minutes, filling in one of the rectangular spaces and immediately beginning work on a new one nearby. The displaced earth went into the plastic sacks, which he loaded into a wheelbarrow and presumably disposed of elsewhere. By the time he finished and returned indoors, there was no visible trace of his activities. The next morning, I called in sick to work and spent the day researching Emma Collins' disappearance in greater detail. I found social media profiles that painted a picture of someone curious and technically minded, exactly the sort of person who might stumble across the wrong section of the dark web. Her final posts were about online privacy and digital security, subjects that could easily lead someone into dangerous territory if they weren't careful about their research methods. The timeline was troubling. Emma had vanished on a Tuesday evening 3 weeks earlier. My neighbor had been working in his garden on Tuesday nights ever since, always filling in existing plots and creating new ones. I tried to convince myself I was making unjustified connections, but the pattern was too consistent to ignore, particularly when I discovered that 2 other recent missing persons had also disappeared on Tuesday evenings, both young women with interests in technology and internet security. The kind of people who might be drawn to explore hidden marketplaces and underground communities. The kind of people who might accidentally attract the attention of someone offering discreet disposal services. That evening, I made my decision. I waited until nearly midnight when the familiar sounds of digging began next door, then made my way carefully through my back garden to the low brick wall that separated our properties. The height difference gave me a clear view of his activities, and what I saw confirmed my worst suspicions. He wasn't just creating burial plots. He was maintaining an underground facility that connected directly to his cellar through a series of concealed access points. The garden excavations were ventilation shafts and emergency exits for a much larger operation taking place beneath ground level. While I watched, he spent nearly an hour checking each of the rectangular spaces, using a torch to examine what appeared to be concealed drainage systems and air circulation equipment. This wasn't the improvised setup of someone acting on impulse. It was a carefully engineered facility designed for long-term operation. I had my phone ready to record evidence, but before I could begin filming, he looked up directly at me. We stared at each other for several seconds across the garden wall. His expression was calm, almost curious, as if my presence was expected rather than surprising. Then he smiled and gave a small wave, like a neighbor acknowledging another neighbor during a chance encounter. I ducked down immediately, my heart pounding, and made my way back to my house as quietly as possible. Once inside, I triple-locked the doors and closed all the curtains, trying to process what had just happened. He'd seen me watching him, seen me recording his activities, and instead of appearing concerned or defensive, he'd seemed pleased about it. The implications made my skin crawl, but I couldn't shake the feeling that his reaction had been planned, that he'd wanted me to discover what he was doing, wanted me to know exactly what was happening in the house next door. I spent the rest of the night sat in my front room with all the lights on, waiting for sounds from next door that never came. No digging, no footsteps, no indication that anyone was awake in the neighboring house. Just silence that felt more threatening than any noise could have been. The next morning, I found an envelope on my kitchen table, not pushed through the letterbox or left on the doorstep. On my kitchen table, inside my locked house, positioned exactly where I'd left my coffee mug the previous evening. The envelope contained a single photograph and a handwritten note. The photograph showed me standing at my bedroom window, taken from somewhere in the neighboring garden. I was clearly visible despite the darkness, captured in sharp detail that suggested professional surveillance equipment. The timestamp in the corner indicated it had been taken several weeks earlier, long before I'd started paying attention to my neighbor's activities. The note was brief and written in neat, precise handwriting. It simply read, "Garden Services is always looking for new contributors. Your documentation skills would be valuable to our community. We'll be in touch soon." I'm writing this 3 months later, And I still haven't contacted the police. Not because I don't want to help Emma Collins and the others who've disappeared, but because I'm too frightened of what might happen if I do. The envelope proved that my neighbor could access my house whenever he chose, that he'd been watching me long before I'd started watching him, that my investigation into his activities had been noted and potentially encouraged from the very beginning. But there's something else that stops me from seeking help, something I discovered when I finally worked up the courage to check the Garden Services website again. There's a new section now, marked Upcoming Content, with a familiar address listed beneath it, my address. The preview shows a photograph of my own back garden, taken from multiple angles, with precise measurements for rectangular excavations that haven't been started yet. I haven't seen my neighbor for weeks now, but I know he's still there, still watching, still planning, still maintaining his underground facility while he waits for the right moment to expand operations. The house next door looks completely empty during the day, but I can see the blue glow of computer screens late at night. And sometimes, when the wind is in the right direction, I can hear sounds from beneath the ground that I try very hard not to think about. I keep telling myself I should pack up and leave, find somewhere far away where Garden Services can't reach me. But I know it wouldn't make any difference. They've already documented my movements, my routines, my vulnerabilities. They know exactly where to find me whenever they decide the time is right. So I stay here, keeping the curtains drawn and the doors locked, writing down everything I've discovered in case someone finds it useful later. In case anyone wonders what happened to me when I'd inevitably disappear on a Tuesday evening, just like Emma Collins and all the others. The excavations in my garden haven't started yet, but I know they will. The measurements are already planned, the drainage systems designed, the surveillance equipment tested and ready. I just have to wait for my turn to contribute to the community that's been watching me all along. My hands still shake sometimes when I think about all the conversations I translated, all the messages I helped people understand when they couldn't communicate with each other directly. I'm in a youth hostel in Durham at the moment. Strange choice for someone my age. But they don't ask many questions, and you can pay by the week if you help with the cleaning. There's a Polish girl working here who keeps trying to practice her English with me. And every time she asks me to help her with a difficult phrase, I feel physically sick, because translation work used to be how I made my living. I was a freelance interpreter for nearly 20 years, mostly doing remote work for businesses that needed help with European languages, especially Polish and Romanian. Then, the agency I worked through lost most of their contracts to cheaper overseas services, and I had to find other clients quickly. That's when I started taking translation jobs from people who wouldn't use mainstream services. People who needed communications interpreted that they couldn't risk going through official channels. I've had plenty of time these past few weeks to think about what I was really translating, what those carefully worded messages were actually arranging, and who was being hurt by the conversations I helped facilitate. I'd built up a good reputation over the years as a reliable interpreter. Nothing glamorous, mostly technical documents, business correspondence, the occasional video conference where participants needed real-time translation. The work was steady and paid well enough that I could afford a decent flat in Durham and didn't have to worry too much about money. The collapse happened gradually. First, a few regular clients stopped renewing their contracts. Then the agency reduced their rates to compete with overseas services. Then finally they let most of their UK-based interpreters go in favor of cheaper options abroad. I was 52 years old, with language skills that were suddenly worth half what they'd been the previous year. I spent several months taking whatever translation work I could find at increasingly desperate rates. Technical manuals that paid pennies per word, tourist guides that barely covered my rent, even some transcription work that didn't require my language skills at all. I was watching my savings disappear and wondering how much longer I could afford to stay in my flat. That's when I got the message through a freelancer website. Someone needed an experienced Polish-English interpreter for ongoing communication work that required absolute discretion. The rate they offered was exceptional, about 3 times what I'd been earning before the agency collapsed. They emphasized they needed someone reliable who could work with sensitive material and maintain strict confidentiality about the content of translations. The client, who identified himself as Mr. Walsh, explained during our initial phone conversation that he coordinated communications for business people who operated in areas where privacy was essential. Many of his clients conducted transactions that required confidentiality, and they needed interpreters who understood the importance of discretion and wouldn't ask uncomfortable questions about what was being discussed. I should have questioned what kind of business required such secretive translation services, should have wondered why legitimate companies wouldn't just use standard interpretation agencies. But Mr. Walsh was offering rates I couldn't afford to refuse, and I convinced myself that lots of businesses dealt with sensitive information that required privacy. The first assignment was straightforward enough. I was given a text message conversation between 2 people discussing what appeared to be a commercial transaction. One participant wrote in Polish, the other in English, and I provided real-time translations so they could communicate effectively. The conversation involved negotiating prices and delivery arrangements for unnamed goods, with both parties being careful to avoid specific details about what was being bought and sold. The vague language made me uncomfortable, but I told myself I was just facilitating communication, not endorsing whatever transaction they were arranging. My role was technical, providing accurate translation so people could understand each other, not moral or legal judgment about their business activities. Mr. Walsh was pleased with my work and immediately sent me more assignments. Over the following weeks, I translated dozens of conversations between Polish speakers and English speakers, all discussing commercial arrangements in deliberately vague language, quantities, prices, delivery schedules, but never specific details about what goods or services were actually being exchanged. The work fell into a comfortable routine. I'd receive notifications about new conversations that needed translation, provide real-time interpretation as messages appeared, and collect payment for the hours I'd worked. The money was keeping me financially stable for the first time since the agency had collapsed. But I started noticing elements of the conversations that troubled me. Some discussions included references to people rather than goods, talking about availability and suitability in ways that suggested they were arranging some sort of service rather than product delivery. Others mentioned timing that needed to coordinate with school schedules or work shifts, details that seemed unnecessarily specific for standard commercial transactions. When I raised concerns about the nature of what I was translating, Mr. Walsh explained that privacy-conscious businesses often used coded language to protect confidential information from potential competitors or regulatory oversight. My role was to translate the words accurately, not to interpret the underlying business purposes those words served. That rationalization let me continue accepting assignments without examining too closely what I was really facilitating. I was just an interpreter, providing technical translation services without responsibility for how parties used their ability to communicate with each other. The assignments became more disturbing over time. I found myself translating conversations that discussed people's routines, their vulnerabilities, their living situations. discussions about the best approaches for making contact, techniques for establishing trust, even advice about circumventing security or supervision. I was translating what were obviously criminal conversations, but always with enough ambiguity that I could tell myself I didn't really understand the full context. Maybe these were private investigators conducting legitimate surveillance. Maybe they were security consultants testing vulnerabilities. Maybe there were innocent explanations I wasn't aware of. The breakthrough came when I translated a conversation that included a specific address in Durham. Two people were discussing someone who lived there when they'd be home alone, the best approach for gaining entry to the property. The Polish speaker was providing detailed instructions about security arrangements and optimal timing, while the English speaker confirmed they understood and would proceed as discussed. I recognized the address immediately. It was my neighbor's flat, just 2 doors down from where I lived. An elderly Polish woman who I'd occasionally help with her shopping or paperwork that required English comprehension. Someone had been surveilling her property and was now coordinating with an English speaker to exploit whatever they discovered about her vulnerabilities. I realized I'd been translating communications between criminals who were planning burglaries, harassment, possibly worse crimes against specific individuals. The deliberately vague language wasn't protecting legitimate business confidentiality. It was helping criminals coordinate their activities while maintaining plausible deniability about their intentions. I thought about all the other conversations I'd translated over the past few months, all the careful arrangements I'd helped people make about timing, approaches, vulnerabilities. Each translation I'd provided had probably enabled crimes against people who had no idea they were being discussed by strangers planning to victimize them. But what made it unbearable was understanding that my translation skills had been essential to these crimes. The Polish and English speakers couldn't communicate effectively without my interpretation, couldn't coordinate their criminal activities without someone bridging their language barrier. And I'd been that bridge, making it all possible through professional translation services. I tried warning my neighbor about the planned crime without revealing how I knew about it, but she didn't speak enough English to fully understand my concerns, and I didn't speak enough Polish to explain the specifics. The communication barrier that had made me valuable as a translator also prevented me from adequately warning the very person my translation work was targeting. 2 days later, her flat was burgled while she was visiting friends. The thieves had known exactly when she'd be gone and had targeted specific items she'd mentioned in conversations I'd translated months earlier. She'd been discussing her valuables with relatives in Poland, never knowing that someone was intercepting those conversations and using an interpreter to understand what she was saying. That's when I realized the full scope of what I'd been part of. I wasn't just translating conversations between criminals coordinating their activities. I was translating private communications between innocent people and their families, helping criminals understand conversations that were never meant for anyone else to hear. I started investigating the technical aspects of how I received translation assignments, trying to understand how Mr. Walsh was obtaining these conversations. What I discovered was that I was working with people who intercepted private communications between Polish speakers and their families or friends, then used interpreters like me to understand what was being discussed so they could identify opportunities for exploitation. The victims weren't willingly participating in conversations with criminals. They were having private discussions that were being secretly monitored and translated to identify vulnerabilities that could be exploited. Someone discussing their work schedule with family members might find themselves burgled during those specific hours. Someone mentioning health problems might be targeted by people offering fake medical services or financial assistance. I found records of hundreds of conversations I'd translated over the past few months, all between Polish speakers discussing their personal lives with people they trusted, family conversations about daily routines, friends discussing concerns about security, elderly people talking with relatives about their health or finances, all intercepted and translated to identify people who could be targeted for various types of exploitation. Some conversations I translated had led to burglaries like the one targeting my neighbor. Others had enabled harassment campaigns against people who discussed fears or vulnerabilities with loved ones. A few had facilitated worse crimes that used intimate knowledge of people's lives obtained through intercepted and translated private conversations. But what disturbed me most was discovering that my translations weren't just enabling individual crimes. They were being sold to multiple people through hidden marketplaces, where criminals purchased intelligence about potential targets. The conversations I translated would be packaged with my interpretations and sold to anyone interested in targeting Polish speakers in specific areas or with particular vulnerabilities. I found marketplace listings offering translated intercepts organized by location, age group, and vulnerability type. My careful translations were presented as professional intelligence products that enabled efficient targeting of people who had no idea their private conversations had been compromised. One listing offered a package of translations I'd done involving elderly Polish women living alone in the Northeast, complete with my interpretations of their routines, health situations, and valuable possessions they'd mentioned to family members. Another focused on Polish families with young children, selling translated conversations that revealed school schedules, childcare arrangements, and times when children might be unsupervised. I was looking at evidence that my translation work had enabled systematic exploitation of vulnerable people, and that my professional skills had been weaponized to turn private conversations into commercial intelligence products sold to criminals. The worst part was understanding that the victims would never know how they'd been targeted. They'd been having private conversations in their native language, discussions they believed were secure because most people in the UK couldn't understand Polish. But I'd eliminated that security by providing professional translation services that made their private lives accessible to anyone willing to pay for the intelligence. My neighbor had been speaking Polish with her family members about the jewelry she'd inherited, never imagining that someone was translating those conversations to identify her as a burglary target. Other people I'd unwittingly helped victimize had discussed their fears, their routines, their vulnerabilities in Polish, believing they were safe because their conversations weren't in English. I'd destroyed that safety by providing the translation bridge that made their private lives understandable to criminals who treated non-English communications as an untapped resource for identifying potential targets. I tried contacting the police about what I'd discovered, but explaining my role without admitting extensive complicity proved impossible. I'd been translating intercepted communications for months. Accepting substantial payment for work I should have recognized wasn't legitimate. The translations I'd provided had enabled serious crimes against real people. The officer I spoke to was professional but frank. I'd knowingly worked with people intercepting private communications, providing translation services that enabled criminal activity. The fact that I claimed not to have fully understood what I was doing wouldn't protect me from prosecution for my role in systematic exploitation of vulnerable people. I was advised to stop translating immediately and refuse further contact with Mr. Walsh, but he'd already anticipated that possibility. I started receiving messages in Polish, obviously using a different interpreter now, warning me that people who cause problems would face serious consequences. The messages included details from my own private conversations, things I'd discussed with family and friends that I'd assumed were secure. They'd turned their interception and translation services on me, demonstrating that I was just as vulnerable as all the people whose conversations I'd been translating. Then I found my own details listed in the marketplace where they sold translated intercepts. Someone had packaged information about my life, my routines, my vulnerabilities, all obtained through monitoring and translating my private communications. I was now a product in the same marketplace I'd been supplying with translations. That's when I left Durham entirely, abandoning my flat and most of my possessions to hide in this youth hostel where nobody knows my background or understands why someone my age is staying in budget accommodation meant for backpackers. But I know the interception and translation services continue without me. Other interpreters have probably been recruited to translate intercepted Polish communications. People who'll make the same rationalizations I did about just providing technical language services without responsibility for how their translations are used. The marketplace is probably still selling translated intercepts to criminals who use them to target vulnerable people. And somewhere in those listings, translations I provided months ago are probably still being purchased and used to enable crimes against people whose only mistake was having private conversations in a language they thought would protect them. I keep thinking about my neighbor, about all the other people whose private conversations I translated without understanding I was betraying their trust and security. They'd been speaking Polish, believing it gave them privacy, never knowing that professional interpreters were being paid to eliminate that protection and make their private lives accessible to anyone willing to pay for the intelligence. The translation work taught me that language barriers can create false security, that speaking in your native language doesn't protect you if someone's willing to hire interpreters to understand what you're saying. That professional translation skills become weapons when applied to intercepted private communications. And that once you've spent months translating conversations you should have recognized weren't meant for you to interpret, you become too compromised to report it without facing prosecution for your role in enabling systematic exploitation. I suppose that's why I'm hiding in this youth hostel, rather than helping police shut down the interception and translation operation. Because I know my translations are documented evidence of my active participation in crimes against vulnerable people. And I'm not brave enough to face consequences for choices I made when professional satisfaction and financial need mattered more than questioning what my skills were really being used for. All I can do is hope that someone else will eventually expose these operations, that other interpreters will find courage I lack to report what they're translating despite personal cost, and hope that people whose private conversations I translated managed to stay safe despite the intelligence I helped create about their lives. Because the operations are still running, still recruiting interpreters, still intercepting private communications and selling translated intelligence to criminals. And I helped prove that professional translation services make interception more valuable, helped establish that non-English communications are exploitable resources, helped create an industry that treats people's private conversations as raw materials for criminal intelligence products. I just wish I could undo it all, could warn every person whose conversations I translated, could restore the security they thought they had when speaking in their native language. But I can't, so I just avoid the Polish girl who works here and try not to think about how my professional skills were weaponized against people who trusted that speaking Polish would keep their private lives private. I deleted everything 3 weeks ago, wiped my laptop, threw away my external drives, even got rid of my phone and bought a new one. People think digital footprints are permanent. but you'd be surprised how thoroughly you can erase yourself if you're motivated enough. And I was very, very motivated. The thing is, I know it won't matter. They already have what they need. But doing something, anything, made me feel slightly less powerless, slightly less complicit in what happened. I should probably explain what I mean by that. What I did. What I saw. I'm a freelance photographer. Or haven't picked up my camera in months now. I used to do wedding photography mainly, the occasional corporate event, sometimes product shoots for small businesses trying to look more professional than they actually were. It paid the bills, barely, and I was good at it. Had that ability to make people look natural even when they were deeply uncomfortable, which is apparently a valuable skill when you're photographing someone's awkward second cousin at a wedding reception in Nottingham. The work dried up during the lockdowns, obviously. Weddings postponed indefinitely. Businesses closing. Nobody wanting a photographer within 2 meters of them. I burned through my savings in about 4 months, then started living on credit cards, then started getting very creative about what constituted an essential expense. By the time things started opening up again, I was in debt up to my eyeballs and absolutely desperate for work. But the photography industry had changed. Everyone with a decent phone camera suddenly thought they were professionals. Prices had collapsed. The jobs I used to get offered for 400 or 500 quid were now going for 100, sometimes less. I was applying for everything, undercutting my own rates, and still barely getting responses. That's when I started looking for alternative income. Not because I wanted to do anything illegal or dodgy. I just needed money, and I needed it quickly. I'd heard about people selling stock photography online, licensing images to websites and publications. It seemed simple enough. Take some decent photographs, upload them to stock sites, earn a few quid every time someone downloaded them. The problem was that stock photography is incredibly oversaturated. Millions of images of people having breakfast or shaking hands in offices or staring pensively at sunsets. My photos were fine, perfectly competent, but they disappeared into the noise. I made maybe £30 in 2 months. Then I stumbled across a discussion thread. This was on the regular internet, nothing dark or hidden, where photographers were talking about niche markets. Apparently, there was decent money in very specific types of stock imagery that mainstream sites didn't cater to. Medical photos, industrial photography, that sort of thing. One person mentioned that the real money was in custom requests, if you knew where to find them. Someone in the replies mentioned the dark web, said there were communities there that paid significantly better for specific types of photography, no questions asked. I'd heard about the dark web before, obviously, but only in that vague way everyone has. Drugs and hitmen and stolen credit cards. The idea of it being a marketplace for legitimate services hadn't really occurred to me. I was skeptical at first, but I was also eviction notice desperate, and desperate people do stupid things. Getting access wasn't particularly complicated. Took me an evening of following guides and figuring out how to browse anonymously. And then I was there, looking at websites that resembled something from the late 90s, all text and minimal formatting. I spent a few days just exploring, trying to understand how it all worked. There were marketplaces, sure, selling exactly the kinds of things you'd expect, but there were also service listings, people offering skills ranging from graphic design to translation to consultation. And there were photography requests. Most of them were straightforward. Someone wanted photos of a specific building in Birmingham from multiple angles, probably for something architectural or planning related. Someone else wanted candid street photography from Manchester city centre during specific times of day. The pay was decent, much better than stock photography, and payment was arranged through methods I won't detail here, but which seemed secure enough. I started taking those jobs. Nothing sinister, nothing that made me uncomfortable. Just photography with specific requirements, delivered anonymously, paid reasonably well. It kept me afloat, paid down some of my debt, let me breathe a bit easier. The requests got more specific over time. Someone wanted photographs of a particular house in Leeds, exterior shots only, taken at different times of day across a week. Someone else wanted images of the interior of a specific pub in Newcastle, as detailed as possible. I told myself these were probably for property assessments or business valuations, things that needed to be done anonymously for whatever reason. I never asked questions. That was the unspoken rule. You fulfilled the request exactly as specified, delivered the images, got paid, moved on. No communication beyond the initial brief. Then I got a request that paid significantly more than anything I'd seen before. Almost £3,000 for what seemed like a simple job. Someone wanted photographs of a specific flat in Bristol. Interior shots as comprehensive as possible. Every room, every angle. They'd provide access. There'd be a key hidden near the property, and I'd have a 2-hour window when the flat would definitely be empty. £3,000. That was 2 months of rent, a massive chunk off my credit cards, breathing room I desperately needed. I should have questioned why someone would pay that much. Should have wondered why they couldn't just hire a normal photographer through normal channels. Should have asked myself what possible legitimate reasons someone would have for wanting detailed photographs of someone else's flat without their knowledge. But I didn't. I just accepted the job. The flat was in a converted Victorian house in Clifton, the nice part of Bristol. The key was exactly where they said it would be, tucked behind a loose brick near the entrance. The flat itself was on the 2nd floor. I let myself in during the specified window, a Tuesday afternoon, middle of the day, when presumably the occupant was at work. It was a woman's flat clearly, neat but lived in, books on the shelves, photos on the walls, the kind of space that felt like someone actually inhabited it, rather than just existed there. I felt sick doing it, moving through her private space with my camera. But I told myself I was just taking photos, not stealing anything, not damaging anything, just photographs. I shot everything as requested, the living room from multiple angles, the kitchen, including inside the cupboards and fridge as specified, the bathroom, the bedroom, which felt like the worst violation somehow, photographing someone's unmade bed and the clothes draped over a chair and the books on their nightstand. There were photos of her throughout the flat, with friends, with family, on holiday. She looked happy in them, normal, completely unaware that a stranger would soon be standing in her bedroom, documenting every detail of her private life. I finished the job, locked up, replaced the key, uploaded the photographs through the secure method they'd specified. The payment came through within hours. I tried not to think about it, tried to tell myself it was probably for insurance purposes or some kind of property dispute, but I knew that was rubbish. Nobody pays £3,000 for insurance photos. Nobody needs that level of detail, that invasion of privacy, for any legitimate purpose. I knew what those photos were probably for. Either someone planning to rob her, or someone obsessed with her, or something worse I didn't want to imagine. And I'd helped them. I'd provided the tools for whatever was going to happen. But I'd also been paid £3,000, and my landlord had stopped sending threatening letters, and I could buy food without calculating the cost of every item. So I took the money and tried to forget about it. A week later, I got another request. Same type of job, different location. A house in Southampton this time. £4,000. Again, access would be provided. Specific time window. Comprehensive interior photography required. I told myself I wouldn't do it. Told myself the Bristol job had been a one-off moment of desperation, and I was better than this. But £4,000, Christ, I did the job. And then I did another one, and another. Over about 3 months, I photographed the interiors of maybe a dozen properties across England. Houses, flats, even a few businesses. Always the same pattern. Generous payment provided access, specific window of time, detailed photography required. The money was extraordinary. I cleared my debts completely, built up savings, could have stopped doing it at any time. But I didn't stop. That's the thing I'm most ashamed of. It wasn't desperation anymore. It was just greed. Easy money for a few hours of work. I'd gotten good at not thinking about what the photos might be used for, at compartmentalizing the ethics of it. Then came the request that changed everything. It was for a flat in Reading. The pay was higher than usual, almost £6,000. The brief was similar to previous jobs. Comprehensive interior photography during a specified time window. But this one included an additional file, a photograph of the occupant, presumably so I'd know whose flat I was documenting. I shouldn't have opened that file. Should have just declined the job right there. But I clicked it. The photograph showed a young woman, mid-20s probably, dark hair, sitting in what looked like a cafe. She was looking at her phone, unaware she was being photographed. There was something about the image that made my skin crawl. The angle suggested it had been taken from across the street, through a window. This wasn't a social media photo or a casual snapshot. This was surveillance. Below the image was a single line of text. Usual requirements plus any personal items of interest. Personal items of interest. What the hell did that mean? Diaries, computers, underwear. I stared at that request for hours. This wasn't about property valuation or insurance. This was about a woman who was being watched, being targeted, by someone who was now asking me to help them get closer to her, to provide an intimate map of her private life. I should have refused, should have deleted everything and never gone back to that site. But £6,000, I hate myself for what I did next. I hate that I can't even claim it was desperation or stupidity. It was just pure, calculating greed. I accepted the job. The flat was in a modern building near the town centre. Nice area, secure entrance, the kind of place where you'd feel safe. The key was hidden as usual, the time window specified. 2 hours during a Thursday afternoon. I let myself in and immediately knew something was different. The flat felt lived in a way the others hadn't. There were plants on the windowsill, properly cared for, fresh flowers in a vase. A calendar on the wall with neat handwriting marking various appointments. This wasn't just someone's space. It was someone's carefully maintained life. I started with the main rooms as usual. Living room, kitchen, bathroom. Standard shots from multiple angles. But I kept noticing details that made me increasingly uncomfortable. A medical alert bracelet on the bedside table. Prescription medication in the bathroom cabinet. A walking stick leaning against the wall near the door. This woman was vulnerable somehow, and someone was paying me £6,000 to document every aspect of her private space. I should have stopped. Should have walked out right then. But I was already there, already inside, already complicit. So I kept going. The bedroom was worse than the others had been. More personal somehow. There were photos everywhere. Family photos, friend photos, holiday photos. A whole life documented on the walls. I photographed them all as requested, hating myself more with every click of the shutter. Then I found the laptop on her desk. It was closed, probably in sleep mode. The request had mentioned personal items of interest. Did they want me to open it, go through her files? I stood there for a long time, trying to decide. Part of me knew that opening that laptop would cross a line I couldn't uncross. The photography was bad enough, but this felt like something darker. In the end, I didn't open it. I just photographed it, photographed the desk around it, moved on. I finished the job quickly after that, desperate to be out of there. Locked up, replaced the key, went home feeling filthy in a way that had nothing to do with physical dirt. I uploaded the photographs that night and waited for payment. It came through within a few hours, same as always. £6,000 appearing in my account like nothing had happened. Like I hadn't just violated a stranger's privacy in the most intimate way possible. I tried to forget about it, tried to go back to normal life, normal photography work, but I couldn't stop thinking about that flat in Reading, about the woman in the photograph, going about her life, completely unaware that someone had been inside her home, documenting everything. 3 weeks later, I saw a news article. A woman in Reading had been attacked in her own flat by an intruder. He'd somehow gained access to the building, let himself into her flat with a key, waited for her to come home. She'd survived, but was in hospital with serious injuries. The police were appealing for information. The article included a photograph of the victim. I recognized her immediately. The same dark hair, the same face I'd seen in that surveillance photo. I felt physically sick, actually had to run to the bathroom and throw up, because I'd helped that happen. Maybe the person who'd attacked her was the same person who'd hired me. Maybe it was someone they'd sold the information to. Maybe it was even more removed than that. But the chain of cause and effect was clear. My photographs had helped someone hurt that woman. I stopped taking those jobs immediately, stopped going on the dark web at all. But the damage was done. I'd enabled something terrible, and there was nothing I could do to take it back. I reported it to the police eventually. Anonymous tip, no personal details. Told them about the photography requests, the dark web marketplace, everything I knew. I don't know if they took it seriously, or if they could even do anything with that information. The dark web isn't easy to investigate, and I couldn't provide much in the way of useful details. The woman survived, I found out later. The man who attacked her was arrested a few weeks after, caught trying to do the same thing to someone else. He had photographs on his computer, detailed interior shots of multiple properties. Some of them were mine. I recognized my own work. Other photographers had been doing the same jobs I had, helping him prepare, providing reconnaissance. We weren't the ones who hurt those women, but we'd built the ladder someone else climbed. I still think about those flats sometimes, about the people whose homes I violated, whose private lives I documented and sold. I wonder if they ever found out, if they ever felt that creeping sense that someone had been in their space, touching their things, learning their secrets. I wonder if the woman in Reading ever feels safe in her own home now, if she looks at her possessions differently, knowing that someone photographed them, studied them, used that knowledge to hurt her. I've got money saved now, enough to live on for a while without working. But every time I look at that bank balance, I see those flats, those private spaces I shouldn't have been in. That woman's face in the news article, blood money, that's what they used to call it, isn't it? Money earned through harm. I thought I was just taking photographs, thought I could separate the action from the consequence, tell myself I was just providing a service and what happened after wasn't my responsibility. But it was. It is. I helped hurt people because I wanted money, and no amount of rationalizing changes that. The worst part is how easy it was, how quickly I went from desperate to greedy, from one questionable job to a dozen, from feeling sick about it to barely thinking about it at all. That's what frightens me most. Not what I did, but how simple it was to do. How easy it is to become complicit in terrible things when you're just trying to get by. I've thought about going to therapy, talking to someone about what happened. But what would I even say? That I'm traumatized by my own choices. That I'm struggling with guilt over something I did willingly, repeatedly for months. I don't deserve sympathy. The woman in Reading does. The other people whose homes I violated do. I just deserve to live with what I've done. So I deleted everything, like I said at the start. Wiped it all clean. But you can't wipe your memory. Can't delete the knowledge of what you're capable of when circumstances push you in the wrong direction. I see that woman's face sometimes when I close my eyes. The one from the surveillance photo, sitting in that cafe, looking at her phone, completely unaware that her life was about to be invaded. Completely unaware that somewhere out there was a photographer desperate enough and greedy enough to help make that invasion possible. That photographer was me. I did that, and I'll carry that knowledge for the rest of my life. I shouldn't be telling anyone this. Part of me thinks I should just close this document and forget the whole thing. But I can't. I haven't been able to forget it for 3 years, and I don't think I ever will. My brother disappeared in February 2023. The police did their investigation, filed their reports, and eventually the case went cold. Mum still puts appeals on Facebook every few months, sharing that same photo of him from Christmas 2022. Dad doesn't talk about it at all anymore. And me? I'm the only one who knows what actually happened, and I've never told them. I don't think I can. His name is Daniel. Was Daniel. I keep doing that, switching between past and present like some part of me still can't accept it. He was Danny to most people. He was 26 when he vanished, 4 years older than me, and we'd always been close despite the age gap. He worked in admin, nothing glamorous, and he lived alone in a flat in Reading. Ordinary life, ordinary job, ordinary bloke. That's what made it all so much worse, I think. How someone so normal could end up involved in something so horrific. The police released his flat back to us about 6 months after he disappeared. They'd been through everything, found nothing useful, and eventually they had to let us clear the place out. The landlord wanted it back. I volunteered to help Mum and Dad sort through his things because I knew it would destroy them to do it alone. What I didn't expect was to find his laptop tucked under his bed, password protected, completely missed by the police somehow. I know I shouldn't have, but I took it, slipped it into my bag whilst Mum was crying over his clothes in the wardrobe. Told myself I just wanted to see if there were any photos on there, maybe some memories we could have. But really, I think I was looking for answers, some explanation for why he just vanished one day without a word to anyone. Getting past his password wasn't difficult. He'd always used the same few combinations for everything, and I knew them all from years of him asking me to check his emails or his bank account when he couldn't be bothered. The laptop was old, probably 5 or 6 years at that point, and it took ages to start up. When it finally did, I went straight to his browser history. That's where it started to get strange. Most of it was normal enough. News sites, YouTube, his work portal, some shopping sites. But then I noticed gaps. Whole evenings where there was nothing. No activity at all, which seemed odd for someone who spent most of his free time online. I'm not technical, but it struck me as odd all the same. Danny lived online. Even on quiet nights, there was always something. A video, a forum, a stupid rabbit hole. Here, there was just nothing. Long stretches of nothing. It felt intentional, even if I couldn't explain why. I found a folder buried in his documents called Work Archive 2022. Seemed innocent enough, except Danny was meticulous about keeping work stuff on his work laptop, never his personal one. Inside were just 3 files. One was a text document with what looked like random letters and numbers. No structure to it, no obvious meaning. The second was a bookmark file, but when I tried to open it, nothing happened. And the third was a small application I didn't recognize. I nearly deleted them. Nearly just closed the laptop and forgot about it. But something made me double-click that application. What opened wasn't anything I recognized. It looked like a browser, but stripped back, basic. There was a search bar and nothing else. No favorites, no history visible, no helpful buttons. Just this blank waiting screen. I sat there staring at it for a while, trying to work out what it was for. And then I noticed the URL bar. It didn't say anything normal. It was just a string of random characters ending in .onion. That's when it clicked, slowly and unpleasantly. I didn't recognize the address format, but I recognized the feeling of it, the wrongness. I'd heard about places like this before, in passing, in documentaries I half watched while scrolling on my phone. I just never thought I'd be staring at one on my brother's laptop, but I'd always thought it was just some exaggerated thing from crime documentaries, not something real people actually used. Certainly not something my brother would use. I should have closed it then, should have shut down the laptop and thrown it away. But I didn't. Instead, I opened that text file again and stared at those random characters. They were grouped in blocks, separated by line breaks. On a hunch, I copied the first block and pasted it into the search bar. The page that loaded was plain, just text on a dark background, links listed one after another with short descriptions. Some of it was what you'd expect, I suppose. Things being sold that you can't buy in normal places. Services being offered. But a lot of it didn't make sense to me. Just vague phrases and code words. I didn't click on anything, just scrolled down, feeling increasingly sick, wondering what on earth Danny had been doing here. Then I saw a link that made my stomach drop. The description was only 3 words. Escort Services, UK. I clicked it before I could talk myself out of it. The page that loaded was designed like an old classified ad site, the kind you don't see anymore. Posts listed by region, each one with a title and a short description. Most were London, some Manchester, Birmingham, a few other cities. And there, about halfway down the page, was one for reading. My hand was shaking when I clicked it. What came up looked like a profile. There were photos, though they were small and grainy, clearly taken to hide identifying details. A description that was clinical, transactional. Services offered, prices, contact information in the form of another one of those onion addresses. It felt seedy. That was the word that kept coming back to me. Cheap, miserable. The sort of thing you don't talk about. I told myself that was all it was. Something Danny had stumbled into because he was lonely and human. Not because it meant anything worse. Just Danny being a lonely bloke doing something he was ashamed of. But then I started noticing things that didn't add up. The photos, for one. When I looked closer, really looked, the backgrounds were all the same. Same walls, same furniture, same dim lighting. These weren't pictures from different people in different places. They were all taken in the same room. And the women in them looked wrong. Not wrong like obviously fake or Photoshop, but wrong like they didn't want to be there. Their eyes were flat. Their smiles didn't reach anywhere near their faces. I backed out of the page and went back to the main listings, started clicking through other posts, other regions. And the more I looked, the more I saw the same pattern. Same style of photos, same clinical descriptions, Same dead-eyed expressions. This wasn't escorts advertising themselves. This was something else entirely. I spent hours down that rabbit hole, clicking from page to page, trying to understand what I was looking at. There were other sites linked from that first page, each one more disturbing than the last. One appeared to be reviews, people rating and commenting on experiences they'd had. The language they used was dehumanizing, casual, like they were discussing products they'd bought rather than people. Another site had requests, people describing what they were looking for in specific, horrifying detail. And then I found the messages. They were in a separate application on the laptop, something designed for encrypted communication. I almost missed it completely, but it was listed in Danny's recently used programs. When I opened it, there were only 2 conversations saved. The first was short, just a few messages back and forth with someone whose name showed up as a random string of numbers. Danny had asked about the reading post, asked if the person was still available, what the process was, whether it was safe. The responses were brief and businesslike. Instructions on where to send payment, how to arrange a meeting, what to expect. The second conversation was longer, and it started about a week after the first one ended. Danny's first message, in it, was a question. He asked if the person he'd met was all right, asked if she needed help. The response was immediate and aggressive, telling him to forget what he'd seen and never contact them again. But Danny didn't stop. He sent another message, then another, said he knew what was happening, said he'd seen the fear in her eyes, heard her trying to speak to him in a language he didn't understand, said he couldn't just pretend everything was fine. The responses got more threatening, told him to mind his own business, told him he had no idea what he was involving himself in, told him that asking questions was dangerous for everyone involved, including the people he thought he was helping. Danny's final message in that conversation was sent on the 9th of February, 3 days before he disappeared. All it said was that he'd kept a record of everything and that if anything happened to him, people would know where to look. I felt cold reading that, properly cold, like someone had opened a window in the middle of winter. I went back through his laptop with new urgency, looking for whatever record he'd kept. It took me nearly 2 hours, but eventually I found a hidden folder, password protected, but using the same combination as everything else. Inside were screenshots, dozens of them, pages from those sites, profiles, conversations, everything. He documented all of it, and at the bottom of the folder was a document, a letter I suppose, though he'd never sent it to anyone. It was addressed to the police. In it, Danny explained everything, how he'd stumbled onto those sites whilst looking for something else, something he was too embarrassed to specify, how he'd initially thought it was just illegal escort services, nothing more, how he'd met someone through one of the listings and realized immediately that something was very wrong. The woman had been terrified, he wrote, could barely speak English, kept glancing at the door like she expected someone to burst in. When he'd tried to talk to her, tried to ask if she needed help, she'd just shaken her head frantically and begged him to leave. He'd left, but he couldn't stop thinking about her, couldn't stop thinking about what he'd seen. So he'd gone back online and started digging deeper. I didn't understand it all at once. It was more like a pressure building at the back of my head, the sense that I was seeing the same thing over and over again from slightly different angles. He didn't call it a network at first. He kept using words like overlap and coincidence, like he was trying to talk himself out of what he was seeing. Only later did he start writing as if he'd accepted it, that the same names, rooms and faces kept resurfacing for a reason. Danny thought he'd worked out locations, addresses that kept cropping up in different forms, sometimes hinted at, sometimes almost spelled out. He wasn't certain. He wrote that more than once. But the patterns bothered him enough that he couldn't ignore them. He'd noted patterns in the posts, worked out which profiles seemed to move between different cities, cross-referenced reviews to build up a picture of who was running things. It was all there in his notes, detailed and careful and absolutely damning. The letter ended with him saying he was going to the police, that he'd gathered enough evidence, that he couldn't sit on it any longer, that someone needed to do something, but he'd never sent it. And 3 days later, he was gone. I sat there with his laptop on my knees, feeling like the walls were closing in. I knew what had happened. I knew it with absolute certainty. I don't have proof of what happened after that. I don't have a body or a confession or anything neat like that. But reading those messages, seeing how they changed once he wouldn't back off, it felt impossible to believe his disappearance was a coincidence. I thought about going to the police myself, thought about taking the laptop, showing them everything, making them listen. But then I thought about Danny's final message, about how he'd told them he had insurance, a record that would come out if anything happened to him, and how they'd taken him anyway. They knew he'd documented everything, which meant they'd come looking for it, looking for the laptop, the files, the evidence. And when they didn't find it in his flat, when the police didn't mention it, they must have assumed it was still out there somewhere, that someone had it. If I went to the police now, 3 years later, with this laptop and these files, what would happen? Best case, they'd investigate, maybe arrest some people, maybe shut down part of the operation. But the people at the top, the ones who'd made Danny disappear, they'd know where the evidence had come from. They'd know his family had been digging. They'd know about me. I thought about Mum and Dad, about how they'd already lost Danny, about how destroyed they'd be if something happened to me too. And I thought about the women in those photos, the ones with the dead eyes and the forced smiles, and how going to the police might help them, but might also make everything worse, might drive the whole operation further underground, make the people running it more careful, more brutal. I don't know if I made the right choice. I've questioned it every day since. I deleted everything, every file, every screenshot, every trace of what Danny had found, wiped the laptop completely and took it to a recycling center 3 towns over. Told Mum and Dad I hadn't found anything useful on it, just some old work documents and pictures of his mates. They believed me because why wouldn't they? But I kept one thing, just one screenshot, buried in an encrypted folder on my own laptop. One of the profiles Danny had documented, not because I know what to do with it, but because I couldn't bring myself to erase it all completely. Couldn't let what he'd found just disappear into nothing. Sometimes I look at it, not often, but sometimes. I zoom in on the faces in the background of those photos, the glimpses of rooms and windows, and I try to work out where they might be. I tell myself that one day I'll be brave enough to do something with it, to finish what Danny started. But I know I won't. I'm not brave like he was. I'm just scared. The worst part is the not knowing for certain. The police say he's a missing person, probably went off somewhere to start fresh, probably had some kind of breakdown we didn't know about. Mum half believes it sometimes, on her better days. Dad just looks tired whenever it comes up. And I sit there at family dinners, picking at my food, knowing they took him, knowing he's not coming back, knowing I could tell the truth but choosing not to, because I'm too frightened of what might happen. I see his face sometimes, in crowds or across the street, and my heart stops for just a second before I realize it's not him. Could never be him. Because wherever Danny is now, whatever they did to him, when they realized he was going to expose them, he's gone. Has been for 3 years. And the women in those photos, they're probably still there, still in those rooms with the same walls and the same dim lighting, still being advertised on sites most people don't even know exist, still waiting for someone to be brave enough to help them. Danny tried. He really did try, and it got him killed or disappeared, or whatever term makes it easier to swallow. I think about that last message he sent sometimes, about how he told them he'd kept a record, how he thought that would protect him, about how wrong he was. And I wonder if somewhere, in whatever hell they put him through before the end, he regretted getting involved at all, regretted not just closing that laptop and walking away like any sensible person would have done. I regretted for him. Regret that he had a conscience, that he cared, that he thought one person could make a difference against people who make other people disappear without a trace. But mostly, I regret being such a coward. I regret deleting the files more than I regret anything else I've ever done. Not because it haunts me, but because I know exactly why I did it. I tell myself it's what Danny would have wanted, that he wouldn't want Mum and Dad to lose both their children, that he'd understand why I made the choice I did. But I don't think he would. I think he'd be disappointed in me, and I think he'd be right to be. So that's my confession, I suppose. My brother found something terrible on the dark web, tried to do the right thing, and disappeared because of it. And I found the evidence that could explain what happened to him, maybe even help the people he was trying to save. And I destroyed it because I was too scared to do anything else. The police are still looking, technically. Mum still shares his photo. Dad still goes quiet when anyone mentions his name. And I still check the news sometimes, looking for stories about trafficking raids or missing persons found or operations shut down, hoping that somehow, without me doing anything, someone else will stumble onto what Danny found and actually have the courage to act on it. But deep down, I know that's not going to happen. Deep down, I know those women are still there, still trapped, still waiting. And I know Danny's gone, and nothing I do now will bring him back. I just have to live with that. Live with knowing the truth and doing nothing about it. Live with being the person who chose safety over justice. I don't sleep well anymore. I haven't in 3 years. I don't think I ever will again. I keep starting and then stopping, which probably tells you everything you need to know about how hard this is to talk about. Not because I can't remember how it started. I remember it perfectly. Every detail is burned into my memory with the kind of clarity that makes you wish you could forget. And not because time has made it easier. If anything, the distance has made it worse, given me more space to see all the moments I could have stopped and didn't. Is that saying it out loud means admitting how ordinary it all was at the beginning? How little effort it took to slide into something I still struggle to explain without sounding like I should have known better. There was no moment of dramatic choice, no fork in the road where I consciously decided to do the wrong thing. It was more like a gentle slope that got steeper, so gradually I didn't notice until I was already falling. There's a particular kind of shame that comes with realizing you weren't unlucky. You weren't singled out by some sophisticated predator. You weren't targeted because of who you are or what you know. You were just careless in a quiet, everyday way. The sort of carelessness that doesn't announce itself while it's happening. The sort that feels completely normal, even sensible, until you look back and see it for what it was. It only becomes obvious later, when you're lying awake at 3 a.m., replaying every decision, seeing all the warning signs you ignored because they were inconvenient, or because acknowledging them would have meant admitting you'd already gone too far. I replayed the start enough times to know exactly where things tipped from from harmless curiosity into something else. I can point to the precise moment, the exact click. Even now, I can't give you a clean explanation for why I kept going beyond that point. Words like bored or curious feel too convenient, too easy. They let me off the hook in a way I don't deserve. Calling it a mistake feels like shrinking it into something manageable, something forgivable. The truth is messier than that. The truth is it felt normal at the time, almost routine, like browsing social media or checking the news. Just another tab open in my browser. Another way to kill time on an unremarkable evening. I wasn't an IT person. I didn't work in tech. I had no special knowledge of computers or security beyond what anyone picks up from using them every day. I think that matters because I never felt like I was deliberately entering a world I didn't understand. I was just clicking through things that felt no more dangerous than anything else people stumble across online. It started with a message that didn't belong. My sister had mentioned, casually over Sunday lunch a week earlier, that she was looking for a second-hand travel cot. She was pregnant with her first and trying to do everything on a budget, the way first-time parents do, convinced they can navigate it all with second-hand furniture and sheer determination. I'd agreed to keep an eye out, the way you do when family asks you something and you're only half paying attention but want to seem helpful. So one evening, a Thursday I think, I was scrolling through a marketplace app, phone in one hand, TV on in the background, playing some crime drama. I wasn't really watching. Not really paying attention to either. Just filling the space between dinner and sleep with the kind of mindless activity that passes for relaxation. I'd been at it for maybe 20 minutes, scrolling past baby clothes and high chairs and all the detritus of early parenthood that people are desperate to get rid of. Most of the listings were fine, some overpriced. Some looked like they'd been through a war, but nothing unusual. That's when a reply popped up from an account I hadn't contacted. At first, I barely noticed it. The notification appeared at the top of my screen, and I swiped it down out of habit. Unsolicited messages are common enough on those apps that they blur into the background. You learn to filter them out without really thinking about it. But when I opened it properly, something about it felt different. It was just a short web address and a vague suggestion that there were things you could watch there that weren't meant for normal sites. No emoji, no exclamation marks, no obvious grammatical errors that would have marked it as spam. It was almost businesslike in its brevity. No sales pitch, no pressure. No begging me to click or warning that the link would expire soon. That's what made it unsettling, I think. It didn't behave like spam. It didn't need to persuade me of anything. Like it assumed curiosity would do the work on its own. Like whoever sent it knew that the less they said, the more intriguing it would seem. I reported it through the app and kept scrolling. Felt vaguely pleased with myself for doing the sensible thing, for not being one of those people who falls for obvious scams. Deleted the message, blocked the user, went back to looking at travel cots. Found a decent one for my sister, screenshotted it, sent it to her. She replied with a thumbs up. Normal evening, normal interaction, nothing out of the ordinary. For a while, that really did feel like the end of it. But later that night, when the flat had gone quiet and the TV was off and I'd brushed my teeth and gotten into bed, I picked my phone up again out of habit. You know how it is. That last scroll through social media before sleep, checking nothing in particular, just filling the silence. And the message resurfaced in my thoughts. Not loudly, not insistently, just persistently enough that it was hard to ignore. I told myself it was probably nothing. Spam sent to 1,000 people hoping one idiot would bite. But it didn't feel like a mass message. The wording was too specific, too knowing. I remember thinking, that even if it was nonsense, confirming that would make it easier to forget. That felt reasonable at the time, logical even, just scratching an itch so I could move on. So I reopened the deleted messages. The app keeps them for a while even after you delete them, which I'd never really thought about before. And I copied the address into my notes app. Told myself I'd only look briefly, just long enough to reassure myself it was rubbish, just enough to confirm my initial instinct had been right. Even as I did it, there was a small voice wondering why this explanation was doing so much work, why I needed to justify looking at a website to myself. But I pushed that voice down. Getting access wasn't dramatic. There was no moment where I felt like I crossed a clear boundary. No warning screen asking if I was sure I wanted to continue. Just small steps, each justifiable on its own. A browser that promised privacy. A few clicks to verify I was human. A simple yes/no question about being over 18. Steps I kept telling myself didn't add up to anything serious. People browse dodgy websites all the time, don't they? That's what I told myself. It's half of what the internet is. What I found wasn't sleek or impressive or mysterious. It was messy, dated, poorly organized. Plain text pages, broken menus, lists of things laid out with all the charm of a badly designed website from 1999. There were obvious illegal services right there on the front page. Fake documents, stolen accounts, credit card details, other things written about in neutral, almost bored language, and then darker sections threaded through it all, described with that same flat tone, like what was being offered was neither shocking nor exceptional. That flatness stayed with me. It still does. It didn't feel like a horror film or a hidden underworld full of shadowy figures and encrypted messages. More like browsing a catalogue where the items just happen to involve human harm. Stripped of drama or context. Mundane in the most disturbing way possible. For about a week, I dipped in and out. Never for very long. 20 minutes here, half an hour there. Usually late at night when I couldn't sleep. Always telling myself I was just looking, just observing. That observation wasn't the same as participation. That staying detached somehow kept me separate from what I was seeing. That as long as I didn't interact, didn't contribute, didn't become part of it, I was somehow still on the outside looking in. I didn't contact anyone, didn't buy anything, didn't post in any forums or leave any comments. At the time, those distinctions felt important. They felt like lines I was maintaining, boundaries I wasn't crossing. They let me believe I was still in control, still making conscious choices, still outside of it all in some meaningful way. I told myself I was trying to understand how these places worked, that it was educational in a morbid sort of way. The same way people watch documentaries about serial killers or read books about disasters. Trying to understand the darker corners of human nature from a safe distance. But if I'm honest, and I suppose that's the point of telling this, I didn't have a good reason. It was just there, and I could access it, and some base part of my brain wanted to see what I wasn't supposed to see. Then I clicked a video. I'd been browsing for maybe 15 minutes, about to close the laptop and go to bed. The page was unremarkable. Vague title suggesting proof of something without explaining what. The file just sat there with no description, no comments, no preview image. Just a blank space and a play button. I hovered over it longer than I like to admit. Knew I could still close the laptop and walk away. But I told myself seeing it briefly would be no worse than everything else I'd already looked at. In hindsight, that feels like a lie. I told myself purely for convenience. The video opened on an ordinary room, cheap carpet, radiator beneath a window, a bed with a plain duvet that could have come from anywhere. The camera camera angle was slightly off, like a phone propped against something without much care. For a few seconds, my brain tried to reinterpret what I was seeing, offering harmless explanations because that's what it does when it needs to protect itself. But then the person on the bed moved, and the movement was wrong. Wrong in a way that's hard to explain unless you've seen it. It was driven by panic, not performance. A blurred figure stepped briefly into frame. The reaction that followed was immediate, frantic. Animal fear that made my throat tighten and my stomach drop. It didn't look like something anyone would choose to show. I shut the laptop hard enough to sting my fingers. Sat on the sofa with my hands on my knees, feeling overheated and nauseous at the same time. Staring at nothing while my heart hammered. The thought of calling the police came immediately, but it was followed just as quickly by the realization that I had no useful information, no names, no locations, no explanation for how I'd ended up there that didn't feel loaded with implication. I told myself going back to look for clues would be the responsible thing to do. Framed it as trying to undo the damage of my curiosity. That justification made it possible to sleep that night. I lasted 3 days. When I went back, the video was gone, removed without explanation. In its place was a short line of text that didn't read like an update or an apology, more like a correction aimed at the people who'd watched. It implied that viewing had been noted, that anonymity was an assumption, not a guarantee, that the distance I'd felt wasn't as real as I'd wanted to believe. That was the moment it stopped feeling abstract. I shut everything down after that, powered off the laptop, tried to return to normal life, told myself the message was probably generic, designed to scare people without any real follow-through. For about a week, nothing happened. Slowly, against my better judgment, I started to believe it. Let myself relax just enough that the tension became background noise. Then an email arrived while I was at work. No subject line, random sender, single attachment. It was a photograph of my front door, not a similar door or a stock image, my actual door, with the scuffed paint near the handle and the dented letterbox I'd never bothered to fix. Taken from the communal hallway. When I zoomed in, I could see a parcel on the doormat that had arrived the day before. That small, ordinary detail made it impossible to dismiss. I was surrounded by people talking and typing, but I felt suddenly isolated. My hands shook enough that I had to hide my phone under a notebook. The journey home passed in a blur. When I unlocked my door, I stood there listening for a moment, as if the flat might sound different. Of course it didn't. Everything looked normal at first, until I noticed my laptop sitting open on the coffee table, screen glowing softly, even though I was certain I'd left it closed. On the screen was a document with a single sentence, not threatening or dramatic, just corrective, like someone pointing out an error. Below it was an instruction telling me to check the bathroom. I hesitated longer than I needed to, arguing with myself, but standing still felt worse than knowing. In the bath, sitting in a shallow pool of water, was a phone that looked exactly like mine. Same model, same case, the cheap, clear one I'd bought from a market stall. Same crack in the bottom right corner from when I dropped it getting off the bus 6 months ago. Even the cheap sticker I'd stuck on the back without thinking, a cartoon cat a friend had given me as a joke. My real phone was still in my hand. I sat on the edge of the bath staring at it, trying not to be sick, trying to work out what it meant. This wasn't just a threat. This was effort. This was planning. This required time and proximity. They'd needed to buy a phone that matched mine exactly, find the same case, even replicate the crack and the sticker, or, and this thought made my skin crawl, they'd watched me long enough to know exactly which phone I had, down to the smallest details. Long enough to order an identical one and prepare it perfectly. The message was simple and unmistakable. Someone had been inside my home, hadn't taken anything, hadn't damaged anything, had left something behind instead. Proof of access. Proof that walls and locks meant nothing. Proof that they could reach me whenever they wanted. When I called the police, I reported a break-in and nothing more. After they left, the flat felt different, like it didn't entirely belong to me anymore. Around 2 a.m., another email arrived. This time the attachment was a video recorded from inside my living room, from a high angle I didn't recognize, showing me earlier that evening, after the police had gone, sitting on the sofa rubbing my face. The timestamp was real. I watched myself move through the room, a version of myself that looked unaware and exposed. It didn't matter that I couldn't see the camera. The footage proved it existed. I left before dawn, drove to my sister's house without fully deciding to. Told her there'd been a break-in and I didn't want to be alone. Left out the parts I couldn't say yet. The following morning a message arrived through the same marketplace app where it had all begun. A photograph of my sister's back garden, taken from outside the fence. Me visible through the kitchen window. That's when I understood. I'd brought it with me. I went back to my flat that afternoon. The laptop was open again, this time displaying a message that accused me of running, of involving other people, giving a rough time for the following evening. I convinced myself that staying would keep the danger focused on me, though that logic feels thin now. That night I sat in the living room with one lamp on, listening. Just before 9, I heard movement outside the door, saw a hooded figure through the peephole, waiting on the landing. My phone buzzed with a photograph taken from inside the room, from behind me, moments earlier. When I turned, I eventually noticed a book pushed forward on the shelf. Behind it, taped to the back, was a small camera, still warm when I touched it, smaller than a box of matches, wireless probably. How long had it been there? How many days had I been watched? I destroyed it without thinking, smashed it against the coffee table until it was pieces. The footsteps fled down the stairs. There was no contact after that, no messages, no reminders, just silence that felt less like safety and more like being spared. I moved out 3 months later. Couldn't stand being in that flat anymore. Told my sister the truth in fragments, piece by piece. Enough that she understood. Not enough to make her as scared as I was. Learned that nothing else happening didn't mean it was over. Only that it had stopped. That the person on the other end had decided to stop, for now, for reasons I'd never understand. There was no clever trick, no supernatural explanation. Just a stranger who enjoyed access, who enjoyed power, who enjoyed fear, and a lesson about how little distance there really is between looking and being seen, between observer and observed, between thinking you're safe behind a screen and realizing the screen was never actually there. The strangest part is that I was invited, not by someone I knew, obviously. The message just appeared in my university email one morning, buried between assignment reminders and spam about student loans. The subject line was blank, and the sender was just a string of random letters and numbers that looked like someone had mashed their keyboard. I almost deleted it without opening it. Would have, probably, if I hadn't been procrastinating on my dissertation about media psychology. Instead, I clicked it while eating cereal and half watching morning television. The email contained a single line of text and what looked like a web address, though not one I recognized. The text was simple enough. You've been selected for exclusive access. Interest in human behavior noted. That last bit made me pause. My dissertation was about online behavior and digital voyeurism, something I'd been researching for months. I'd written papers on it, posted about it in academic forums, even given a presentation to my media studies class. Someone had clearly been paying attention to my work. I'm not stupid. I knew this was probably some sort of scam or phishing attempt, but the timing was too coincidental to ignore, and curiosity has always been my weakness. I copied the address and decided to investigate. The link didn't work in my normal browser. After some trial and error, I realized I needed different software to access it. It took me most of the afternoon to figure out the technical side, but eventually I found myself staring at a basic web page with a dark background and minimal text. "Welcome," it said. "Your academic interest in observational behavior has been noted. Please confirm your identity to proceed." Below that was a form asking for basic details. Nothing too personal, just my name, age, and location. I hesitated for a long moment before filling it out. After all, if this was related to my research, it might actually be useful for my dissertation. The next page was more interesting. It explained that I was being granted access to what it called live behavioral studies, real-time observations of human subjects in various scenarios. The text was clinical and academic in tone, describing these as opportunities to witness genuine human reactions under stress. It sounded like exactly the sort of thing that would be invaluable for my research, assuming it was legitimate. The page also mentioned that access was limited and that sessions were scheduled at specific times. A timetable showed several slots over the coming week, each lasting about an hour. I bookmarked the page and spent the next day thinking about it. On one hand, it could be a genuine research opportunity. On the other, it could be anything from a student prank to something more sinister. But my dissertation deadline was approaching, and I needed fresh material. The first session was scheduled for that Thursday evening. I logged in about 10 minutes early, not sure what to expect. The page had changed to show a simple black screen with a timer counting down from 5 minutes. Below that was a text box where I could apparently type messages, though I wasn't sure who would see them. When the timer reached 0, the black screen was replaced by what looked like a live video feed. The image quality wasn't great, and the lighting was dim, but I could make out what appeared to be a small room with concrete walls. A single chair sat in the center, currently empty. Other viewers had apparently joined the session. Messages began appearing in the text box, short comments and observations that suggested people were treating this as some sort of academic exercise. Someone mentioned psychological stress responses. Another person referenced behavioral studies they'd read about. Then someone entered the room on screen. They were wearing ordinary clothes and moved hesitantly, looking around as if unsure where they were supposed to be. When they sat in the chair, I could see they appeared uncomfortable, shifting frequently and glancing toward what I assumed was a camera. The messages from other viewers became more analytical. Comments about body language, stress indicators, fight or flight responses. It felt like watching a psychology experiment, though I couldn't understand what the actual study was supposed to measure. After about 20 minutes, another person entered the frame. This individual moved with more purpose, carrying what looked like a clipboard or notepad. They began asking questions that I couldn't hear, but the seated person's reactions were visible enough. Increasing agitation, attempts to get up from the chair, obvious distress, The academic tone of the viewer comments started to shift. People were noting the ethical implications of the study, questioning the consent processes, wondering about the institutional review board approval. I found myself typing similar concerns. But then something changed in the room. The person with the clipboard set it aside and picked up something else. Even through the poor video quality, I could see the seated individual's reaction was immediate and intense. Pure terror. The viewer messages became more urgent. People were demanding to know what institution was running this study, what the protocols were, whether there were safety measures in place. But no one seemed to be responding to our concerns. I watched for another 10 minutes before I couldn't take it anymore. Whatever this was, it wasn't a legitimate academic study. I closed the browser and tried to convince myself that what I'd seen had been some sort of performance art or elaborate role-play scenario. But I couldn't stop thinking about the fear in that person's eyes. I didn't log in again for several days. Instead, I tried to focus on my dissertation, using more conventional research sources and avoiding the strange website entirely. But the images from that session kept creeping back into my thoughts, and I found myself wondering what had happened after I'd logged off. The next scheduled session was the following Tuesday. Despite my better judgment, I found myself logging in again, telling myself I needed to understand what I'd witnessed before I could put it behind me. This time, the room was different, larger, with better lighting, and what looked like medical equipment visible in the background. The setup felt more professional, more organized. The viewer count was higher too. Apparently word was spreading about these sessions. The subject who entered this room was clearly distressed from the moment they appeared on screen. They were looking around frantically, trying door handles that didn't seem to open, calling out to someone I couldn't see. The academic comments from viewers had disappeared entirely, replaced by expressions of shock and demands for explanation. That's when I realized what I was actually watching. These weren't psychology experiments or behavioral studies. These were something else entirely. Something that had been disguised as academic research to attract viewers like me. People whose legitimate interest in human behavior could be exploited. I should have left immediately. Should have closed my laptop and reported what I'd seen to the police. But instead, I found myself transfixed by the horror of it all. The realization that I'd been deliberately targeted, specifically chosen because of my academic interests, made it feel personal in a way that was hard to ignore. The person running these sessions had studied my work, identified me as someone who might be interested in observing human behavior, and then systematically drawn me in with appeals to my academic curiosity. I'd been manipulated, and the manipulation had worked perfectly. Over the following weeks, I continued logging into the sessions. Not because I wanted to see what happened. The content was disturbing enough that I often found myself looking away from the screen, but because I needed to understand the scope of what I'd stumbled into. Each session featured a different room, a different setup, different individuals. But the pattern was always the same. Someone would be brought into the space, clearly against their will, and then subjected to experiences that became progressively more disturbing. The viewer base seemed to be growing steadily. Comments suggested that people were sharing access with others, spreading the links through various channels. But what struck me most was how many viewers seemed to have been recruited the same way I had, through appeals to academic or professional interests. There were psychology students like myself, but also medical students, sociology researchers, and people working in law enforcement or social services. All of us had been identified as individuals whose legitimate professional interests could be used to justify initial access. It was a brilliant recruitment strategy, really. Rather than trying to find people who were actively seeking out disturbing content, They targeted those of us who might have valid reasons for wanting to observe human behavior under stress. Our professional credentials gave us cover, even to ourselves. I started keeping notes about the sessions, documenting what I observed and trying to identify patterns. I told myself this was evidence gathering, that I was building a case to present to the authorities. But really, I think I was just trying to make sense of my own complicity. Because that's what it was, ultimately, complicity. Every time I logged in, every minute I spent watching, I was participating in something terrible. The fact that I'd been manipulated into it didn't change the reality of my involvement. The sessions began to feel routine after a while. I'd recognize certain rooms that appeared repeatedly, suggesting these weren't one-off events, but part of some ongoing operation. The timing seemed coordinated too. Sessions in different rooms would start at staggered intervals, allowing viewers to move between them. But what disturbed me most was how normal it all started to feel. The initial shock wore off, replaced by a kind of numb fascination. I'd find myself critiquing the camera angles or noting technical details rather than focusing on what was actually happening to the people on screen. That normalization was perhaps the most frightening aspect of the whole experience. How quickly something horrific could become just another part of my routine. How easily I could compartmentalize it, separating my normal life from these evening sessions where I'd watch unspeakable things unfold. About 6 weeks after that first session, something changed. I logged in as usual, but instead of the familiar room selection screen, I was greeted by a different message. "Thank you for your participation in our observational study," it read. "Your engagement has been noted and appreciated. You have been selected for advanced access privileges." Below that was a new set of options I hadn't seen before. Different types of sessions, different levels of access, different ways to participate. The language was still clinical and academic, but the implications were clear enough. I was being offered the chance to move from passive observer to active participant. The message explained that my consistent attendance and demonstrated interest qualified me for what they called collaborative sessions, events where viewers could provide input and direction rather than simply observing. The language made it sound like a natural progression, the next step in an ongoing research project. But I knew better by then. This wasn't about research or academic study. This was about gradually drawing people deeper into something terrible, using their initial curiosity as a hook to secure their continued involvement. The truly disturbing part was how tempting the offer was. After weeks of watching passively, the idea of having some control over what happened was oddly appealing. Not because I wanted to cause harm, but because the powerlessness of being just an observer had become its own form of torture. I stared at that message for nearly an hour before closing the browser without responding. But I kept thinking about it over the following days. The progression they were offering felt inevitable, like a path I'd been on since that first invitation email. That's when I finally understood the full scope of what I'd encountered. This wasn't just about providing content for people who were already predisposed to watch it. It was about creating those people, gradually converting ordinary individuals into active participants through careful manipulation and escalation. They'd identified me as someone with legitimate academic interests, drawn me in with appeals to those interests, normalized my participation through repeated exposure, and then offered me a path to deeper involvement. Each step had felt logical and justifiable at the time. How many others had received similar invitations? How many had progressed further down this path than I had? And how many people who ended up in those rooms had started as viewers, gradually drawn into participation through the same process I'd experienced? I deleted all the bookmarks and access software from my computer that night, tried to put the whole experience behind me and focus on finishing my dissertation through conventional research methods. But the questions wouldn't leave me alone. 3 months later, I received another email. Different sender, different format, but the same basic message. I'd been selected for access to exclusive content based on my demonstrated interest in human behavior. This time, they were offering access to what they called historical archives, recordings of previous sessions that I could review at my own pace. I deleted the email immediately, but the fact that it had found me again, despite my efforts to distance myself from the whole thing, was deeply unsettling. Somehow, my participation in those sessions had marked me permanently. I was now part of their recruitment database, someone to be contacted periodically with new opportunities for involvement. That was nearly a year ago now. I've received 4 more emails since then, each offering different types of access, different levels of participation. The language has evolved slightly each time, becoming more sophisticated in its appeals to my academic interests. I've deleted them all without opening the links, but I'll admit that the temptation is still there. The curiosity that got me involved in the first place hasn't disappeared, and part of me wonders what I might have missed by stepping away. That's the most frightening realization of all. Not that such things exist, or that people participate in them, but how easily I could have become one of those participants. How the right combination of manipulation and escalation could turn someone like me, someone who considers themselves ethical and rational, into an active collaborator in something terrible. The dissertation I eventually submitted focused on digital manipulation and the psychology of online recruitment. I got a first-class mark and several offers for postgraduate study, but I declined them all. The idea of pursuing further research into human behavior no longer appeals to me the way it once did, because I know now how that interest can be used against you, how academic curiosity can become a vulnerability, exploited by people who understand exactly how to identify and target individuals like me. The emails still come occasionally, usually around the time of academic deadlines or conference seasons, when students and researchers might be most desperate for new material. The timing is never coincidental. I wonder sometimes about the other people who were in those viewer sessions with me, whether they received similar follow-up invitations, whether any of them accepted the offers for increased participation, whether some of the people I saw in later sessions had started as viewers themselves. The thought keeps me awake some nights. The possibility that I witnessed people who had started exactly where I did, drawn in by the same appeals to academic interest, gradually manipulated into deeper involvement until they found themselves on the other side of the camera. I tell myself I made the right choice by walking away, but part of me will always wonder what would have happened if I'd stayed, if I'd accepted those offers for advanced access, whether I would have had the strength to resist the gradual escalation, or whether I would have become something I never thought I could be. That uncertainty is perhaps the most disturbing legacy of the whole experience. The knowledge that the line between observer and participant, between victim and perpetrator, might be thinner than any of us would like to believe. The latest email arrived just yesterday. Same pattern, different wording. They're still out there, still recruiting, still finding new ways to identify and exploit people's legitimate interests for terrible purposes. I deleted it like all the others, but for just a moment, I hesitated before clicking delete, and that hesitation terrifies me more than anything I saw in those sessions.